Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 235. As soon as they reached the shore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurried back home and took out the items. One was made of wood with a clear texture, and the other was made of jade with a blood-red substance inside. Both were halves. It's all thanks to Li Sun that we were able to bring her away. Otherwise, after saving her, we wouldn't be able to exchange for these two items even if we wanted to. The veins don't match with the other half. Let's send someone to get the money now. The sooner the better. After getting the money, send it to little Luo Xue. Wang Wan looked at the two items and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "There are two families in Zhuangzi who haven't registered yet. They will come here during the autumn harvest. Like the fishermen, they will leave and come back after some time. His family will enter the inner courtyard directly. Good. Ask him to find someone to help carry the things when he goes to the county. Ask Song Jinggong to arrange for people to switch the items on the boat. When they reach the first dock, they will separate the money and take the land route. When they reach the second dock, they will board different boats. Then, they will take the land route again. Let the people who carry the money not know where they are and how many things there are. They will have to change their makeup along the way." Wang Wan arranged how to avoid people's investigation. As long as they left Sanshui County, it would not be easy to investigate. Zhang Xiaobao added, "If there are cloth and silk in the money, when it is transported to the capital, ask someone to check it carefully. Don't leave any marks. Arrange it." There was water everywhere, but he could still breathe. It was warm and he did not feel cold at all. What was in front of him? He had horns on his head and was wearing silk. He walked over with a smile. The Water Dragon King. He saw the Water Dragon King. Oh, he asked him to follow him. Where was this? A palace? What were the boxes inside? It turned out to be gold, silver, and jewels. Oh, they want me to bring them back. That's great. With so much money, I can promote myself to a higher position. Then, I can overthrow Zhangjia Zhuangzi, and the Wang family's Zhuangzi. I can become the provincial governor of the prefecture. Little Luo Xue's pier will also be mine. It's so heavy. It's really not easy to carry the boxes back. Someone, grab me. Don't steal my money. Don't steal my money. Don't take my money. The Jia County magistrates lying on the couch suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "You're awake? My little prince has instructed me to ask you where you feel unwell when you wake up. What do you want to eat?" Beside Jia County magistrate's bed, a person who had just tucked him in saw that he had woken up and asked in an indifferent tone. Only then did Jia County magistrates realize that he was lying down. He looked around and met the person's gaze. He asked, "Where am I?" "Li family's Zhuangzi. You fell into the water and were rescued by the little prince's people. He asked you where you feel unwell and what you want to eat." The person serving him was a little dissatisfied with Jia County Magistrate's silly look and repeated what he had just said. Jia County Magistrates recalled what happened before he fainted and finally understood. He nodded to the person beside him and moved his legs under the blanket. He said, "I'm fine. I feel comfortable. Just a little sore. I'm hungry. Do you have porridge? Give me a bowl." Jia County Magistrate spoke respectfully. After all, this was the little prince's person. After the person agreed and left, Jia County Magistrate suddenly remembered something important. He touched his body with his hands and found that his clothes had been changed. He lifted the blanket and carefully checked. From inside to outside, there was not a single piece of clothing that he had worn before. Jia County Magistrates panicked. Where were his clothes? Where were the two things inside? The seal was in the hands of the Yamen runner, so he was not afraid of losing it. But where were the two things that cost 13,000 strings of cash? Just as he was anxiously looking for his things, the door was pushed open. The person just now came in with a tray and put it on the small table beside the bed. There was a big bowl of porridge and 2 small pickles. That was all. Jia County Magistrates was not in the mood to eat at this time. He looked at the person who brought the food and asked bravely, "Excuse me, where are my clothes? And the things inside?" "I washed them." "You mean the small seal inside, right? There is also the jade pendant hanging on your waist. You can keep it. If you want it, I will give it to you. Who cares about that stupid thing?" The waiter said and turned around to leave. Jia County Magistrates waited anxiously. After a while, he came back and put the two things in front of Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates looked at the two things that he did not care if they were lost or not. He asked again, "What else?" "Half a piece of wood and half a piece of jade. I have been carrying them with me." "No, just these two." "The little prince would not take your things. When he was changing your clothes, the little prince was beside you. No one dared to take your things. Maybe he dropped them when he saved you and wanted to find someone to get them from the lake." The waiter's face turned ugly. How could he ask for the things after saving someone? Could it be that someone could take them? If he drowned, what else would be precious? It was good enough that he was still alive. Jia County magistrates naturally understood what the waiter meant, but that was 13,000 strings of coins. He believed that no one would keep those two things. If they did not know what they were used for, they would not be worth much. Besides, the little prince was beside him. Could it be that they really fell into the water? But how could he get them out? Unless he drained the water and asked someone to shovel the soil bit by bit. No, that would not do. The Zhang family, Xueqi, and the little prince would not agree to let him go. Yes, he had to find Han Wangzhu. What was there to be afraid of if the things were gone? The money was still in those two places. A piece of wood and a piece of jade added up to about 100 strings of coins. Thinking of this, Jia County magistrate smiled at the waiter and said, "I was anxious. Sorry. May I know what time it is now?" "It's already 4:45. Hurry up and eat. I heard that when you fell, you poured out everything in your stomach, vomiting and spitting. You're lucky to have met my little lord. Otherwise, who would have saved you?" The waiter pointed at the porridge and pickles as he spoke. Yes. Thank you, little prince. I'll eat. Jia County magistrates did not dare to say anything else. He was indeed hungry, so he ate the porridge with the pickles. Only after he finished the porridge and pickles did he feel really comfortable. He vomited from top to bottom. There was not a single spot that did not hurt. But in his heart, he felt sullen. If the little prince had not been there, how could he have pushed the boat over? However, if he had gone, he would not have capsized, and he would not have lost his things. The people of Xueqi would not have saved him. If they had saved him a little later, they would have said that it was not in time. What else could he do? The imperial court would not have said anything. No one had harmed him. No, how could he have capsized in the middle of the lake? Even if there was a wooden stake below, it should have been stuck there. He did not move it at that time. There must be something wrong with the boat, and the fisherman deliberately returned it to him. Yes, that must be it. When he saw the yamen runners dragging him to the shore, he deliberately tampered with the boat and almost caused him to drown. Jia County magistrates found an excuse for capsizing. Even if he did not believe it, someone had to take responsibility for him falling into the water. Otherwise, how could he die in front of the little prince? He could only let the fisherman suffer. Thinking of this, Jia County magistrates was in a good mood. He was about to go back and tell Han Wangzhu about the lost things, but he found that his whole body was sore and weak. He could not use his strength. He could only sigh and lie back down. He would leave tomorrow morning. "If you are done eating, tell your men. They are still waiting outside the courtyard. The little prince's courtyard is not a place that anyone can enter." The servant did not want to be angry with a person who almost drowned, so he reminded him. "Okay, please call one in." Jia County magistrates just remembered that there were still yamen runners. They would not leave him alone and go back to the yamen. After a while, yamen runner came in. When he saw Jia County magistrates, he cried, "My lord, you are finally awake. If you did not wake up, what should we do? My lord, please don't be so rash next time. 2 of us swam to save you, but we almost could not get out of the water. The water was cold." Okay, don't cry. Everything is fine now. Did you catch the fisherman who borrowed my boat? He was the one who did something to the boat. Jia County magistrates did not know whether yamen runner was really concerned about him or worried that he would be implicated. He persuaded him and asked about the fisherman. Yamen runner was stunned. He looked at Jia County magistrates blankly and said, "My lord, at that time, all of us were watching. How did he do something? No one thought about him. My lord, when you fell into the water, we wanted to get you out. Then we followed you here. How could we find the fisherman? He is not from Xueqi County. How could he not do anything? If he did not do anything, why would my boat capsize? Did I deliberately flip it in front of the little prince and show it to the little prince? It must be that person who did something. You just did not find it. Jia County magistrates insisted. Yes, my lord, you are right. That person did something. Do you still remember what that person looked like? I will find someone to draw him and arrest him. Yaman Runner followed the conversation. Anyway, that person was long gone. Where could they find him? Jia County magistrates pondered for a while and shook his head helplessly. I can't remember. I did not pay attention to him at that time. He seemed to be wearing rough hemp clothes. His trousers were rolled up and he was wearing a bamboo hat. I was even more confused when he was submerged. Didn't you see him clearly? Jia County magistrates had been thinking hard, but he found that he thought of some fishermen's clothes. They could not go everywhere to catch fishermen, not to mention that they were not from Xueqi County. They could only pin their hopes on the Yaman Runner. The Yaman Runner would not say anything. Yaman Runner shook his head and said, I didn't see clearly. I will ask the other brothers later. I am sure that it was definitely that fisherman who did something. Well, that's it. You can find a place to stay tonight. Come back early tomorrow morning. Jia County magistrates also wanted this sentence. He just wanted to push the blame to someone else. He gave another order and pretended to be tired. Yaman Runner nodded. My lord, you should rest early. We will come back early tomorrow morning. I will take my leave. Chapter 236. Light snow fell and the north wind blew. A fast horse was not fast enough. Yesterday, a boat sailed on the water. Today it was hard to find money. In the morning, Jia County magistrates hurried to between the clouds and the water to find Han Wangzhu personally. Before he could open his mouth, Han Wangzhu said, Sir, are you in good health? I heard that you fell into the water yesterday and were saved by the little prince. You are very lucky. I'm fine. I slept for a night, but my head is still a little groggy. I choked yesterday. Today, I have something to tell you. Jia County magistrates laughed and was about to tell him about the missing items. However, he didn't know how to open his mouth. The feeling of asking for money was different from the feeling of being given money. Han Wangzhu immediately said, Sir, it's fine if you have something to say. But you are not feeling well. Do you want to find some medicinal herbs? No. When I fell into the water yesterday, I dropped 2 items. They should have fallen into the water. Those 2 items were the ones you gave me the day before yesterday. It's not easy to find them at the moment, so I want to tell you so that the money won't be taken away. Jia County magistrates didn't want to say directly, give me 1 more item and I'll go get the money. So he could only find this excuse. Han Wangzhu smiled and said, Sir, you are right. I will send someone to inform them. Sir, please stay here for 1 more day. I will go back to get something else. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's not inconvenience, not at all. It's a good opportunity to taste the wine and dishes here. You can go now. I'll go back too. Jia County magistrates was relieved. He couldn't bear to be indifferent in front of others, so he got up and left. Han Wangzhu didn't dare to delay. Before he came here, his family had told him that the Zhang family and the Wang family were not simple. He had to pay attention to anything, even if it was a very small matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. Yesterday, the county magistrate fell into the water. Today, he came here to say that he lost 2 items. Were they really lost or not? Did it fall into the water or was it picked up by someone? Even if the person who picked it up didn't know what it was for, they still had to be on guard. As a result, Han Wangzhu found the people here and got someone to ride a fast horse over to inform them. Go and come back quickly. They were waiting here. Outside, the light snow was blown by the wind, hitting his face like a knife. The man brought 3 horses, but when he arrived at the place, his face was swept by the wind and snow, leaving behind 2 horses at the farmer's house. However, when he arrived at the place, he almost fainted when he received an even bigger piece of news. Yesterday afternoon, the money had been taken out by someone and left for the docks. As for where it went, he had no idea. The man drank a mouthful of hot soup, found something to cover his face, and changed 3 horses to rush back. When Han Wangzhu heard about this, he was also stunned. His family's 5,000 strings of coins and the Yuan family's 8,000 strings of coins were not a small amount, but it was taken away by someone just like that. Wasn't it the Jia County magistrates who asked for it? At least that was what he said. He said that it fell into the water and it was really lost. Or did he ask someone to go back to the county to take it away the night before? This was the only reasonable explanation. If someone else picked it up, they wouldn't know where to get the money. Could it be that the Jia County magistrates thought that the money was too little and asked for more? If that was the case, then he was too greedy. He didn't know whether it was good or bad to cooperate with such a person. Han Wangzhu held the 2 items that had been put together in his hands. After thinking for a while, he asked someone to go back and report this matter to the family head. At the same time, he got up and went to find the Jia County magistrates. Maybe he could find out something. The Jia County magistrates sat in a room on the 2nd floor of Between the Clouds and the Water. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He was waiting for Han Wangzhu to bring him new things so that he could withdraw the money. After waiting for an entire day, the more he waited, the more anxious he became. The dishes were placed on the table, but he didn't seem to want to eat. He only sat there and drank a mouthful of wine. Han Wangzhu still hadn't come. Just as he was about to go over to chat and ask secretly, Han Wangzhu finally came over. When Han Wangzhu saw the Jia County magistrates in the room, he was less suspicious of him. It seemed that he was in a hurry to get the money. If he really did withdraw it once, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. "Hey, you're here? How's the matter?" When the Jia County magistrates heard the sound of the door opening, he looked over and saw Han Wangzhu. His eyelids drooped as he asked if the token had been brought back. "Sir, look at this." Han Wangzhu put the 2 pieces of wood and jade together on the table. The Jia County magistrates was still in a daze. When he saw the 2 items, he immediately became happy. He touched the 2 items with his hands to separate them. He picked up the 2 pieces that he should have and said with a smile, "You're really trustworthy. Your master is indeed a trustworthy person. He sent mine back. I don't need these 2 halves. I'll keep them as backup. You guys are really amazing. When I fell into the water, you guys..." "No, that's not right. Why are these 2 halves here too? Could it be?" As the Jia County magistrate spoke, he finally realized something. Looking at the other 2 halves on the table, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Someone took the 2 halves that he had and went there to withdraw the money. "Sir, you guessed right. These 4 pieces were taken from the shop of Chongqing and Wufeng in the county. They appeared there at noon yesterday." Han Wangzhu looked at the Jia County magistrates and said. The Jia County magistrates was stunned. Suddenly he shouted, "That's impossible. That's impossible. Before I fell into the water, I had been carrying them with me. When I woke up yesterday morning, I even looked at them. How could they be in the county within half a day? Are you suspecting that I asked someone to take the money and want to ask for another one from you? I'm surrounded by Yamen runners. There's no one else. How could the Yamen runners do such a thing for me? I don't want to live anymore. If the Yamen runners know that I took your money, it's definitely not me." "Sir, don't worry. You're right. You don't have anyone by your side who can help you, so you won't give your things to others. I suspect that when I was talking to you the night before yesterday, the Yamen runners standing outside the door overheard our conversation. Ordinary people might not be able to hear it, but your Yamen runners are not good people. Who knows if there's someone with good hearing among them?" When Han Wangzhu heard this, he felt that it made sense. What's more, the people he brought with him yesterday were also watching in the dark. They didn't see any Yamen runners leave, and they didn't see anyone else. The Jia County magistrates didn't see anyone else. If he saw anyone, it was the people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi restaurant. He couldn't be so close to the Zhang family to say such things and give the token away. The only possibility was that the Yamen runners outside the door overheard their conversation that day. When the county magistrate fell into the water, the 2 items were taken away and they quickly rode to the county to get the money. Han Wangzhu told the Jia County magistrates what he thought after that. The Jia County magistrates shook his head. "The people who saved me yesterday were the little prince's people. If the little prince was interested, he could have just asked for it. I wouldn't dare to say anything. It's not impossible for him to give it to the little prince. It must be someone else with good swimming skills who saw the two items fall from my body into the water and swam down to get them. In addition, the Yamen runners overheard it, so the Zhongjia Zhuangzi sent people to the county to get the money. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the pavilion. Why bother? Go and ask who went into the water yesterday. I think you'll know. Sir, more than 100 people jumped into the water yesterday. In the end, only the little prince's people were able to get you out. Can we ask them one by one? Do you think the Zhongjia Zhuangzi will let us ask them? Han Wangzhu shook his head and explained the situation yesterday. Seeing that the Jia County magistrates was at a loss, he said, Sir, the reason you wanted to go to the pavilion yesterday was not that simple. Everyone knows that fishing is not allowed to make such a loud noise. However, how long did the firecrackers go off yesterday? The room you ate in just happens to be facing the pavilion. Do you think it's such a coincidence? The more the Jia County magistrates listened and thought, the more he felt that things were not that simple. He was supposed to leave yesterday, but suddenly the firecrackers went off. He thought about the way the waiter seemed to be urging him to go and take a look. There was only one fishing boat on the river. How could it be so coincidental that it stopped at that place? Were there fish there? That's right. That person cast a spinning net. The water was so strong. Why didn't he hang the net? When the weather was cold, the fish would be at the bottom. Why didn't he use the net? He grew up in a fishing family. Who would be stupid enough to cast a net to catch fish in that place? This was all part of his plan. He must have planned it all out. Zhang Zhong, you've gone too far. I'll fight with you. The Jia County magistrates finally realized what was wrong. He stood up and was about to rush out while shouting. Han Wangzhu quickly held him back and used one hand to cover the Jia County magistrate's mouth. He couldn't let him shout like that. If others knew, they would only laugh at him. Besides, he was a 7th grade official. What if he asked? The moment he shouted, his momentum weakened. Sir, don't make a noise. Do you want the Zhang family to laugh at you? Sir, you don't have to worry about losing the money. Sir, please sit down first. Han Wangzhu tried to stop him while persuading him. At this time, the waiter outside the door came in and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Nothing. You can leave. I didn't ask you not to come in. Sir just wanted to find someone to drink with. He drank too much. Han Wangzhu couldn't say anything else. He asked the waiter to leave and tried to persuade him in a low voice. Sir, they'll be happier if you do this. When you've calmed down, we'll deal with them together. Money is a small matter. Don't worry about it. The Jia County magistrates pouted like a child. He sat on the chair and drank another cup of wine. He muttered, They're too much. When I took office, they didn't leave me any money. I didn't dare to touch Chongping warehouse. There's a lot of food there. It's not much money. If I touch a little, it won't be enough. If I touch too much, it'll be troublesome. The deputy county magistrates, the chief registrar, the deputy writing officer, and those Yamen runners are not my people. When I go out for a walk, they follow me. When I say I want to lock someone up, the Yamen runners object. I don't dare to make a decision. When my mother wants to eat some blood tofu, I have to help her kill pigs. When I'm here, I finally have some money. Before I can take it out, it's taken away by them. I almost drowned. Who's the county magistrate? The only thing I can do as the county magistrate is to stamp the documents that others bring to me. Brother, don't you think I'm a coward? Tell me. Coward? Then we. Sigh, Zhongjia Zhuangzi is hard to deal with. Han Wangzhu listened to the Jia County magistrate's drunken words and felt sympathy for him. Chapter 237. The sky is not cloudy, and the two mountains meet. Wild birds chirp in the forest, and the sound of the flute. The small village is named Qin, and the wind blows away. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, it was the Lunar New Year. 20 bailiffs escorted the 3 carriages and the county magistrate to the farthest village in Sanshui County, Qin Village. It was a place where many people from the imperial court were trapped. County Magistrate Jia got out of the carriage and turned around to look at the 2 carts that were used to transport goods. He had paid for everything in the carts with his own money. There were 200 kilograms of vegetable oil, 20 dan of wheat flour, and 10 dan of rice. According to the rules set by County Magistrate Chang of Xueqi County, Qin village was the furthest away from the county and was not close to other places. Some of the things in the village had to be traded bit by bit. It could be said that it was the poorest place, so Qin village was the first stop. They would get closer and closer. When the people in the county sent the goods, it would be around 30. The only difference was that the goods sent by County Magistrate Cheng were paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, they were paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Since County Magistrate Jia wanted to earn money, he naturally had to fork out his own money. Oil, flour, and rice arrived first. There were still 2 carts behind them. The carts carrying the goods would arrive later. Those carts were filled with cloth and meat. All the goods were bought by Jia County magistrates from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The price was 20% higher than usual. The reason was very simple. It was almost the Lunar New Year, so why would the price not increase? After sending the goods to all the people in the county, they would need to spend 6,000 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan earned 90% of the profits. They gave 30% to the farmers, and the rest was their own money. It was not much compared to the docks, but it was very meaningful, especially for the farmers. Although they only got 30% of the net profit, it was 20% higher than usual. If they sold the things they raised at home, others would try their best to lower the price. Since the main family was in charge of selling things, the farmers did not have to worry. The main family would help them to lower the price. He clearly knew that the Jia County magistrates wouldn't dare to say anything to the Zhang family. After being bullied once, he finally behaved himself, at least for the time being. 6,000 strings of cash gone just like that. When the Jia County magistrate saw those things, he felt as if his heart was being dug out. He muttered and followed the yamen runner forward. Fortunately, there were many mountains, and the wind from other places was blocked by the mountains, so it was not that unbearable. It was noon, and the sky was still dark in the morning. Someone was playing a flute, making a whining sound. Usually, the Jia County magistrates like to listen to this kind of flute sound, also known as a flute. It was low and rhythmic, and it was particularly harsh to the ears today. Old hunchback, don't let the child brag. Come and get your things. The county magistrate has sent something to the village. Yamen runner, who had been following beside the county magistrate, shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the mountains. When the flute sounds stopped, dozens of people ran out in front of them, and some were leading donkeys. There was nothing better than donkeys on this kind of road. 2 days ago, I heard from the yamen runner that the magistrate would come personally to deliver the things. I didn't believe it at that time, so I tried to ask people to wait here today. I didn't expect that the magistrate would really come personally. Magistrate, I thank the magistrate on behalf of the villagers. Old hunchback Muramesa bowed in front of the Jia County magistrates and said with a trembling body. The Jia County magistrate's heart was bleeding, but he still had to show a caring expression on his face. He went forward and held the old man's hand. Uncle, I'm late. Quickly ask people to take the things back. There will be vegetables and meat in a while. Besides spinach and cucumber, the vegetables will be served. I hope everyone can have a good new year. Speaking of vegetables, the Jia County magistrates wanted to cry. Without these vegetables, how could he spend so much money? The poor people in Xueqi County were determined by the disaster this year. Basically, all of them were poor. Except for those who had their own zhuangzi and were too embarrassed to ask for these things, the others would not be so polite. He was the county magistrate. When it came to giving things, the people would think of the kindness of the imperial court. If it was someone else who gave things like this, maybe the people would not accept it. But were the people really poor? When the weather was not cold, they sold liangpi and Chinese crepes. When the little Luo Shui wharf was built, there were more than 700 yamen runners working at the wharf. Except for 2 brothers or father and son, there was 1 yamen runner per family. There were at least 600 families who did not have to worry about being poor. He spent 6,000 strings of coins. After being an official for more than a month, he did not get any money in the county. When he got some money from other places, he had to spend almost half of it. When the Jia County magistrates saw the villagers happily putting things on the donkeys, he did not know whether to feel resentment or helplessness. A few days ago, the Jia County magistrates was robbed of 13,000 strings of coins by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After drinking too much, he complained. The Han family and Yuan family made up for the original amount. It was not more, not less. It was as if the money was not lost. But before the new year, the Zhang family did not give anything this year. The Jia County magistrates did not have the guts to not give a single copper coin. The people were used to the gifts given by the imperial court during the new year. It did not matter how much was given. As long as something was given, the people were happy and felt that the imperial court was still thinking of them. In the end, the county magistrates and the registrar made a list of people's names, addresses, and how much should be given. They also made it into a notice to let the people know. There were really people who were grateful and went to the yamen to kneel down and kowtow. The Jia County magistrates had no choice. He sent someone to ask which merchants in Xueqi County were willing to give the money. There were indeed people who were tempted, but because of the power of the Zhang family and Wang family, they did not dare to accept. They kept pushing back and forth. When the time came, the Jia County magistrates had no choice but to pay for it himself. He wanted to buy some from the streets, but the amount was too small. By the time he bought it, the new year would have passed. He could only look for Zhangjia Zhuangzi. There are still 7,000 strings of coins left. There shouldn't be anything else to spend, right? That's too ruthless. In one go, he took away 19,000 strings of coins from me. The Jia County magistrates looked at the happy expressions of the villagers and walked to the side alone to think about it. After thinking about it for a while, he said it out loud. "Sir, you said that you would take out 19,000 strings of coins to give to the people?" The yamen runner, who was following him like a ghost, heard it and asked. "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Go and help. Are you going to stand next to me and slack off?" The Jia County magistrates was shocked. If he did not respond quickly enough, the yamen runners would spread the news and write a notice over there. Where would he find so much money? The village was almost done. They could not finish loading everything in one go. They still had to do it twice. The village chief asked someone to drive the donkey away. He went to the front of the Jia County magistrates and said, "Sir, you are really a good official. With these things, we won't have to worry about the new year. Sir, if you want to come to the village to drink water, please get on the donkey." The Jia County magistrates looked at the steep road and shook his head hard. "Uncle, I will leave 2 yamen runners here to watch. You should go first. I have to go somewhere else to deliver things." "Oh, then we will delay you. Sir, you are busy. We will leave first." The old man was easy to talk to. If he did not want to go, then he would not go. His legs trembled as he walked and he still had to run back and forth. Seeing that most of the villagers had left, the Jia County magistrates breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the road and thought about what the yamen runners said. He would lose a layer of skin if he went there once. "Sir, should we take advantage of this time to check out the situation of the nearby families?" The yamen runner suggested to the Jia County magistrates. The Jia County magistrates was most annoyed by the yamen runner now. He had no good way to get rid of him, so he could only bear with it. "Okay, let's go back. As long as we see people, we will go to the 3rd family." "The 3rd family? Okay, we will go as you say." The yamen runner agreed and helped the Jia County magistrates into the carriage. At the same time, he gave a look to the yamen runner next to him. The yamen runner immediately got on the horse and left. There were only 17 yamen runners left in the group. They wandered in another direction. After walking for an hour, they saw a small village. There was no Zhuangzi here. There were only 40 or so families living here. The surrounding area was all land. There were also some small mounds of soil planted with hemp that were not completely covered by the snow. The Jia County magistrates also knew about these things when he was at the fisherman's house. The hemp should be soaked in snow at the beginning of spring. Then they would be put into the river and used to make rope. The hemp rope made in this way was stronger than when it was soaked in water directly. People liked to use this type of hemp when they were weaving fishing nets. When the Jia County magistrates and the others arrived at the first family in the village, there was already a dog barking in the courtyard. It only stopped when its owner called it back to its nest. The Jia County magistrates naturally did not want to be bitten by a dog. He really went to the 3rd family in the village. In the courtyard surrounded by acacia trees and thorns, a woman was protecting a 1-year-old child and learning to walk. The child tried his best to raise his legs and tried to put them down. Finally, he fell down. Ha 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 ha. The Jia County magistrate saw the child's clumsy appearance and thought of the situation when his own child was learning to walk. He could not help but laugh. Sir, what are you laughing at? A yamen runner asked. Nothing. I just think that this child is interesting. It seems that this child is stronger than other children. The Jia County magistrate stopped laughing and said to the yamen runner, Sir, this child may be stronger than other children, but he is much weaker than the two little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Xueqi. Those two, go in and ask. How are the children in their family doing? The Jia County magistrates directly interrupted the yamen runner. He hated the two Xueqi the most and felt uncomfortable when others mentioned them. The yamen runner immediately said, Sir, there is no need to ask about this place. The child inside is the yamen runner Song Yang's son. Sir, you can go in. Song Yang's parents are also inside. His family is a little short of money. The Zhongjia Xueqi gave him a few times and did not give enough to his family. Sir, why don't we go to another family? No need. We will go where I say. Oh, so we met the yamen runner's family. Okay, follow me in and have a look. The Jia County magistrates did not think much of it at first, but when he heard the last sentence, he was secretly happy. He made up his mind and walked in. Chapter 238. When the Jia County magistrates was about to enter the courtyard, the woman inside had already noticed him. She raised her head and took the child back into her arms. She said to the Jia County magistrates, So it's you, County Magistrate. I'll go back and ask my in-laws to come out. While speaking, the woman didn't even look at the other yamen runners. She carried the child into the courtyard. Immediately, an old man and an old woman came out. They looked very happy. They hurried to the entrance of the courtyard, opened the door, and said to the Jia County magistrates, Sir, I didn't expect you to come. Please come in. Uncle Song, today we are. Oh, you are here too. The room can't fit all of you. Find a place for yourselves. The old man didn't wait for the yamen runner to finish his words. When he faced the Jia County magistrates again, a smile appeared on his face again. Sir, this is a joke. Our house is small and we don't have anything to serve you. Young, doesn't know how to behave. Sir, please keep an eye on him. The Jia County magistrates carefully looked at the courtyard. The ground was covered with snow, and only the road under his feet was paved with sand. He then looked at the house. The window paper had been used for a long time. It was yellow and black, and many of the roof tiles were broken. When he walked into the house, he only saw 2 bricks near the threshold. The rest of the house was covered with dirt. There were only 3 rooms in the house, 2 big and 1 small. The big room was probably used for living, and the small room was used as a kitchen. A burst of smoke came out of the kitchen, accompanied by a child's light cough. Sir, please sit here. After entering a room, Song Yang's father rubbed the edge of the Kong with his sleeve and said to the Jia County magistrates with embarrassment. Usually, the Jia County magistrates would never sit here. But today, he suddenly had an idea. He immediately walked over and sat down. He touched the mat and found that it was warm. It wasn't cold, so there should be a fire. He already understood what the Kong bed was. After removing the mats and mud bricks, the inside was not too complicated. It was nothing more than some mud or bricks piled up according to some order. It could be seen in any house in Xueqi County. However, the furnishings in the house and the clothes the family of 4 were wearing were not that good. Wasn't the life of the yamen runners all managed by Zhongjia Xueqi? Why was his family like this? Why did his family treat the other bailiffs that way? Jia County magistrates noticed this. After sitting down, he asked Song Yang's father, Brother Song, your family seems to be a little short of money. Are the other yamen runners in the same situation? Sigh. To be honest, only a dozen yamen runners in Yang-er's family are like this. Children are immature and easily offend others. Song Fu sighed and said, Oh, that's not right. Song Yang, this official knows about him. He's an honest and hard-working person. To think that his family would end up like this. Big Brother Song, this can't go on. I have some money here. Big Brother Song, take it and use it. Jia County magistrates finally found an opportunity. He took out a few pieces of broken silver and a string of more than 40 copper coins from his sleeve pocket. He pulled Song Fu's hand and stuffed it in. When he didn't want to eat, he had to go to some designated places to prepare. He always had more than 20 taels of silver with him. He didn't think it was heavy. This time, he took out 12 taels of silver and 3 taels of silver. Song Fu took the money and returned it with trembling hands. "Sir, you can't do this. How can I take this money? Sir, please take it back." "At home. It doesn't matter. Brother Song, you have a good son. This money is nothing. Other yamen runners can take other people's money, but I can't give it away?" Jia County magistrates certainly wouldn't take the money back. He glared at him and pretended to be unhappy. "Milord, you're really good. Milord, don't worry. When my son comes back, I'll tell him to listen to Milord's words and never slack off." Father Song said excitedly, his face red. Jia County magistrates was relieved when he saw Song Yang's father take the money. He looked at the house and said with a smile, "Brother Song, I didn't bring the money from the imperial capital with me today. Tomorrow, I will find a way to make life easier for Brother Song's family." These words meant that he was going to leave. He was afraid that the yamen runners outside would be anxious and find out something was wrong when they came. Song Fu hurriedly stood up to see him off. When Jia County magistrates came out, the yamen runners didn't even enter the yard. They just stood outside. Jia County magistrates felt a little relieved. "Sir, should we ask someone to take the things to the next house? Sir will be there at the same time." Yamen runner arranged the affairs of Jia County magistrates at this time. "Okay, to the next house." This time, County Magistrate Jia didn't look angry at all. He agreed very naturally. Since he had made up his mind, he didn't mind wandering around the county these few days. He had spent the money, but he still needed to leave a good reputation. After a whole day, Jia County magistrates dragged his tired body back to the yamen. As soon as he entered the yamen, his face darkened. He said to the 2 yamen runners guarding here, "Where is Song Yang? Ask him to come here." "Humph! How dare he do such a thing?" One of the 2 yamen runners left in a daze. The other one went to Jia County magistrates and asked, "Sir, what happened to Song Yang? Did he do something wrong? I can guarantee that Brother Song usually does the best things. My house is not far from his. His house is the same as mine. We don't have many things. Life is a little difficult." Jia County magistrates was delighted. He felt that he had found another person he could rope in. When he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something. He said with a sullen face, "It has nothing to do with you. I have my reasons for looking for him. He is too unreasonable." Humph. After saying this, Jia County magistrates walked towards the study. He felt a wave of fear. He felt that except for Song Yang, everyone around him could be Zhangjia Zhuangzi's spy. When the time came, who could be roped in? He had to ask Song Yang. From the situation of his house, it could be seen that Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't take care of him like other people. Since there was a child in the house, it was reasonable to say that Zhangjia Zhuangzi should give him some benefits. It didn't take long before Song Yang came in from outside. It seemed that he had run all the way back. There was a lot of sweat on his forehead, and the hair beside his ears was wet. "Sir, are you looking for me?" Song Yang panted a few times and tried to steady his breathing. "Well, you're back? Sit down and drink some water." Jia County magistrate smiled and said to Song Yang very kindly. He poured a bowl of water for Song Yang and gestured for him to drink. Song Yang seemed to be a little nervous because he had never been treated like this before. He clasped his hands together and said in a low voice, "Sir, if you have something to say, please tell me quickly. I will do it right away." Jia County magistrates waved his hand and said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. But if you want to say that you have something to say, it's not a small matter. Let me ask you, why didn't you tell me about your family life? Are you afraid that I will harm you?" "Sir, you went to my house?" "Ah yes, sir. There is nothing in this humble one's home. You won't even be able to drink tea when you get there. What are you?" Song Yang had a vexed look on his face as he spoke in embarrassment. "There was water, and even plain water is delicious. I am satisfied to be able to drink such good water from a yamen servant's house. Song Yang, this happened because of you. Why didn't you tell me about your family's situation? If this official had known about it, how could I have let your family live in such a poor state? Come, here is some money. Take it first. I left some for your father. When I came back, I thought that since the new year is coming, that money is not enough to do anything. As Jia County Magistrate spoke, he pulled out the drawer of his desk. There were 2 ingots of 10 taels of silver inside. Jia County Magistrates took out the money without thinking and pushed it in front of Song Yang on the table. Song Yang looked at the money in a daze and said a little worriedly, Darren, this little one also knows about this little one's family matters, but how can I let Darren worry about it? Darren, I didn't expect that you have already left money for the family. Then this little one absolutely cannot accept this money. When it's almost 30 years old, this little one may be able to bring some things home. You expect Zhangjia Zhuangzi to give it to you? Look at the other Yamen servants, and then look at you. That Zhangjia Zhuangzi clearly doesn't like your family. If I didn't know about this matter, it would have been fine. But since I saw it, I can't just ignore it. Take it. I order you to take it. As long as you do well in the Yamen in the future, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Jia County Magistrates looked at Song Yang's expression and was very satisfied with the effect of the money he took out. He said loudly and forced the money into Song Yang's arms. Song Yang covered the place where the silver was placed with his hand and said emotionally, My lord, you are so kind to me. If my lord needs anything in the future, I am willing to do my best. This is great. I don't have to worry about not having anything during the new year. My lord, there are actually some people like me. Really? And other people's lives aren't good? Didn't Zhangjia Zhuangzi give you anything? Jia County Magistrates pretended to be surprised and asked. They did, but it was very little. Others gave 1 dan of grain, but when it came to me and those people, it became less than 1 dan. We are all Yamen servants, so why do they get more? I just had a child not long ago. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't know how to do other work, I really don't want to continue being a Yamen servant. Song Yang's face showed a sad expression. As he spoke, he lowered his head. It seemed that he was really unconvinced. Jia County Magistrates wanted this. He smiled, stood up, and patted Song Yang's shoulder. He said, Song Yang, I have high hopes for you. In the future, you will definitely be better than others. Oh, there are other people like your family? In that case, let's go. Follow me to the storeroom at the back. You tell me how many people you have. I will give you 30 taels each. You can add 10 more. Today's harvest is a little bad. I have decided to let you people who only know how to work and are not valued have a good new year. How much do you need? Let me think. 1, 2. Sir, there aren't too many people. In total, there are only 33 people. Compared to the other 600 people, it really can't be less. Song Yang had heard Jia County Magistrate's words, so he began to calculate. In the end, he gave a number. 33 people. Jia County Magistrates didn't think that it was too little. 33 people, including Song Yang himself, would be 34 people. It would only cost him a little more than 1,000 strings of money. As long as he could make these people listen to him, he wouldn't mind taking more money. It was better than having spies around him all the time. Song Yang was so excited that he didn't know which leg to take. He kept saying, Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. When they arrived at the place where the money was kept, Jia County Magistrates was a little embarrassed. With so much money, it was impossible to let Song Yang carry it out alone. First of all, it was too heavy. Second of all, he had to personally hand it out. Therefore, he said to Song Yang, Go and find those 33 people. Go and find those 33 people. Remember, when you come, don't tell them what's going on. Also, watch those people carefully. If any of them have a good relationship with the Zhang family, don't call them over. Do you understand? Understood. This lowly one understands. This lowly one has been waiting for this day for a very long time. Sir, you can rest assured that this lowly one will definitely find someone as good as this lowly one said. But, sir, where did you get so much money? What if someone finds out and makes trouble for you? At this time, Song Yang showed his clever side. He assured Jia County Magistrates and said worriedly. Jia County Magistrates was even happier now. Song Yang didn't know where his money came from. This meant that Song Yang wasn't trusted by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. In this way, he could finally find some useful people around him. As for who was reliable or not, he would find out after trying some things. Thinking of this, Jia County Magistrate said to Song Yang. You don't have to worry about the money. Just find those people. Don't worry. After the new year, I will make you a small leader. Humph, those people want to cheat me. I won't let them get away with it. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your trust. I will go find them now. Sir, please wait for a moment. Song Yang said excitedly. He turned around and ran out of the yard. Looking at Song Yang's leaving figure, Jia County Magistrates was not so relieved. He felt that he had to test a few more times. Otherwise, if one of them was secretly left behind by the Zhang family, it would implicate too many people. Thinking of this, Jia County Magistrates took out the money that he should use. In order not to be discovered by the other Yamen runners, he didn't take out cloth this time. He only chose some small pieces of silver and copper coins. It was easy to carry around and wouldn't be seen by others. After a while, Song Yang came back first. He was the only one who entered this place. He said to Jia County Magistrates, Sir, I didn't find everyone. I only found 20 people. Should I let them come in first? Or should I help you take the things out? There's no need to go out. Let them all in. I don't doubt the people I use. Jia County Magistrates showed generosity this time. He knew how to buy people's hearts. It was just that he didn't have the opportunity before. Now that he found a breakthrough, how could he be willing to give it up? Song Yang stared at Jia County Magistrates for a while. He nodded seriously, turned around, and ran out. When he came back again, 20 Yamen runners who looked very honest were following behind him. Jia County Magistrates was even more calculative. It seemed that Zhangjia Zhuangzi liked those who were slick. He didn't treat honest people so well, especially the Yamen runner whose surname was Tang. It turned out that he was a hooligan. Zhangjia Zhuangzi would only use people like this. Sir. Under the lead of Song Yang, the 20 Yamen runners saluted and greeted him at the same time. Their voices were loud and clear. Good, good. All of you are good. I didn't see wrong. When County Magistrate Jia heard the orderly voices, he was happy. They were real Yamen runners, not some random hooligans. Come here and let me take a good look at you. It's a pity that such capable people like you are being ostracized in the Yamen. Don't worry. As long as I'm here in the future, I don't think I'll let you worry about your family. Come one by one. I'll give you money for the new year. Jia County Magistrates looked at the 21 Yamen runners carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt that this was a good idea. He said a few more words, put the money in front of them, and greeted them. Sir, are you really going to give us money? My lord, how are we supposed to repay you for what you've done? One Yamen runner was so excited that he cried when he saw the money on the ground and heard what Jia County Magistrates said. Jia County Magistrates wanted to see this result, so he was also excited. He deliberately put on a calm expression and said seriously, You are all Yamen runners in the Yamen. How can I not take care of you? How can a Yamen runner who is always worried about his family's life do a good job? I am the County Magistrate of Xueqi County. It is my duty to let the people under my jurisdiction live a good life. How can I repay you? As long as you work hard in the future, it will be the best reward for me. My lord, I only know now that my lord is a good official. In the past, when I heard others say that my lord came here to do bad things, I really believed it. My lord, I'm sorry. My lord, don't worry. I won't believe what others say in the future. If anyone dares to say it again, I'll let them know how powerful I am. At this time, the other Yamen runner also started crying. No one knew why he was crying. Not only were his eyes red, but his face was also red. He looked like he was in great pain. Jia County Magistrates was happy. When he heard what the Yamen runner said, he quickly said, No, I don't care what others say. Don't argue with others on this matter. After a long time, they will understand my painstaking efforts. Do you remember? He was afraid that if those people really said something, the 21 Yamen runners in front of him would go over and explain and tell others that he was the one who gave the money. Then these 21 Yamen runners would probably leave the Yamen and be followed by people at all times. Song Yang was the first to promise, Sir. Don't worry. I will listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Even if others say bad things about you, I will not make trouble. With one Yamen runner taking the lead, the other Yamen runners also promised. Yes, that's how it should be. Come over one by one. I will give you the money. Jia County Magistrates was temporarily relieved. He picked up some copper coins and silver pieces and gave them to the yamen runners one by one. Every yamen runner who received the money was trembling. Some of them wanted to say something, but they couldn't and looked like they were about to cry. After the money was given out and they put it away, Jia County Magistrates felt relieved. He thought that it was time to test them, so he said, "Tomorrow I will go to Linha village in the county to take a look and send some rice and other things there. Tomorrow you will go over there to patrol. Remember, if you meet other yamen runners, don't let them know. I always feel that yamen runner came from a gangster background and can't achieve great things. Song Yang, you also have an important thing to do tomorrow. Don't be on duty. No matter what other people do, you have to go to Xueqi Pier and see if there are any ships docked there. Also you have to write down the goods on them." Song Yang performed the best among the yamen runners. When he heard Jia County Magistrate's words, he immediately answered, "As you command, sir." The other yamen runners also answered, but this time they were not as orderly as before. This made Jia County Magistrates understand that this was not practiced in advance. "Then it's done. You can leave. Remember to go home quickly and ask your family to buy some things for the new year." Jia County Magistrates waved his hand and let the yamen runners leave. After the yamen runners left, Jia County Magistrates paced back and forth in the courtyard alone. From time to time, he recalled the expressions of those yamen runners just now. He wanted to know which was fake and which was real. In the end, he found that all the yamen runners' eyes were red. Some of them were even gnashing their teeth when they talked about Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After pacing back and forth for half an hour, Jia County Magistrates did not find anything wrong with any of the yamen runners. However, he was still worried. He went back to the backyard and found his wife. "Tomorrow, find 2 of our family's servants and go to Xueqi Pier to see what kind of ships are coming, what goods are on them, and how much they cost. Remember, you have to change your clothes, change your hairstyle, and paint your face." "Master, did something happen? If there is danger, why don't we resign from this position and leave this place as soon as possible? I have been worried that this is not a place we can control." When Jia County Magistrate's wife heard his arrangement, the first thing that came to her mind was that there was trouble, or even danger to her life. What do women know? Where is the danger? No one can control your husband. When there is an opportunity, I will show them what I am capable of. Remember, don't make any mistakes. Jia County Magistrates did not want to hear such words the most, especially now that he felt that he had people he could use. How could he leave? Wouldn't he be laughed at by those who also wanted to fight for the position but did not succeed? "Master, you are right. You are the most capable. I will arrange it now. Master, you should rest early too." Jia County Magistrate's wife immediately knew what to say. She followed his meaning and turned to leave quietly. Jia County Magistrates was happy because of what had happened today. With his wife's obedience, he said to her who had not gone far, "I will go to your place tonight. You can sleep there." Chapter 239. Another snow fell. The children's games did not disappear because of the change of seasons. Without too many worries, they could always find something to make them happy. At least, the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family were like this. When the first children opened the door in the morning and saw the snow outside that was up to their calves, what the children had to do was to carefully raise their feet and put them down again, leaving their own footprints on the white snow. The farmers who had nothing to do in the winter were busy clearing the snow. Smoke drifted in the sky above Zhuangzi, showing the strength of the Zhang family and the Wang family to other Zhuangzi. Breakfast was not something that everyone could eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also woke up early. The 2 of them did not need to go to school, so they ate a few meat buns and drank a bowl of goat's milk. Then, they took Pomegranate and the others out to find fun things to do. Pomegranate no longer made the dough and handed it over to others. She planned to teach this technique to the shops in the capital at the beginning of spring. The planting of fungus and tremella also stopped. Pomegranate really did not know how to control the temperature in winter. Cherries also stopped hatching poultry. During this season, the chickens and ducklings would freeze to death and be placed in the house. There was not enough space, so Xiao Hong also handed over the feeding of the chickens to others. Erniu and Huzi were idle at home, so they just happened to follow along. The 7 of them went straight to the fields. There was more straw in the fields than other places. In the autumn, they collected a lot of straw outside. Some of it was used for the fire, and some of it was directly pressed into the fields in the spring. This year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to adjust the planting process again. The stubble that was left behind after the rice was cut would not be dug up. After the water was poured into the field, the rice seedlings would be directly thrown out. The original rice straw would also be pressed into the water. According to Zhang Xiaobao, this would have the effect of covering the ground and suffocating the other weeds. This method could save a lot of effort. The straw itself contained the nutrients that the rice seedlings needed. The two of them didn't know how effective it was, so they decided to take a portion and try it out first. When the other portion was not watered, they would first update it, flatten it, and then water it. The rest would be done as they did last year. When the time came, they would use whichever method had the best effect. Wang Wan had also set aside half a mu of land for her and Zhang Xiaobao to carefully take care of it. They would usually take care of it diligently and apply some of the methods they could think of as an experimental field. As for whether it would be successful or not, it was yet to be verified. According to the theory of their ancestors, the two of them wanted to find a plant in the field that had no males and could not develop. Then, they would choose a more plump one to crossbreed. Wang Wan thought of this when she was lying in the snow. She turned around and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think the hybrid rice will succeed? Why do I feel that our theory is somewhat incomplete? If we don't succeed, we will have worked for nothing for a year." "So what if we worked for nothing for a year?" "We worked for nothing for so many years. You have to believe in yourself. Do you know what a male sterile rice looks like? I think all the rice seedlings look the same. It's a bit difficult." Zhang Xiaobao was confident and determined, but he didn't know how to distinguish them. This was the most difficult part. Wang Wan shook her head like a rattledrum. She had never learned this before. Occasionally, she would take a look at other people's theories, but she wasn't interested. She guessed and said, "Does sterility mean that it doesn't grow when other rice seedlings have already grown?" "There are many that don't grow. Which one is male and which one is female? It's not like animals. You can tell at a glance. If it really doesn't work, you can try it one by one. We have a lot of people so we can mobilize the power of the masses. As long as it doesn't grow, we can get them all and teach them our advanced theory. The power of the masses is the greatest. Take pomegranate for example. Didn't she say that she would continue to cultivate mushrooms when the weather was warm? It's still pine mushrooms. As long as we persevere, we might be able to get other mushrooms. It's the kind that is raised with sawdust. It's very cheap, more than 1 yuan per kilogram." Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to pass on his confidence to others. Wang Wan knew that he was shirking his responsibility. She didn't know how many people would be driven crazy by this theory when the time came. "I think you are gloating. Pomegranate is a meritorious person. The fungus can be a key public relations tool. Jia County magistrates ate well. I heard that he took more than half of the 1 kilogram of fungus given to him and sent it to Beijing. I don't know who he sent it to. Yes, there is such a thing. Give it to him. Send him another 1 kilogram tomorrow and let him continue to give it to us. After a few times, we will cut off the fungus supply. Let's see if the person who is used to eating it will take the initiative to ask him for more. If he doesn't have any left, we will take over. We are not afraid that they will be greedy, but we are afraid that there will be no way to give it to them." Zhang Xiaobao had put a lot of effort into this matter. He wanted to build a huge network of connections and cooperate with Wang Wan to create a big family. Wang Wan nodded, looked at the 5 people around her, and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That Jia County magistrates is too greedy. He still doesn't know how to restrain himself after being taught a lesson twice. Didn't the person who rushed over last night say that the bailiffs we arranged have already been bought over according to our original plan? This is called persistence. If only he knew how to farm. We can give the task of hybrid rice to him." Speaking of the fungus, I suddenly thought of something. How do you think ginseng should be planted? If you plant more than 100 mu of ginseng, you will be rich and eat it like radishes. Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts jumped. Wang Wan didn't even dare to think about planting ginseng. "Don't think about it. We don't even know what ginseng seeds look like. Yes, it's cold now. It's suitable for nourishment. Go to the pharmacy to buy some ginseng and stew it for the week. Cut it into slices and put in less at a time. Wild ginseng is not like garden ginseng. It's easy to eat the whole thing. I found that my grandfather's health is not good these days. Come with me later. It's tiring to be young. Later, we will distill the wine and buy live deer. I want to make wine for my grandfather, especially the deer blood. Buy a few more and directly chop the antlers at the beginning of spring. We need the antler blood. What else can be used to make wine? Help me think about it. I don't want to lose my family because of a small illness before I grow up. Kicking the snow in front of him, Zhang Xiaobao also pondered. In the past, he only wanted to provide nutrition to his family. Now, it seemed that he had to get some Chinese medicine to warm up, especially for rheumatism. The weather was cold. In the past, he didn't sleep on the Kong bed. When he was tired, he fell down to sleep. Now that he was old, his legs couldn't keep up. He had to find a way to warm up. It's a pity that we don't have a good prescription. In the past, Grandpa Director also made some Chinese medicine to drink or brew. There are many kinds of herbs that I don't remember. I think there are some mulberry tree roots, leaves, and branches. This is the simplest. I don't know the effects. I spend money to buy prescriptions from the people. Let's go to your house for lunch today. Okay, what do you want to eat? Wang Wan also wanted to go home and have a look. She stayed at Zhang Xiaobao's place all day. Usually, when she visited her family, it was them who came over. Occasionally, she would go out with Zhang Xiaobao to play, but it was just around at home. When Wang Wan asked, Zhang Xiaobao stopped and looked up at the sky. After thinking for a while, he said to the person beside him, Huzi, go to other Zhuangzi and see if there's anyone willing to sell a black dog. Buy one and kill it. We'll go to Cuckoo's house for lunch. Huzi obeyed the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao then instructed Yingtao, take out some of the dried vegetables that we specially dried in the sun during autumn. You have to dry them in the shade. Soak some soybeans and prepare coriander as well. Cherries also left. Zhang Xiaobao then instructed Pomegranate. I made 13 spices. There's a paper bag with the word thick written on it. Go and get 2 bags. Remember to bring some orange peel. Go to Cuckoo's house first and ask them to cook it with our chili bean sauce. Add a few more scallions. Remember to not add soy sauce. Little young master, I'll go now. Pomegranate knew that the little young master was good at cooking. Thinking that there would be good food for lunch, she shouted happily and ran away. Be careful, don't fall. Wang Wan looked at Pomegranate's lively appearance and shouted behind her. Seeing that Pomegranate didn't hear her at all, she shook her head. Hey! You have no rules at all. Xiao Hong pursed her lips and smiled. She liked to follow the little young master and the little young lady. Unlike other people, who would be whipped if they made a small mistake, they had to follow the rules only in front of outsiders. Usually they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Wan had eaten dog meat twice before. She heard that it was not good for women to eat dog meat. When she ate it at first, she always felt that the taste was a little bit fishy. She touched Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Is dog meat fishy? Yes, fishy. If it's not cooked well, it can't be eaten at all. You can rest assured that I will cook it. At this time, I will use cumin that others don't like. At noon, I will make 2 kinds of dipping sauce for you. One is sauce, and the other is salt and pepper. It's a pity that I don't have chili. Where can I get some? Mountain chili seedlings are not suitable for that. Zhang Xiaobao thought of a special dish to go with the dog meat pot. Generally, when eating dog meat pot in the northern area, people would ask before entering the restaurant. You can get it by going to sea. Ask someone to ask if there are any people who go to Guangzhou by sea now. See if they bring back any souvenirs. What if there are chili in the souvenirs? What are you talking about? Do you have to use chili? When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao mention chili, she was a little hungry. When she ate chili before, she didn't care and didn't even want to eat it. Now she wanted to eat it, but there was none. Without one thing, it would be less delicious. Besides, chili could resist the moisture. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands, spicy fish, especially in a restaurant owned by North Koreans. When eating dog meat, ask if there is spicy fish. If there is, eat it. If there isn't, absolutely not eat it. If it is not an authentic North Korean dog meat restaurant, I will make that sauce. The scallions in it are the most delicious. I put that sauce when eating spicy cabbage. The taste, let's not talk about it. You can't eat it. What you said makes me hungry. Let's go over there to play and build a house. Wang Wan was swallowed by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Even if she had just eaten, she still wanted to eat it. Well, when the children have a break at noon, we can let them play. Zhang Xiaobao made himself not think about food. He pulled Wang Wan and ran forward. With a plop, 2 human figures appeared on the snow. Chapter 240. Erniu, put that bundle of straw over here and lay it on top of the snow. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao directed Erniu and Xiao Hong from the side. It was just moving the straw. Originally, the 2 of them wanted to help as well, but Erniu and Xiao Hong were so scared that they didn't agree no matter what. What if the rice pile fell down? Out of the 4 people, 2 of them moved their mouths and 2 of them exerted their strength. As they were working, the villagers who came out to clear the snow on the road saw them and hurriedly came over. One of them respectfully said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, what are you doing? We'll help." "Okay, make something that children like to play with. Move the straw down and listen to me and cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the rice pile and said. The villagers didn't care whether they were playing with it or not. When the young master and young lady asked them to work, they directly did it. Even if the 2 little ancestors had nothing to do, it didn't matter if they asked people to take the straw down and pile it up again. With the help of these people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's work sped up. After 2 hours, a layer of straw covered the entire 2 mu of land. On top of it, there were 2 bundles of straw piled together and formed a triangular space with the ground. These triangular spaces were arranged in rows like a maze. There were numerous forks in the road. Some of the paths even had a house made of straw. Occasionally, there would be a small space made of 4 bundles of straw on the side of other paths. The adults now understood that the young master and young lady wanted to drill inside. They had done this before when they were young, but it wasn't as big as this one. It was only a few feet long. Okay, after a while, the children can come here to play after school. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said happily. Wang Wan was also admiring this masterpiece on the side. She thanked the villagers and went in through one of the entrances. She sat on the straw inside and said to Zhang Xiaobao through the wall. "Xiaobao, can you add some more fun things? Think about what we like." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan meant what she wanted to do when she was young. He stood there and thought for a while. "Go to the grocery store and take out some of the things we collected. Put them in all the passageways and let them look for them. If they find them, they'll be theirs. It's New Year's Eve today. Let them be happy. Okay, make some more food. Wrap them in oiled paper, just a little at a time. Also, ask Erniu to make some more straw bales and bring over the small shovels that we asked people to make," Wang Wan added. At this time, Huzi, who had gone to kill the dog, came back. Zhang Xiaobao instructed him on how to deal with the meat, and also went into the grass. He felt the size of the space and found that the child could pass through it. This time he was satisfied. "Xiaobao, it's almost New Year's Eve. Will the Han family and the Yuan family make a move before this? Last time, that Han Wangzhu guy didn't even tell the county magistrate how he was going to scheme against us. It's better to know early. If they make a move in these few days, what should we do?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as she peeked out from the grass. "They dare? If they really make a move in these few days before New Year's Eve, I'll make them regret being born in this world. If they don't let me have a good New Year, I'll make them unable to have a good New Year's Eve." Zhang Xiaobao was most annoyed by people who came to make trouble during New Year's Eve. At this time, the people who came to make trouble were the most immoral. They didn't want others to have peace at the end of the year. Wang Wan nodded. She thought for a while and asked, "What should the Jia County magistrates give for New Year's Eve? Just 500 grams of black fungus? Just 500 grams of black fungus? Didn't someone pay for it? Other than giving him money, no matter what we give him, he won't be grateful to us. He even asked someone to watch the dock today. It's frozen over there, right? After New Year's Eve, he will ask someone to start shaving ice." Zhang Xiaobao was very clear about this kind of human nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to scheme against him and get him into the water. It's been frozen for a long time. It's not that cold this year, but the wind is stronger. Have you forgotten that the ice at the dock has been cleared a few times? It's good that it can last until now. Let's stop. The ice has damaged a few boats. It snowed last night, so no boats will come today. I'm afraid that they will be stuck in the ice and can't go back. Wang Wan said at the side. As long as they wait for another 2 days, the swimming pool and the pond would be covered with ice to make ice lanterns. Yes, I forgot. It's just a small matter. I didn't think about it. These days I have been thinking about how to scheme against others. They don't want to live a good life, but they have to find trouble with us. These people. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. Now you are annoyed. Why didn't you think that others were also prepared to live a good life when you cheated them? Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, double standards are not good. Who asked us to live a good life now? If others want a better life, they can only get it from us. If you want a stable life, it's simple. Hand over all the prescriptions and sell the doc. Then they won't find trouble with us. You have been thinking for so many days. Have you thought about how to scheme against others? We can't always be passive. We have to take the initiative to attack. Didn't you say that you don't want me to cheat? Are you supporting me now? I don't want you to cheat people like them. They don't count. You don't have to cheat good people. You can still cheat bad people. They are already at our doorstep. If you don't let them know what's good for you, you will be sorry for your evil tricks. Wang Wan directly positioned him as a bad person. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan's angry face and laughed. He lay on the grass and said, I have long had a way. There are a few that can't be used. They are too destructive and against the heavens. I originally prepared a program for them during the new year. Later, I thought about it and decided to be magnanimous. Grievances should not be solved during the new year. That's right. They are not on the same level as you. This is the power of accumulating knowledge. Then look at them. They won't make a move. Wait until after the new year. When they do something big, don't bicker with them at this time. If you are not a gentleman, you are not a man. Wang Wan trusted Zhang Xiaobao the most in this regard. Zhang Xiaobao's brain was basically filled with all kinds of bad ideas. He was also a bad person, and a professional one at that. Unless he met those high-ranking officials in the imperial court, he might not have any opponents. Those powerful officials seemed to be born to plot against each other. Their IQ was not low, and they knew how to endure. The two of them chatted and changed positions from time to time. Otherwise, if they stayed in the same place for a long time, the straw would be warm and the snow below would melt. Time passed unknowingly, and the children were finally out of school. Today was the new year, and there were no classes in the afternoon. The children were going to go home directly, but they were called to the field by Xiao Hong. The children's minds were simple. A little fun could make them happy for the whole day. When they came to the field, they saw the houses made of straw and the passage. They shouted and rushed over. Xiao Hong followed and shouted, Don't be impatient. Don't be in such a hurry. There are still things to be said. The young master and young lady are also inside. You must be careful and don't get hurt. Today, the master has prepared a lot of small things for you, as well as food. They are all placed inside. Go and find them yourselves. Whoever finds them can have them. There are also small shovels and baskets for you to play with. When the children heard that there were so many other good things, they shouted even louder. They ran over to get some small shovels and other things before they got inside. There were a total of 4 entrances and exits. When they looked from the outside, they couldn't tell which way to go. After they got inside, it was dark inside. The light outside could only shine in a little, making it even more difficult for the children to determine the direction. This kind of mystery was also what the children liked. When they got inside, when they encountered a fork and saw people coming from other places, they would laugh when they saw them or scare them. Some children deliberately hid so that others couldn't find them. There were fun things and food inside, making them feel that they could spend the night here, or even live here forever. The little girls gathered in 2s and 3s, took the small buckets and other things, and found a small house at the side to play house. Usually, when they played, they didn't have such professional tools, and it was even more impossible for them to eat anything. Now that they had food, they could really eat it after cooking. That's great. Let's leave this place for a few days and wait for the spring plowing to tear it down. In fact, not only children, but also adults are willing to play this kind of hide-and-seek game. In fact, It's a kind of mysterious feeling in an unknown place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people exploring. This year, I must dig out tunnels below. We can make cellars inside, and we can also go from one place to another without people outside seeing. Xiaobao, how deep do you think we can dig? Can we connect the tunnels from Xueqi to between the clouds and the water? Seeing that the children were playing happily, Wang Wan also became interested. She hit at a fork and scared the two children. After laughing, she told Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao recalled that there were so many brothers and sisters who used to play hide-and-seek at night when it was a little dark. He smiled comfortably and said, "Who knows how deep we have to dig? It's probably not a small amount of work. Those emperors died, so the tombs they built should be deeper. Ask others and see how they dig. When the time comes, we can learn how to dig. Let's go and play house. In fact, we don't have to play here. We came here to play house. It's their childhood. Let's try to let them have more happy memories." Wang Wan nodded and went forward first, humming a song. Zhang Xiaobao wrote the lyrics, "On the snow by the pond, the children are calling winter." Wang Wan went faster, as if she wanted to stay away from Zhang Xiaobao. Chapter 241. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The children on Xueqi didn't need the adults to look after them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan played with them for a while, then prepared to go back for dinner. The children took the tools and the straw that Erniu had brought down, and found new fun. They dug a hole in the snow outside, and then spread the straw over it. This way they could connect the holes to the passageways. Seeing them play, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out, looked at each other and smiled. Then they walked towards Wang Wan's house. Xiao Hong and the others followed behind. When the children were tired of playing, they would naturally go home. When summer comes, we will build many corridors and small canals here. Then, the children will have more places to play. Having a place to play is really a blessing. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the children's unchanging smiles and said with emotion, "Yes, in fact, the adults are the same. Otherwise, why would they go on a trip? There are also some private clubs. In fact, in our hearts, we all want to have a place to play, a space that belongs to us, and we can decorate it according to our own ideas. This is the reason why we specially built small houses next to the passageways." Wang Wan was still excited. She felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Looking at her small hands, she smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Indeed. When we go back, we should also make a few smaller passageways in our own yard. When we are free, we can play hide and seek with Pomegranate and the others." "No, don't build those passageways. We should build them outside. When we build the corridors, we can build some small houses for the children to play in. We can also put some semi-finished products in those houses. Add some tools and they will be able to do it themselves. We can't just let them learn and become bookworms in the end." Wang Wan thought of an even better idea and began to paint a picture of the future. Zhang Xiaobao was inspired and said, "Anyway, it's our own farmstead. When summer comes, not only do we have to let the children have a place to make things, but we also have to specially arrange some places for people to watch over. Put the charcoal on the table, and put some cut meat and vegetables on the side. Make more dry tofu. I like to eat that thing that is baked with green onions and other vegetables wrapped in dried tofu, or just dip it in the sauce and eat it. The children will do it themselves. Use bamboo skewers to grill the food themselves. Just don't let them translation. Actually, you don't have to worry about this. Even the slightly older children can already help us translation." Wang Wan was already hungry. She didn't eat anything when she heard Zhang Xiao. She swallowed her saliva and urged, "Don't talk, let's go. Let's go. A frying pan that was completely different from Dong Lai Shun hot pot was placed on the shelf. Below it was a charcoal fire. It was not so hot and was slowly warming. The dog meat in the pan was cooked, and the soup was bubbling. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Wang Wan's family sat there. There was no other dish except for the hot pot, mainly because it affected the taste of the dog meat. Wang Wan's family was very happy today. They looked at the two children and gave them food from time to time. Especially Wang Wan's grandfather. When he heard that this meal was specially prepared for him, he kept smiling. Like a child, he picked up the dog meat, dipped it in sauce, and dipped it in salt and pepper. He also looked at his granddaughter and granddaughter from time to time. This matter had already been settled. They were just waiting for the two children to grow up and hold the wedding. When the time came, they would have grandchildren. No one could stop them. The two little guys were doing well. Grandpa, eat more scallions. Xiao Bao used several kinds of ingredients to boil this scallion in soup. It's not spicy at all. It's good for the body. Wang Wan picked up a piece of scallion and put it on her grandfather's plate. This scallion was soaked in soup. It was soft and not spicy. It was refreshing and good for the body. Okay, eat. Xiao Bao is very capable. In the future, Cuckoo will live a happy life. I'll live a few more years and see what happens in the future. Wang Wan's grandfather smiled and picked up the scallion, put it in his mouth, and said while eating, Grandpa can live to more than 100 years old. These days, Xiao Bao and I will make medicinal wine for Grandpa. Every morning, we will drink a cup of it. Wang Wan felt the warmth of the family and said, she had decided to distill the wine first. If it really didn't work, she would directly brew it. Originally, she felt that alcohol was useless, so she didn't do it. Zhang Xiaobao naturally had to pretend to be a child at the side. He obediently said things that made people happy. He didn't forget to pick up food for Wang Wan. He ate relatively less meat, drank a lot of soup, and even ate a big pancake. When Wang Wan's family saw that the two children had been together ever since they were born and even knew how to take care of each other, their mood became even better. The meal actually took more than 2 hours. Wang Wan's grandfather even ate one more bowl of rice than usual. The taste of the dog meat soup and rice was amazing. Lunch was finished in such an atmosphere. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate a lot. They held hands and walked outside to digest their food. These two children are really delightful. Husband, we don't have to worry about them anymore. With these two children, we don't have to think of ways to earn money anymore, Mother Wang said to Father Wang when she saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walk out. Father Wang also had to admit that they didn't have to worry about the two children. He said that's right. Now they have more money than us. Haha, if I had this ability when I was young, then father and mother wouldn't be so tired. Wang Wan's grandfather saw that his son was blaming himself and said, it's okay to be tired. Every family is like this. You've grown up and you have Cuckoo. It's worth it. When you were young, your mother and I were afraid that you wouldn't grow up and wouldn't know what to do with a small illness. It's all in the past. I have to live for a few more years and wait for Cuckoo and Xiaobao to be filial to me. Father, then this new year, whose house will Cuckoo and Xiaobao be at? Father Zhang was worried when he thought of this. He couldn't separate the two children. Last New Year, they came here to eat first and went back at night. Let's see what Cuckoo and Xiaobao have to say. They can be wherever they want. It's not like they can't see each other. Wang Wan's grandfather didn't know what to do, so he could only push the matter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also talking about this matter outside. They didn't know how to celebrate the new year. Both of them wanted to be with their families. Moreover, they had to keep watch at night and do a lot of other things. Why don't the two families celebrate the new year together? After the sacrificial rent, we can stay together and chat. We should hurry up and make firecrackers. This year, they will definitely be sold out. I wonder if Jia County Magistrate's eyes will be as red as Habai Tu's. Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the new year when he suddenly thought of Jia County Magistrates. It was the new year, so the firecrackers would definitely be sold well. Who wouldn't want to have a good time? Moreover, the marketing method of firecrackers was said to be able to ward off evil spirits. Wang Wan also thought of Jia County Magistrates. She believed that Jia County Magistrate's house would also set off firecrackers. She said with a smile, let's send more firecrackers to his house so that he will think of us when he sets them off. Okay. The first batch of firecrackers has been shipped to the county. The second batch will be shipped soon. In the Yamen, Jia County Magistrate sat in the study and listened to Song Yang. He narrowed his eyes at Wei Wei. It was hard to tell if he was happy or something else. Sir, there are no more boats today, so there is no more ice breaking. That's why I didn't remember anything. Song Yang stood respectfully in front of Jia County Magistrates. Jia County Magistrates nodded. He went out this morning to deliver something to someone in order to check on the new Yamen runners. He came back before noon because he wanted to see how Songyang was doing and whether he had lied to him. However, there were no boats today, so he couldn't see anything. He still had to go there in the afternoon. There were still 20 yamen runners there, so he had to check them one by one. Is there anything else? Is the person carrying the fireworks still there? Jia County magistrates thought for a while and asked. Sir, the person carrying the fireworks has gone home for the New Year's Eve. I heard that the firecrackers sold well today. They were made by the Zhang family. They will probably send some to the yamen. Sir, you have a lot of money. Not only will the people in Xueqi County buy them, but I heard that merchants from other places will also come early to buy them. Most of the firecrackers they shipped here have been taken away by boats. In the next 2 days, they may ship more by land. As long as they can send them to the yamen before the night of the 30th, it will be fine. Sir, this is all money. Songyang said. He wanted Jia County magistrates to think of a way to get the money. This was also arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. He kept provoking Jia County magistrates and asked the people around him to remind him so that the Jia County magistrates would know how to deal with it. A sheathed sword was the biggest threat. Once it was out, it would be easy to deal with it. Jia County magistrates was angry. At this time, when he heard that the Zhang family would make more money, he couldn't help but stand up and say, "Come with me to Tuqiao village tomorrow to deliver New Year's goods to the villagers." Chapter 242. Counting, counting, counting. Looking to the east, it was snowing in winter, the bridge in the east, and the market in the east. There were a lot of people, a lot of noise, and a happy new year. 5 o'clock was not early, so the peddlers carried the goods. They sold New Year's pictures, garlic sprouts, and rice cakes. The wind was strong, and the snow was still floating, 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 floating from head to foot. It floated to the pine trees in the forest, and there was the sound of horses in the distance. Horses, horses, horses. There were so many horses. Who was it? It was almost the new year, and they were coming here in a group? Zhang Xiaobao was showing Wang Wan how to count the treasures when a lot of horses and 2 carriages came. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and stood there blankly. Wang Wan was also stunned. After a while, Wang Wan patted the snow on her head, stomped her feet, and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Maybe they didn't prepare New Year's goods at home, so they didn't have enough time. They went to between the clouds and the water to eat, but between the clouds and the water will be closed during the New Year." Xiaobao, am I right? I think so, or they don't have a place to stay at home. They came here to rent a few houses in the market, and when we calculate the money later, we can ask Xueqi and Ergo to give them a discount. It's not easy to come so far. Zhang Xiaobao also followed Wang Wan's words. Today was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Between the clouds and the water, there were only a dozen wanderers whose homes were far away. They couldn't go back, so they found a place to stay at the back of the market. There were no other people. The market was lively, and it was estimated that no one would come for another 2 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on one side of the bridge. They were wearing thick clothes, and their arms couldn't even stick to their bodies. They could only stand there with their arms spread out. They looked like penguins with round and furry heads. If they were to change from white to another color, people would believe that they looked like 2 mushrooms from afar. They were penguins with mushroom hats. Pomegranate, cherries, Xiaohong, Erniu, and Huzi were standing by the side. Just now, they saw Zhang Xiaobao talking about something interesting and wanted to listen more. Then, someone came over. Pomegranate quickly crouched down and hugged the 2 mushrooms in her arms. She said to Erniu beside her, "Let's go take a look." Erniu nodded. When he was about to run over, Zhang Xiaobao said, "No need. Retreat. I think they are coming here. They are all tall and strong. It's scary." Erniu and Huzi immediately took 1 mushroom each and ran back with Pomegranate and the other 3 behind. The people on the other side also saw the situation here. An old man looked at them and laughed. He said to the person who got off the car next to him, "The 2 most interesting little guys are the little ancestors of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." Because it was still snowing, they could only see the 2 children being carried and running. At this time, the 2 children were no longer visible, as they were blocked by the people carrying them. The person who got out of the other car frowned and said, "That's right. Sir, he doesn't know the rules of this family. He let the two children stay outside. Not to mention getting a car, but to find more people to protect them. If something goes wrong, it won't be enough even if they die 100 times. Hearing this voice, it was obvious that it was a woman. She should not be young. Her clothes were neat and tidy, and there was only a mink scarf around her neck. The old man laughed and said to this person, "What can go wrong? I heard that the two little guys are very smart, sensible and obedient. Ever since they turned one, they have never cried or made a fuss. They are not like the other kids who are always looking for trouble for the servants who take care of them. Sir, if the people on our side are bad guys, what's the use of being sensible if they rush over and kidnap the two children?" The woman seemed to disagree with the old man's words. At this time, without waiting for the old man to speak, a guard next to him said, "Aunt Wong, we can't rush over. Look at the house in the market. There is a small room above the house. There are people inside, and there are hunting bows aiming at this side. Look at the people in the market. Many people have squeezed out of the crowd and walked to the side of the road." Hearing the guard's words, the woman looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was as the guard said. She asked doubtfully, "So what? Aunt Wong, if we rushed over just now, we would have been stopped by them." When the two children were picked up and turned to run, the people in the market moved. They are all farmers in Xueqi. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family are different from ordinary farmers in other places. They will protect each other with their lives. The god explained again. Fighting to the death is enough? Even if they run to the courtyard of the main house, they can be caught and tied up. There are so many of you. Can't you rush over? The woman continued to speak. Ha! The old man smiled and said, "If that's the case, it doesn't matter whether the children come out to play or not. Let's go. We won't go over first. Let's go to between the clouds and the water. You haven't been feeling well these days and have spent the new year here. You are the one who doesn't know the rules the most." When the woman heard the old man's words, she realized that she had said something wrong. She responded and followed the crowd to between the clouds and the water. Two maids came to accompany her. "Jujube, look at those farmers. Are they all wearing the same clothes? Why would they want to make the same clothes? When they wear them, they look strangely neat. It's easy to tell which one is a farmer and which one is a foreigner." One of the two maids whispered to the other next to her. At the same time, she pointed in that direction with her hand. The one called Jujube also saw it and said curiously, "It's true. It's really the same. Even the children are wearing the same clothes. I can't see what material they are made of. It shouldn't be coarse linen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that color." The old man was not far away. When he heard the two maids talking, he put down his arrogance and said to the two maids, "This is why Leather Guard said that it wouldn't be easy to rush over." Leather Guard immediately followed and said, "Sir, you are right. The main family of the Zhang family and Wang family specializes in making clothes for the farmers. Although the clothes they make are not expensive, they are not cheap either. This year, they specially made clothes for work. When the children go to school, they have to change into looser clothes. They also build houses for the farmers and give them rice and meat during festivals. They also help the farmers raise livestock and sell poultry. The life of the farmers is not worse than that of some of the wealthier families. If someone wants to touch the little ancestor of their main family, how can the farmers not fight? They are so good to the farmers? Then aren't the people in the courtyard even better? Dezeo, how much worse do you think the people in their courtyard are compared to us?" Jujube opened her small mouth in surprise. Dezeo did not dare to ask the old man. He could only ask the leather guard next to him, "Big Brother Leather, can you tell us about their courtyard? Do they usually get a few copper coins as a reward?" I'm not sure." Leather Guard shook his head and looked at the person next to him. This person was not a guard. He was dressed like a student. When he saw the guard looking at him, he said, "I know a little about their courtyard. I know a little about this. I spent a lot of time asking around. The servants in their courtyard are divided into several different ranks, similar to the servants in other manors. All of the servants sign a death contract. Usually, there is a monthly salary, according to the stars. I didn't manage to find out more, but the lowest is 100 copper coins a month. There are a few special ones that I know. They are the ones who just left with the two little ancestors. One of them is called Cherries. She is in charge of hatching chickens. Usually, when she leaves Xueqi to do something, Someone will follow her. The hairpin on her head is worth at least 70 strings of coins. There is also one called pomegranate. She wears 2 bracelets on her wrist. Together, they are worth at least 300 taels. There is also one who is doing something outside and has not returned yet. His name is Song Jinggong. He is also a high scholar. I can't guess his net worth. He has the final say in Little Luo Shui. If he wants to eat, countless merchants will take the initiative to invite him. If he wants to play, countless scholars will follow him. This time, it wasn't only Date and Jujube who were surprised. The one who was called Aunt Wong also turned her head and carefully looked at the other side of the bridge, as if she wanted to see something. So much money, Date. We can't compare to them. 300 taels of coins bracelets and 70 strings of coins hairpins. If we can do something in the courtyard of Zhang family and Wang family, with our knowledge, then, huh? Before Jujube could finish her words, Aunt Wong turned her head and glared at her. Aunt Wong, I was just talking nonsense. Jujube finally reacted and said something that she shouldn't have said. Humph. You don't know the rules. Zhang family and Wang family also don't know the rules in Zhuangzi. A servant who thinks about hairpins and bracelets all day long. How can she do anything? Wearing 300 taels of coins bracelets. How can she do anything? Is she adopted for nothing? Aunt Wong began to pick on this problem again. She didn't know that pomegranate didn't need to do much work. She only needed to look after the fungus and tremella. Compared to the goods stored in the warehouse, 2 bracelets were nothing. The 2 maids didn't dare to speak anymore. They looked at the other side of the bridge with envious eyes and quickly turned back, lowering their heads and walking. Jujube saw her bare wrist and then looked up at the hairpin on Date's head that was worth 5 strings of coins. She used to be envious of that hairpin and pouted. Seeing that they were about to reach Yun Shuijian, the leather guard came up to the old man and asked, Sir, are you really going to celebrate the new year here? What about your family? My family has also sent someone to pick me up. My body is getting worse and worse. I'll spend the new year there, welcoming people and sending people off. After the busy period, I might not be busy anymore. I'll come here for leisure. After the new year, I'll prepare to retire and return home. The old man sighed, tried to straighten his back, and said with some helplessness. The leather guard naturally knew that the old man's body was really not good. Looking at between the clouds and the water, he thought that the scenery here was better. The food here was not worse than any of the big restaurants in the capital, and there was a courtyard at the back. He felt that it was good. But he suddenly thought of something, so he asked, Sir, it's the new year. If other people go home, who will cook for you? Is it possible that people from your family can use the restaurant's kitchen? Chapter 243. When the old man heard the guard's words, his footsteps stopped for a moment before he started walking again. He didn't say anything else. After the group entered a room on the 2nd floor, the old man said to the assistant, Are you all going back during the new year? The waiter thought that the visitor wanted to order food. Seeing that the visitor was asking about this, he replied, Sir, I do need to go back. I am from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family's manor. When the time comes, there will be a lot of firecrackers in the courtyard. I can even receive a reward. The waiter knew this old man. Last time, Steward Zhang also called the old man Lord, so he followed suit. He could be considered the smartest waiter on the 2nd floor. This time, he answered more honestly and didn't say that guy or anything like that. How much is the reward? I'll let you people from between the clouds and the water continue to work, and I'll give you double the money? Auntie Wong said proudly. She only wanted to spend the new year here, but she didn't expect others to spend the new year not only because of money. Perhaps she was thinking that she couldn't go back to spend the new year, so she had to spend the new year with others. The waiter showed an awkward expression. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he said, Sir, guests, this is not a matter of money. I have a family, and I want to have a New Year's Eve dinner with my family. I'm asking you how much? Jujube asked. She didn't want to buy him not to go back for the new year. She just wanted to know how much the waiter from the inner courtyard earned. The waiter calculated, then raised his head and said in a low voice, I can't say, but since you want to ask, I'll tell you. It's not much. My monthly salary is 50 copper coins. After working for so many days, it only adds up to a few hundred copper coins. When Xiao Zhao heard this amount, she and Zhao looked at each other and revealed a relieved expression. This amount was not much. The two of them earned more than 80 copper coins a month. Including the money from tips, they could still save 2 or 3 strings of coins throughout the year. Just as the two of them were relieved, the shop assistant continued, "This is the monthly salary. The reward can be a little more than the monthly salary. The little one's work is barely enough to impress the master. It's estimated to be 120 strings of coins, and some other rewards such as cloth and meat." "How much? How much money can you make between the clouds and the water in a year? Give you 120 strings of coins? What do you think?" Aunt Wang was no longer as steady as before. She stood up all of a sudden. The shop assistant smiled bitterly and replied honestly, "I don't know how much money between the clouds and the water earns, but I do want this reward, or maybe more. Steward Zhang just told me yesterday that he would let me be a shopkeeper elsewhere next summer." The shop assistant understood that the reason he could get so much money was because he did a good job when dealing with people who wanted to scheme against Zhuangzi. He said 120 strings of coins, but in fact, it was more. When the owner gave the reward, it would only be more and not less. When the owner told him the amount of money, it would definitely not be that much. Zhao and Jujube stared at the shop assistant with a pair of eyes that contained many meanings. They wanted to see if this shop assistant looked different from ordinary people. 120 strings of bones and other things. What was this shop assistant doing? It was just serving a dish and saying a few words. Why was there so much? Why? At this time, Steward Zhang, who had received the letter, hurried over. When he heard that it was the Lord who came last time, he did not dare to neglect. When he entered the room, he saw the shop assistant there with an honest look. Everyone else was looking at the shop assistant. "Lord, you're here? I didn't expect to see you before the new year. I wish you a happy new year." Steward Zhang did not know what was going on, so he could only speak first. At the same time, he looked at the shop assistant. He felt that this shop assistant should not have offended anyone. He was the best shop assistant between the clouds and the water. "Don't be in a hurry to give a New Year's greeting. We can meet again. You seem to be lying." The old man smiled and looked at Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang was stunned for a moment. Of course, he was lying. A shop assistant should be honest. Between the clouds and the water would be over if the shop assistant was honest. However, he could not say that out loud. He glared at the shop assistant and asked, "Zhang Liang, how dare you lie to the Lord? Your 120 strings of cash this year is gone." "Yes, Steward Zhang. I accept the punishment." The shop assistant was also clever. He knew that Steward Zhang was just joking. He held back his laughter and respectfully replied, pretending to be sad. At this time, the others were stunned. They looked at the shop assistant and then at Steward Zhang. None of them knew what to say. Finally the old man said, "Oh, I was wrong." The shop assistant told the truth. "We just asked him about his reward. He said 120 strings of cash. We didn't believe him. Since the housekeeper said it again, everyone here believed him. So that's how it is. My lord, this Zhang Liang may look clever, but he is actually the most honest person. He will answer whatever you ask him. Because of this, he has offended many people. The second floor is quiet and there are fewer people, so I arranged for him to stay on the second floor." Steward Zhang immediately followed up and said to the shop assistant, "Why don't you thank the Lord for interceding for you? Go home and see your mother at noon. Yesterday, the courtyard sent someone to make a prescription. Your mother's legs are also weak. Go to the 5th storeroom to get the things and make a bath for your mother. Also, get a ginseng and a chicken. Cut them into 2 pieces and bring them back to let Master and I cook for your family. You offend people outside all day and don't think about home." "Thank you, Steward Zhang. Thank you. I will do my job well in the future." The shop assistant naturally knew who gave these things. The 5th storeroom belonged to the young master and his wife. With the medicine, his mother would feel better. Just now, the old man and others were surprised when they heard that the shop assistant's annual reward was 120 strings of cash. This time, they were surprised again. What was the shop assistant doing? Just now, Steward Zhang looked like he was condemning him. In the blink of an eye, he was giving medicine and ginseng. Even the chicken was prepared. The cheapest ginseng was worth more than 10 strings of cash. It seemed that he gave the whole ginseng to the shop assistant and asked him to slice it and eat it slowly. Aunt Wang pinched her leg with her hand and grimaced in pain. She knew that it was not a dream. She looked at Steward Zhang and asked, "Are you Zhang Zhuangzi's housekeeper? Can you give things to your subordinates casually? Don't you need to ask the head of the family? Don't you need to ask the madam? Are you doing this behind the family's back?" Steward Zhang did not know who this was. He wondered what the Zhang family's business had to do with others. Why should they care about him? After thinking for a while, he asked, "Sir, this is?" "Oh, this is the person who came with me. He is going to spend the new year here and won't go back. He is asking the shop assistant and others to stay and do some work. Do you think this will work?" The old man stared at Aunt Wang and said to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang hurriedly said, "I can't make the decision. I will ask Master when I go back." "How could you make the decision when you gave the ginseng just now?" Aunt Wang said in a low voice, but her voice could still be heard by the people around her. She was afraid of the old man and did not dare to raise her head. Housekeeper Zhang was also curious when he saw the old man. Also, this old man should have helped in the capital. A few days ago, 2 officials in the capital had specially sent people over to take away the things written by the old master. The imperial nephew had not done anything yet, and County Magistrate Cheng had not gained a firm foothold yet. It was impossible for him to send 2 sixth-rank officials over. So he could only say, "Sir, I couldn't manage this kind of thing in the past." Later, when the family had more money, there were more things to do. Madam was in charge of the family, and Master and Master were afraid that Madam would be too tired, so they gave me some rights to the 5th storeroom. Each time, the items are not more than 20 strings of coins. I can make the decision. When the time comes, it will enter the account and be checked once a month. As long as there is no mistake, it will be fine. When the ginseng was bought, it was 13 strings of coins, exchanged with pork and a chicken. The chicken was raised by the family, so it was only a few dozen coins. The medicine was ordered by the master. In total, it is less than 14 strings of coins. I can make the decision. Zhang Liang's mother has old cold legs. When she was young, she accidentally injured them when she was working for the master. Zhang Liang is the youngest child in the family. He has 2 older brothers. His eldest brother also broke his leg when he was working for the master. He is still doing some carpentry work for the master. "Sir, how can the master not take care of such a person?" Master often said that without them, there would not be the current Zhang family. What I did was not breaking the rules. After Steward Zhang said this, everyone fell silent. Zhang Liang lowered his head. His eyes were red. He wiped them with his sleeve and said to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, I will work hard in the future. I will not lose face for the master. Even if I die, I will protect the master." Originally, it was a case of the master being nice to the servant and the servant being grateful. However, Aunt Wang muttered at the side, "What if something goes wrong?" "Shut up. What does the Zhang family have to do with you? Back then you..." "Sigh. Now that I look at it, the Zhang family has the money and manpower. The last time I came here, it was this shop assistant who served me. He spoke flawlessly and did things steadily. Also, the people from the seedling protection team were not bad either. To be able to take care of the servants like this, the master must be very capable. If a servant can do this, how can the housekeeper be bad? If something goes wrong, the Zhang family will take care of it. Do you think this is your home? You are a housekeeper and you want to take care of other people's housekeepers?" At this time, the old man was angry and scolded Aunt Wang. That Aunt Wang did not dare to say anything. She was so scared that she almost knelt down. Dezeo and Jujube stuck out their tongues at the side and had a scared expression. The adults were angry. They usually did not put on airs when they came out. Now that they were done for, their future days would not be good. Steward Zhang was a little puzzled. It seemed that the Zhang family and the old woman who was talking had something going on. Could it be? Steward Zhang suddenly remembered something, but he was not sure. It seemed that he had to go back and tell Master and Madam. Yes, and the young master and young lady. These people did not come for the young master and young lady, right? Chapter 244. Steward Zhang said a few more words, then left Zhang Liang behind to take care of him. He hurried back home and memorized the face of the woman who always wanted to take care of him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing Chinese checkers with the Jiang Wang clan. The three of them, each with a different color, were fighting fiercely on the wooden chessboard. Ever since the Jiang Wang clan saw Chinese checkers, it only took a few days for her to be on par with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Now, she even had a slight advantage in this game. Zhang Xiaobao sat cross-legged with one hand on his lap, ready to pick up the Chinese checkers at any time. The other hand held his chin and frowned, calculating carefully. Wang Wan was also muttering to herself about how many moves she should take, while the Jiang Wang clan played slowly, looking at the cute faces of her son and daughter-in-law from time to time. When Steward Zhang arrived, the Jiang Wang clan was only 5 moves away. If Zhang Xiaobao was Wang Wan and didn't move away the 6th move, he could also finish the game with her 5 moves. Then, Wang Wan would lose. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's nervous face and smiled. She reached out to pick up the chess piece. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "You should know how to sacrifice yourself to protect your teammates." "I know, but you're not my teammate. Right now, we're divided into 3 powers. I'll be in the middle. You take your time." Ah. Wang Wan still picked up the chess piece. "Madam, you're here? And the young master and the young lady? When I was there today, I met another person. He looked to be in his 50s. There was a small scar under the corner of his left eye. When he spoke, his right eye would blink twice. His hair was coiled up and held in place with a wooden hairpin. It was the hairstyle of Feng Chao Tian. His right hand would unknowingly touch his left index finger and nose. You don't have to say anything. I got it. You came so early? I thought I could only come here after Master passed the exam. Steward Zhang, go and have people serve him well. Don't let Master know about it. It will disturb Master's study. Do you remember? Before Steward Zhang could finish his sentence, Miss Jiang Wang already knew who it was. She closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths before regaining her composure. She told Steward Zhang not to tell Mr. Zhang. Steward Zhang immediately replied, "I know, madam. I won't let Master know, but paper can't wrap fire. Madam, there's one more thing. That lord said that he wants to spend the new year here, so he wants the waiters and waiters of Between the Clouds and the Water Restaurant to continue working there. They can't go home until the 30th. I dare not agree. Oh, this matter. The Zhang family and Wang family are not the only ones working in Between the Clouds and the Water Restaurant. There are also people from the Gu family. How many of them are there?" Miss Jiang Wang thought for a while and felt that this matter was not easy to handle. She already knew who that lord was, so she didn't want to go there immediately. It would be better to delay it until the end of the exam. "Mother, there are still a few days before the new year. Don't worry. Think about it slowly. By then, even if there are no people from the Gu family, the Zhang family and Wang family will be enough. But it's not good to not let them go home for the new year. We need to think about it carefully." Zhang Xiaobao spoke at this time. He didn't ask his mother who those people were and what they had to do with their family. He felt that his mother was a little conflicted about this matter, so he didn't want to bring it up. Wang Wan nodded at the side. At the same time, she reached out and stopped Zhang Xiaobao's hand that was about to mess up the chessboard. "Madam, why don't we do as the young master says and wait for a few more days? Oh, there are 55 people in total. I don't know if there are more people coming." Steward Zhang originally wanted to talk to the young master, but now he didn't have to go there. Miss Jiang Wang clan nodded. "Then let's do it. Steward Zhang, thank you for your hard work." Steward Zhang said modestly and turned to make the arrangements. Miss Jiang Wang clan stared at the chessboard for a few seconds. When she was about to play, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Mother, Cuckoo and I are tired. We won't play. Mother, you should also go and rest." Miss Jiang Wang clan looked at her son and patted his head. She said, "Okay, Xiaobao and Cuckoo can go and rest. Mother will also take a nap. Mother has a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Mother doesn't need to worry so much. And don't worry. Our family has money, land, and government officials. Once father passes the exam, let's see who dares to look down on our family. Mother, Cuckoo and I will go back." Zhang Xiaobao said casually and pulled Wang Wan out of the door and went to his own courtyard. Xiaobao is so smart. Looking at her son and future daughter-in-law, Miss Jiang Wang clan breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of worry just now disappeared when her son said that last sentence. Xiao Bao, are those people your relatives? Your mother doesn't want to see them. Did they bully your family? Wang Wan asked while walking with Zhang Xiaobao. Who knows? It doesn't matter who they are. What's important is that this is Zhuangzi and Zhang family's territory. No matter who they are, they have to follow our rules. Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. It didn't matter who they were. Zhangjia Zhuangzi was Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Even if the emperor came, he couldn't take them by force. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about her matters. She also wasn't worried. She put aside a small stone on the road and asked, Then have you thought about who will stay in between the clouds and the water to serve people? Last time, didn't 2 6th-ranked officials come to ask for your father's things? It should be that old man who did it. I haven't thought about it yet, but there's no rush. There are still so many days. Sometimes, when an idea comes, I'll have an idea. Don't always let me think about it alone. Help me think about it too. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he was also thinking about how to handle this matter. That old man had some ability. He was already so old, and he came here to celebrate the new year. If he didn't serve him well, who would he arrange to serve? Who didn't celebrate the new year? Got it. Xiaobao, let's let the people from between the clouds and the water take turns. For example, on the eve of the 30th, just like last year, they will come to my house to eat first and then come back. The staff can do it too. On the eve of the 30th, they will come back after paying their New Year's greetings. Wang Wan suggested. She felt that it was a good idea. If it was in the past, no one would care about celebrating the new year. There would always be people in the unit who were willing to stay. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and was about to nod, but then he stopped. No, there should be a better way. Let's go back and think about it. I like to think about things while eating. I will think about it while eating. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to celebrate the new year, Jia County Magistrates was thinking about how to make Zhangjia Zhuangzi's new year unhappy. When he heard about the firecrackers yesterday and calculated the possible profit, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. When he woke up this morning, he asked some of the bailiffs he bribed to join the other bailiffs and bring the things he bought from Zhangjia Zhuangzi to Tuqiao village. In the afternoon, when they were still some distance away from Tuqiao village, a burst of firecrackers sounded. Jia County Magistrates lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked in that direction. He saw that it was a small Zhuangzi in front of an adult and a child playing with firecrackers. The firecrackers were so long that they were hanging from the tree. They rotated a few times before they landed on the ground. The crackling sounds made his ears ring. The carriage had already traveled more than 100 feet, but the firecrackers still didn't stop. Yaman runner, tell me, how many firecrackers were there just now? Jia County Magistrates waited for the firecrackers to stop. He pressed his hands to his ears, retched, and shouted outside. He didn't call for Song Yang. He felt that he should hide and use the person he bribed at the most crucial moment. If he acted too close, it would easily arouse suspicion. Yaman runner came to the side of the carriage and said respectfully, Magistrate, I think that firecrackers with 20,000 firecrackers are cheap. The more you buy, the cheaper it will be. The Yamen has 300,000 firecrackers this year. There are also some things that can explode in the sky. If Magistrate is willing to set them off, you can set them off yourself. Ah, cheap? Then setting them off like this is also money. A string of firecrackers can be exchanged for a few buckets of rice, right? Jia County Magistrate's ears felt better this time. He estimated how much the firecrackers could be exchanged for. Magistrate, you are right. It can be exchanged for a lot of rice. But that Zhuangzi has some spare money and is willing to set them off. We can't refuse them, right? Even if we don't set them off, we will still need to set them off. 1,000 firecrackers will cost 22 copper coins. 10,000 firecrackers will only cost 190 copper coins. 20,000 firecrackers will cost about 350 copper coins. Yaman runner continued to speak and estimated the price of the firecrackers. Jia County Magistrates felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. He calculated silently. Ordinary people would buy at least one string of firecrackers with 100 firecrackers during the new year, right? That would be 3 copper coins. How many families were there in the county? There were more than 9,000 families registered at the Yamen. How much could the Zhangjia Zhuangzi earn? They could earn half a copper coin with 100 firecrackers, which was equivalent to 4 strings of cash. What about those who bought more? There were also those restaurants that were used to setting off firecrackers. After the new year, they would set off a lot of firecrackers when they opened for business. According to this estimation, they could earn thousands of strings of cash just by setting off firecrackers. And this was under the assumption that the Zhang family's firecrackers would earn less. People outside would also come to buy them. Zhangjia Zhuangzi's firecrackers were constantly shipped out. How were the firecrackers made? Taking them apart, they should be made with sulfur and charcoal. There should also be saltpeter. But the problem was that he had asked someone to make them, but they didn't make a single sound. This recipe seemed to be the most important one. There must be something else in it. No, he couldn't let Zhangjia Zhuangzi continue to earn money. He had to think of a way quickly. When people from other places know about this next year, they would all come to buy the firecrackers. Wouldn't they earn even more money? Yaman Runner, ask them to speed up. If we are so slow, how will we have time to deliver the firecrackers when we arrive? Jia County magistrates was anxious and urged them. The team immediately sped up. Yaman Runner followed beside them and advised Jia County magistrates in the carriage, "Sir, don't worry. Didn't we say that we would stay here for the night? We can deliver the firecrackers tomorrow morning." Chapter 245. The team arrived at a village next to Tuqiao village. This was the place where the Jia County magistrates would deliver the goods. Some of the goods would be delivered to the Li family's Zhuangzi village. There were a few families living a hard life there. The Jia County magistrates resisted the urge to look for Han Wangzhu directly. Instead, he led the Yaman runners to deliver the goods to the poor families in the village. The Jia County magistrates felt a little better when he saw the people who received the goods kneeling down and kowtowing with tears streaming down their faces. Even though he had spent a lot of money to buy the goods from Zhangjia Zhuangzi, the Jia County magistrates felt a little better. After delivering the goods to this village, the Jia County magistrates didn't plan to immediately deliver the goods to the villages next to the Li family. He ordered the Yaman runners to go to between the clouds and the water. He didn't go upstairs to eat. Instead, he led 4 Yaman runners to the courtyard where Han Wangzhu lived. 2 of the 4 Yaman runners were bribed by the Jia County magistrates, while the other 2 were to be dealt with in the future. As soon as the Jia County magistrates entered the courtyard, Han Wangzhu greeted him as if he had already known. The Jia County magistrates arranged for the 2 who weren't bribed to stand at the entrance and the 2 who were bribed to stand guard outside the house. This time, the Jia County magistrates and Han Wangzhu were very careful. They didn't even want to talk. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Wangzhu took out a pen and the 2 started to write on a piece of paper. "County Magistrate, why are you here today?" Han Wangzhu wrote on the paper. "Zhangjia Zhuangzi is making money again. They are selling firecrackers. I don't know how to make them. I tried to imitate them but failed." The Jia County magistrates also wrote. Han Wangzhu nodded. After thinking for a while, he wrote on the paper, "What do you want, magistrate? Don't let them continue to sell firecrackers?" "No, we can only think of other ways." "Don't you already have an idea? Tell me and I'll do it right away." Jia County magistrates wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't stop them from selling things. The main reason was that the bailiffs didn't listen to him. It was also impossible for him to transfer troops from other places. Unless Zhangjia Zhuangzi committed a serious crime, he wouldn't dare to ask for help from the people behind him. When Han Wangzhu saw what Jia County magistrates wrote, he hesitated. After a while he wrote, "It's still early. It's better not to do it during the new year to avoid trouble." Looking at the words on the paper, County Magistrate Jia's expression kept changing. He also knew that if something went wrong during the Spring Festival, the matter would be blown out of proportion. The Zhang family's manner would not treat him the same as before. Although he did not know what method the Zhang family's manner would use, the methods of the Zhang family's manner could never be underestimated. Jia County magistrates felt aggrieved again. He didn't know what to do. Should he do it or wait? Sweat oozed from his forehead. Jia County magistrates wiped it, gritted his teeth and wrote, "We can't wait any longer to avoid trouble. You guys come up with ideas and I'll do it myself." "Sir, do you want to think about it again?" Han Wangzhu tried to persuade him again. "No need. Jia County magistrates insisted. Good. Someone will give you the details tomorrow. Remember not to let anyone else see it. Han Wangzhu saw that Jia County magistrates was ready to do it during the new year. He had no other choice. This plan needed Jia County magistrates' help, so he had to arrange it this way. Jia County magistrates didn't continue to write this time. He nodded seriously. Maybe it was because the last moment was coming. He was a little scared, but more excited. He felt that he finally had a chance to suppress the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even if he couldn't make them collapse at once, he could at least gain more benefits. Everything depended on what the two Zhuangzi would do. Jia County magistrates took a deep breath, picked up the papers written by the two, and burned them with a flint. He watched as the papers turned into ashes and stomped on them. He was really scared. If this matter spread to the Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he didn't know what they would do to him. With a plan in mind, Jia County magistrates knew that he couldn't turn back. He chatted with Han Wangzhu for a while, then got up and left the room. He saw two Yamen runners standing at the door and said to them, "What I just said to Brother Han, you can't tell anyone." The two Yamen runners looked at Jia County magistrates blankly and nodded under the gaze of Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates deliberately did this. He had written down all the useful things, and it didn't matter if others knew what he said. He was going to make the Yamen runners a habit from now on. "Take care, magistrate," Han Wangzhu said as he walked Jia County magistrates to the door of the courtyard. After Jia County magistrate's figure disappeared, Han Wangzhu didn't dare to delay. He found a horse in the courtyard, mounted it, and personally ran to Zhuangzi. Jia County magistrates left the courtyard. He didn't know what to feel, but he kept wanting to go to the small bridge to take a look. He also felt a little guilty, so he walked all the way. Before he knew it, he came to between the clouds and the water. He didn't go to the second floor, but randomly found a seat on the first floor near the manor. He opened the window a little and looked at the light snow that was still falling outside. He didn't move. "County magistrates, what would you like to eat?" Jia County magistrates didn't say anything, and neither did the Yamen runners. However, the waiter could not say anything, so he asked in a low voice. "Anything will do. This snow, it's really good. Let's make it heavier." Jia County magistrates felt a little crazy. The waiter was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Yes, magistrate. I will go and prepare it for you." After the waiter left, Jia County magistrates looked at Yamen runner and the others who were standing there. He said with a smile, "Sit, eat with me today. The weather is going to change." "Magistrate, it's been snowing. Do you think it will be sunny soon?" Yamen runner was puzzled and asked. Jia County magistrates pretended to be profound. He waved his hand and said, "No, it's going to be heavier. The weather of Xueqi County, whether it's snowing or sunny, it's going to change." Jia County magistrates believed that Zhuangzi from the Han family and Zhuangzi from the Yuan family would definitely help him a lot. Those two Zhuangzi were not worse than the Zhang family and the Wang family. In fact, they were even more powerful. At the very least, the Zhang family and the Wang family had started their business earlier than the Zhang family and the Wang family. The Zhang family and the Wang family had just started their business not long ago, so they couldn't be compared to those two families. After the Jia County magistrates finished speaking, he saw that the Yamen runners beside him didn't say anything, so he said again, "Isn't it better if the weather changes?" "It's good that you say so, magistrate. If it's snowing heavily, the winter wheat will have enough water. You don't have to worry about the winter wheat growing out first." Yamen runner echoed from the side. Jia County magistrates didn't say anything at this time. He looked back and forth between the Yamen runners who hadn't been bribed by him, especially Yamen runner. Every time he saw Yamen runner's puzzled look, the Jia County magistrates would smile. The dishes were served and the wine was almost warm, but Jia County magistrates still didn't say anything. He didn't eat either until the Yamen runners didn't know what to do. Only then did Jia County magistrates pick up his chopsticks, take a bite of the food, and say to the Yamen runners, "Eat, it's free." "We should thank Zhangjia Zhuangzi. You should thank him even more. Don't you think so, Yamen runner?" "If magistrate says so, then so be it. Actually, we Yamen runners should thank magistrate more. After magistrate took office, he didn't fire us, so we can still get a salary. This is why our families can live a good life. Magistrate, This humble one salutes you. Yaman Runner knew that Jia County magistrates had gone to meet the people from the Han family today. Seeing Jia County magistrates like this, he must have found a way to deal with Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Now that the Jia County magistrates was in a good mood, he naturally had to go along with it. As for what would happen in the end, was there anyone who could beat Zhangjia Zhuangzi? After all, there was a master in charge there. Jia County magistrates looked at the Yaman runners who were a little nervous and felt more and more confident that he would succeed this time. He raised his wine cup and said, "In the future, Xueqi County will be better than it is now. The people won't have to starve and freeze anymore. Some of the houses that came today are still missing. Yaman Runner, get 2 people to fix them later." Yaman Runner also saw that some of the houses weren't fixed. It wasn't that the houses were missing, but when they were cooking, the smoke didn't come out from the chimney. Instead, it came out from the roof, so there should be some cracks in the mud. Yaman Runner looked at the snow outside. It wasn't big, so he felt that it could be fixed. He said to Jia County magistrates, "I'll go right away. I'll eat when I come back. Please enjoy your meal, magistrate." After he finished speaking, Yaman Runner was about to call 2 people over. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He specifically picked the people that Jia County magistrates had bribed. Including him, there were 4 people in total. When he was about to leave, Jia County magistrates suddenly said, "Yaman Runner, I think it's better for other Yaman runners to do this kind of work. Why don't we change the people?" Jia County magistrates pointed at the people that he hadn't bribed as he spoke. He thought to himself, "It seems that the people I bribed are really being ostracized. Once there's a job, they have to do it. The Zhang family didn't give them enough." Yaman Runner naturally wouldn't refute. He called the people that Jia County magistrates picked and turned around to leave. Jia County magistrate smiled, picked up a big piece of meat, and chewed it vigorously in his mouth. The news of Jia County magistrates meeting Han Wangzhu quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. Hearing the words of the people who came, the 2 of them actually wrote with a pen. He didn't know the specific content. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Well, they can't wait any longer." "Good, as expected, they can't wait any longer. Since they want to make trouble for me during the new year, I'll grant them their wish. Everyone in the farmsteads will be on high alert. And, also, send people to monitor the farmsteads of the Han clan and Yuan clan. That's it. Xiaobao, why don't you take the opportunity to teach Jia County magistrates a lesson before they make their move? Strike first and gain the upper hand." Wang Wan listened at the side. She felt that Jia County magistrates really didn't know how to be a good person. Why did he have to pick this time? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Wei Wei said, "If we want to teach him a lesson now, we can only make it big and drive him away directly. But if we do that, the people in Xueqi County will also have a bad new year. Let's wait. It's not easy for everyone. It's the new year, so we should be happy and lively." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he suddenly said happily, "I know how to let the people have a good new year." Chapter 246. Winter, a field of white snow, wind, coming lightly, cold, not feelings. Who says helplessness, flowers will bloom. Zhangjia Zhuangzi's plum blossoms had bloomed a few days ago, but not as many as today. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up early in the morning, wrapped themselves up, and ran to the thicket of plum blossoms together. In order to be able to smell the fragrance of the flowers, they paid special attention to their noses and covered their noses as much as possible. When they reached the place, they took off the satin cloth in front of their faces and inhaled with all their might. "Xiaobao, do you smell it?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao with her eyes closed, looking intoxicated. Zhang Xiaobao also inhaled with all his might, the kind that used his nose. After a while he said, "Do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" "Let's tell the lie first." Wang Wan was still intoxicated. Zhang Xiaobao used his hand to warm his nose, which had turned red from the cold. "It smells so good. It makes me feel that this smell can't be described with any words. I smell a strong aura, I smell an unforgettable memory, I smell a fragrance from the ancient times, I smell." "You can tell the truth now." Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's lyrical speech. "The truth is that the place where we are standing is upwind. The wind mixed with some fine snow brushed past our backs, making the pink and white plum blossoms sway gracefully, bringing the smell of spring, taking away the pollen of the flowers, taking away. I was wondering why I didn't smell it. It turns out that we were standing in the wrong place. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Follow me and inhale. Come, let's go over there. Wang Wan's intoxicated expression changed, and she pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the other side of the thicket. There are 2 more days before the new year. Today is the 28th of December. Is the Jia County magistrates not going to make a move? Don't tell me it's on the 30th? Wang Wan covered her nose, which could no longer smell anything, and said in a muffled voice. Zhang Xiaobao's condition was worse than Wang Wan's. He had already blown his nose 3 times, and his eyes were red. It was unknown whether it was because of pollen allergy or because of the cold. He turned his head to avoid the direction of the wind and said, "Who cares? I don't believe that they will dare to send people here to fight and kill. Let's go and see how much we still need to prepare for the new year." In a flat area between Xueqi and the small bridge of the Wang family, next to the market, there were many busy farmers. Pieces of wooden planks were erected and inserted into each other, forming simple houses one after another. These simple houses had at least 2 doors, and some even had 4 doors, one next to the other. In these houses, there were tables and chairs, as well as many basins made by people to cook hot pot. Next to them, there was a space a few dozen steps away from them, where charcoal was placed. Zhangjia Zhuangzi had the most charcoal. They had already bought a lot of charcoal in the county, which caused the price of charcoal in the county to rise by at least 3 times. It seemed that it brought inconvenience to the people in the county, but in fact, it allowed many people who worked in their families to earn some money. After cutting down trees and burning charcoal, they could sell it to Zhangjia Zhuangzi, or to be exact to Zhang Xiaobao. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed this matter. This might give the Jia County magistrates an excuse to attack them. After all, the price of goods had risen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about this. They just increased the price when they bought the goods, and they even asked the local government runners to help them buy the goods from the people who burn charcoal. This saved them a lot of trouble. The main reason was that the 2 of them felt that by doing this, there would be a lot less trees. In the end, there wasn't so much vegetation here. The places where the trees were cut down were not replanted at all, and they didn't want to either. They directly became land. This was a newly opened land, so they could enjoy the treatment of tax exemption. So many simple houses were one of the ways that Zhang Xiaobao could solve the problem of not being able to go home during the new year. Other than the 2 main families who needed to worship the Lord, the other villagers didn't need to do this. Some of them only knew where their ancestors came from, but they didn't know who their ancestors were. The family tree that was passed down by word of mouth was no more. During the new year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know which house to go to. No matter which house they went to, it would make the other house seem too empty. Zhang Xiaobao decided that this year, everyone would celebrate the new year together. The villagers could eat their own food or share it with others. In addition to these, Zhang Xiaobao took out a lot of meat from his storeroom. He planned to cut it into slices and treat the villagers to hot pot. With so many people gathered together, it was naturally very lively. Even the workers between the clouds and the water could change back and forth. Okay, these houses are enough. Together with the houses in the market, we can celebrate the new year together. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, a worker in charge of the construction site shouted loudly to the surrounding villagers. The villagers put down their work and looked at the houses around them. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. Previously, everyone celebrated the 15th of the first lunar month together. At that time, there were torches everywhere and all kinds of snacks. Zhuangzi was not as rich as it was now. This year, they didn't expect that the main family would also be preparing to celebrate the new year. When the time came, they could pay a New Year's visit to the head of the main family on the night of the 30th. It was even more lively than before. This is good, isn't it? Between the clouds and the water is not far away. We can even send the finished goods over there. When we set off the firecrackers, we can set them off on both sides of the bridge. The only regrettable thing is that we don't know how to mix fireworks. We can only use fire. The things that explode are all the same. We should use something like magnesium powder. Zhang Xiaobao looked at everyone's happy expression and felt happy. The whole thing was a big family. He thought that not only were the adults happy, but the children would also be happy. Wang Wan was also imagining the scene during the new year. It was much livelier than before. In the past, everyone lived their own lives. To set off firecrackers, they had to go outside to set off their own firecrackers. There weren't so many people gathered to eat together. The people who came to pay a New Year's visit carried expensive things and said hypocritical words. How could it compare to now? The smiles of the villagers were not fake. Thinking of this, Wang Wan sighed with relief and said, "Yes, it's really good. That lord from the imperial court doesn't have to worry about no one serving him. I wonder, have you ever heard of a lord not celebrating the New Year at home and going to other people's restaurants?" "No, I've never heard of it. Maybe it's not written in the books? It's passed down from generation to generation. There are always some deviations in history. For example, some things that happened in our country have long been buried in the tide of history. Except for those who really experienced it, who knows what's behind a certain thing?" When Zhang Xiaobao thought of this, he felt a little sentimental. It was the most difficult thing to find the truth of things. Who cares? Anyway, it's fine as long as it's lively here. Let others worry about other people's affairs. I don't know what Jia County Magistrates is doing now. We didn't give him anything else. Only 500 grams of wood ear and 300,000 sounds of firecrackers. Wang Wan didn't care about those things anymore. What she wanted to do now was to enjoy this kind of life and maintain this kind of life with Zhang Xiaobao. Suddenly, she thought of Jia County Magistrates. Since this county magistrate came to Xueqi County, it seemed that he didn't have a good day and was restrained everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the county magistrate who came here to make a lot of money and also felt funny. He said, in addition to the original money in his family, he should have about 7,000 taels of silver left. It's the new year, so he should give some to the people behind him, right? He'll lose a lot of money. Originally, I wanted him to do good things and help develop Xueqi County. When Xueqi County became prosperous and he accumulated enough political achievements, I would give him a sum of money when he was promoted. I have never opposed corrupt officials who are capable and can do practical things for the people. County Magistrate Tang was greedy, but he was only greedy for small amounts of money. He never asked for extra taxes, and he didn't let the yamen runners work in the slightly richer people's houses through his position. The most important thing is that he knows how to adapt to the situation. After we got in touch with him, he always defended us and helped the people become rich through us. Yes, County Magistrate Cheng is really good. He knows how to know his place. Since we gave him money, he didn't accept money from others. As long as we don't do anything, no one will blame him. Even if he left with 30,000 taels of silver, no one will say that he is a corrupt official. Jia County Magistrates is different. He hasn't taken office yet, and he only wants to make money. Not to mention that he will do something for the people when he comes to the county. He didn't even ask him what he can do. He directly went against us and came with the purpose of destroying us. How can we not teach such a person a lesson? Wang Wan also had a look of righteous indignation. She put herself in the position of the strong. She thought that the new county magistrate must first maintain a harmonious relationship with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. He should take the initiative to surrender. She felt that with Zhang Xiaobao around, she was right to do so. Zhang Xiaobao also deeply agreed with Wang Wan's thinking. Everyone had their own position. Why didn't she think about looking for a partner instead of suppressing him? He had shown enough sincerity on his side. He had repaired the house, sent the things and gave all kinds of hints. After doing all these things, Jia County Magistrate still didn't change his original intention. He still thought about money. He still had to think about it according to his method. Like County Magistrate Chung, he didn't have anything he wanted. He didn't lack money, he didn't lack things, and he even helped him get political achievements. He sent him to the capital to be an official. Being an official in the capital was better than being a local official. It was an honor to be an official in the capital. Sigh. After squeezing out Jia County Magistrates, I hope to find another person in the county to replace him. We can't always transfer people from outside. It's really not convenient to use them. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his own face with his finger and said faintly, "Then you thought of a way to get rid of him?" Wang Wan really didn't know how to get rid of a county magistrate. What's more, when this county magistrate came, he was welcomed by so many people. Give him an incomplete political achievement, and he will leave. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and said, Chapter 247. After a few days of continuous snow, it finally stopped on the afternoon of the 28th of December. The gray clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the dazzling but not very warm sunlight. Jia County magistrates had finally sent out all the gifts he could. He even asked a few bailiffs to help him deliver them to some distant places. He was really not in the mood to do this. Those bailiffs who delivered the gifts naturally would not say that they were from the county magistrates. Instead, they would tell the people who received the gifts that they were from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. It was not wrong to say that they were from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. However, the people who received the gifts thought that they were from the Zhang family. "Guards, come with me." County Magistrate Jia, who was restless, put on a set of casual clothes and carried a package. No one knew what was in the package. He shouted at the yamen runners who were guarding the yamen. Song Yang had already arranged for 2 bailiffs who were bribed to wait here today. When Jia County magistrates returned from Tuqiao village, someone delivered a letter to him. Except for himself, none of the other bailiffs knew what was written in the letter. After Jia County magistrates finished reading the letter, he became more excited and nervous. When he saw the letter turn into ashes and dust, he looked at the bailiffs outside the carriage vigilantly. Today was the day for him to make his move. To be exact, it was tomorrow. He had to go to a place first. It was the border between Huayuan County and Sanshui County. Someone had found him a helper. He did something in the yamen yesterday. He did it secretly. He didn't even tell his family. "Sir, where are you going?" Song Yang asked respectfully when the carriage was ready. Jia County magistrates did not tell Song Yang where he was going. He looked around and asked Song Yang, "Have you arranged the things I asked you to do?" "Sir, don't worry. I have arranged everything. Our brothers are waiting for you on the road. But which one do you want to take?" Song Yang replied. Jia County magistrate smiled mysteriously. "You will know when the time comes. Let's go." After that, Jia County magistrates got on the carriage and went out under the escort of Song Yang and the other bailiffs. They went along a small road to Tuqiao village. The carriage did not go fast. In order to make it faster, they changed the driver to a donkey. This way, they did not have to worry about the horses freezing on the way. After walking for 2 hours, County Magistrate Jia lifted the curtain of the carriage and ordered a yamen runner outside. "You go back now and guard outside the yamen. If anyone asks about me, just say that I went out to visit the people." The bailiff nodded and turned to leave. The carriage moved forward again. After another hour, Jia County magistrates ordered another bailiff. "You go back now and gather all the bailiffs. Not only the 20 of you, but also those from other places. Ask someone to use a fast horse to report to the bailiffs in Tuqiao village. When everyone is here, it will be almost midnight. Go to the little Luo Shui pier and surround the pier for this official. Something has happened there. When the time comes, this official will wait for you there. In the future, the weather in Sanshui County will be different." When the bailiff was about to leave, Song Yang advised, "Sir, there will be only me and Sir left here. You should go back first and find more people." Song Yang, you have to believe that Sanshui County is safe. No one will hurt me. Go." In the carriage, Jia County magistrates looked at Song Yang and nodded meaningfully. He waved his hand and let the bailiff leave. After doing this, Jia County magistrates continued to let Song Yang drive the carriage forward. This time, he urged him to go faster. This time, Jia County magistrates lifted the curtain and looked outside from time to time. When they reached a small slope with 2 big trees next to it, Jia County magistrates stopped the carriage again. This time, he walked out of the carriage and looked at Song Yang, who was puzzled. He asked with a smile, "Song Yang, tell me, can I trust you?" "Milord, what do you mean by this?" "This little one is loyal and devoted to Milord. As long as Milord orders, this little one dares to go through mountains of swords and seas of flames." Song Yang had a firm expression as he patted his chest and promised. The smile on County Magistrate Jia's face was even brighter. He took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Song Yang. He said to Song Yang, "In this case, you take this letter to Tuqiao village immediately. Give the letter to the Han family in Shuiyun cottage and follow his arrangements. Be quick. Whether I can stand firm in Sanshui County depends on this." Song Yang took the letter, looked around, and then looked at Jia County magistrates. He said, "Sir, I can't do that. If you let me go, what should I do? I will drive the carriage back myself. Don't worry. I have specially brought some things. Look. County Magistrate Jia took out a conical bamboo hat and a large piece of rough hemp clothes from his big package. They looked a little shabby. This official will put on these clothes and slowly drive the carriage back. You have to hurry. It's a pity that we don't have a horse. Look around and see if there are any horses. Find one and use it first. It's better than you walking. Once you've settled this matter, this official will definitely not treat you unfairly. Go quickly. While speaking, County Magistrate Jia put on his bamboo hat and put on his clothes. Then, he went to the driver's seat and drove the cart forward. He didn't forget to look back at Song Yang. Song Yang stood in place for a moment and then shouted to the carriage that didn't go back, "Sir, don't worry. I will deliver the letter as fast as I can. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Song Yang looked around and chose a road without a road. He walked in the snow. After a few minutes, the donkey carriage stopped. Jia County magistrates jumped off the carriage and looked in the direction Song Yang left. He stared at Song Yang until he couldn't see him anymore. Then he sat back in the carriage and opened the bag. He put away the bamboo hat and the large garment. Then, he took out a set of fine linen clothes, loosened his hair, and changed his hairstyle. After doing all this, County Magistrate Jia lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the place where Song Yang left. Then he stuck his head out and looked back. After that, he opened the door of the carriage, closed it, and opened it again. He repeated this 5 times. The cold wind kept pouring into the carriage. Jia County magistrates stopped and waited. After a while, 4 figures appeared on the hillside. 3 of them stood there and looked around. One of them ran quickly to the carriage, opened the door and got in. "Sir, please go down quickly. Leave this to me," the man said to Jia County magistrates as he got into the carriage. At the same time, he took the bamboo hat and clothes from Jia County magistrates and put them on quickly. His figure was about the same as Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates nodded and didn't say anything. He got out of the carriage and glanced around. He trotted up the small slope and joined the 3 men who were on guard. They went down from the other side. The man in the carriage also got out and sat in the driver's seat. He continued to move forward. The wheels of the carriage left deep tracks in the snow. After walking for a few dozen feet, the donkey pulling the carriage felt that the carriage was lighter and walked faster. A gust of wind swept past. There were 2 marks in the snow that seemed to have been deliberately messed up by someone. Jia County magistrates went down the slope and immediately got into another carriage. There were 3 identical carriages here. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even be able to see the horses pulling the carriages clearly. One of the carriages was being driven in the direction of the yamen. The other one turned around and went up the slope first. Then, it followed the carriage that Jia County magistrates was driving. County Magistrate Jia's carriage waited for a while longer before turning onto another small road. The driver seemed to be in a hurry as he kept whipping his whip. The 3 horses were pulling the carriage at a high speed. After leaving, Song Yang went to a farmer's house. Seeing that there weren't any animals that could be ridden, he had no choice but to run in another direction. He ran to the side of a house. Song Yang looked around and saw that there was no one around. He took out the letter from his chest and opened it to read it carefully. It said, "The water route is blocked. The people coming should go around Xin County. The yamen runners have been sent to Little Luo Shui. We will act in 2 days. Come quickly." Seeing these words, Song Yang was shocked. It seemed that Jia County magistrates was preparing to find people from outside to deal with Little Luo Shui. After thinking about it, Song Yang couldn't make up his mind. He knew that there was a small Xueqi village in front of him. There were more than 70 people and horses inside. Song Yang put away the letter and ran towards the village as fast as he could. "Sir, have you settled the matter in the yamen? You have to know that without that matter, we will have less people to rely on when we act tomorrow." When Jia County magistrates was 2 li away in his carriage, a person who had been waiting for a long time got into the carriage and spoke to Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates knew that this person was sent by the Yuan family. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. It was done last night. I asked my son to carry it with him. There won't be any mistakes. This time, I want to see what Zhangjia Zhuangzi has to say." "That's good. Sir, Can all the yamen runners really gather at Little Luo Shui? And then be transferred together? When this person heard Jia County Magistrate's words, he relaxed a little and asked about the yamen runners. Jia County Magistrate smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether they are gathered or not. Even if I didn't ask them to gather, someone else would have helped. Then, they would all go to Xianping County to guard it. This is a diversion tactic." "Sir, you're amazing. My master only asked you to help transfer the bailiffs away, but he didn't expect you to come up with such an unpredictable plan. Once you succeed, we'll be a family." The man flattered at the side. Jia County Magistrates was finally relieved. He opened the package and took out his official robes and official seal. After putting them on, he said to that person, "How are things going on your side?" In reply to my lord, "It's almost done. It's just that the Zhang and Wang families' farmstead are building houses over there. I don't know why." As the person spoke, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 248. Jia County Magistrates drove all the way. In the afternoon, they finally arrived at the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. There were already many people waiting there. Jia County Magistrates got out of the car and got into another car. At this time, there was already someone in the car. When the person saw Jia County Magistrates, he immediately said, "Jia County Magistrates, you must be tired. Come back with me to rest. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Everything will be easy when we reach there." Jia County Magistrates also replied, "Dr. Han, you are too polite. This time, with you and the Yuan family, we will definitely make Zhangjia Zhuangzi unable to make a comeback. Everything depends on you, Dr. Han." Well said, well said. But when the time comes, there are some things that we need to discuss carefully, especially hatching chickens, wood ears, and the recipes for good food. I hope you can consider the overall situation. Dr. Han was not polite. At this time, he made things clear to avoid any mistakes. Jia County Magistrates naturally understood that no matter which of these three things he took, he would be rich, especially the wood ears. When he thought about it, he was filled with hatred. Since he could plant them, why did he have to give him 1 kilogram at a time? When he bribed the higher-ups, he had to consider which one to give first and which to give later. But this recipe was not easy to get. If the three families knew about it, more wood ears would be produced. Someone would have to go further away to sell them. Moreover, the relationship between the three families was not so good. Thinking of this, Jia County Magistrate said, "Dr. Han, don't worry. I just want to vent my anger. When the time comes, we will discuss how to divide it slowly. But I want to take most of the land in Shao Luo Shui County. After all, it is in Sanshui County and is next to the Yamen. Okay, we will see if Zhangjia Zhuangzi has anything else. Maybe there is something more valuable." Ha ha ha. Dr. Han was also thinking about his plan and laughed. At the entrance of the Baiwei Pavilion, Jia Weiran, who had nothing to do these days, walked out after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Of course, he did not pay for the meal. Under the respectful escort of the waiter, he rode on the horse and put on a cloak. He seemed to be wandering around aimlessly again. He strolled leisurely until he reached the outskirts of the county town. He continued to ride his horse forward, touching his chest from time to time with a smile on his face. Seeing that there was no one around, he took something out of his bosom and examined it carefully. He muttered, "This time I've also rendered a meritorious service. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to get a loose official position. Zhangjia Zhuangzi, you've gone too far. This time I'll let you know how strong I am." Following his shout, the slowly moving horse started to gallop. He rode on the horse with a high-spirited look on his face. After running for 3 hours, the horse could not take it anymore. It was always in the snow, and it was not a particularly good horse. At this time, white steam came out of its mouth and nose, and it ran slower. Jia Weiran saw the state of the horse and had no choice but to dismount. He led the horse forward, scolding as he walked. "There is no good person in the Zhang family. How can a horse ridden by a yamen runner be unable to run such a short distance? I wanted to ride it, so you gave me an inferior horse. After I've dealt with you, I'll let you feed the horse every day. Humph. Just wait, the 3 crimes will be placed on you. No one can save you." Even the imperial nephew will not dare to make a sound. Humph. Jia Weiran kept scolding Zhangjia Zhuangzi as he thought about how to deal with him. He led the horse in the snow and looked forward from time to time, hoping to find a place to rest. His body could not withstand such a long journey. By the time he reached the place, he would either be exhausted or frozen to death. After walking for another hour, just as Jia Weiran was about to get back on his horse, a few stalls connected together appeared in front of them. They were right beside the path. Why are there stalls in such a place? Jia Weiran asked curiously. He immediately increased his speed. The fragrance that came with the wind made him know that at least one of them was cooking. He could drink some hot soup to warm himself up. When he got closer, he realized that it was not a stall selling things. It was a group of people resting here. The stall was set up to block the wind. He could not tell where these people were from their clothes. There were all kinds of clothes, a few carriages, and more than 10 horses. After a quick count, there were a total of 22 people eating and drinking there. The fragrance constantly wafted into his nose, making him drool uncontrollably. From these people's things and clothing, he could tell that they were probably merchants. Yes, Xueqi County was rich now. Many people would sell their goods here. From these people's clothes, he could tell that they came from other places. He did not know why they came out during the new year. Could it be that they did not have a fixed place to stay? Jia Weiran thought. He felt that there was no danger. He wanted to eat and took a fancy to their horse. He led his horse over. Are you merchants? Jia Weiran saw that they raised their heads and looked at him. He had no choice but to speak first. Yes, young master. You are walking here alone and riding such a bad horse. Could it be that you are in trouble? Among those people, one of them was sitting in the middle and was surrounded by others. He said to Jia Weiran. Jia Weiran shook his head. No, I don't know how to look at horses. I just rode a random one out. The horse was not good, so I had to lead it. I am hungry and tired. I wonder if you can sell me some of these things. I will give you more money. As he spoke, Jia Weiran took out a string of copper coins with 100 coins in it from his sleeve and held it in his hand. Seeing him like this, those people suddenly laughed. It was the one who spoke just now who said to him, Young master, there is no need to buy such a small amount of food with money. Just sit down and eat. Come, try this meat. It is so fat that it drips with oil. Someone at the side took out a piece of fatty meat with some lean meat from the pot and placed it in a bowl. He scooped a spoonful of soup, half a spoonful of garlic sauce, and sprinkled some coriander and chopped green onions. He passed the bowl to Jia Weiran with chopsticks. Jia Weiran did not like to eat fatty meat. His family was not like other people who did not see much oil and were willing to eat fatty food. However, seeing that they were so enthusiastic, he did not want to reject them. He endured the discomfort in his stomach and took the food. He smelled it first. It was indeed not bad. He did not know how the soup was made. He carefully picked up a piece of fatty meat that weighed half a kilogram and took a small bite. Jia Weiran's eyes lit up. He nodded. Delicious. It is fatty but not greasy. It is fragrant. And this soup, it warms me up. I can't help but want to drink more. That's only natural. It's very tiring for people like us to work outside. If we don't eat more oily things, we can only think of ways to make the fatty meat taste better. Since young master likes to eat, then eat more. Come, young master, sit here. When that person heard Jia Weiran praise the meat, he was very happy. He patted the cushion beside him and invited Jia Weiran to sit. Jia Weiran realized that the wind was the weakest in that area, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He thought to himself that he could just pay more when the time came, so he walked over there. After taking 2 steps, he tripped and fell backward. Before he could fall, 2 people on both sides hugged him from the front and the back. Young master, be careful. We are cooking here. There are many things. You can accidentally kick them. One of the 2 people who were supporting Jia Weiran patted Jia Weiran's clothes that were crumpled when they were supporting him and said. Jia Weiran then realized that there was a stick by his feet. He did not see it just now. It seemed that he could not be careless. If he fell, it would hurt for a while. His clothes would be dirty too. He started a fire to melt the snow in the cooking area. He moved his waist and felt that it was fine. Jia Weiran smiled and said, It is all thanks to this big brother. Otherwise, I would not be able to wear my clothes out. No worries. Young master, please sit here. Try this fried rice with eggs. There is vegetable oil and some shredded meat inside. The person who spoke earlier pulled Jia Weiran to sit beside him. He passed over a bowl of rice and 2 small salted vegetables. At the same time, the person beside him scooped a bowl of soup and passed it to Jia Weiran. He ate the fried rice with salted vegetables and soup. The taste was amazing. Jia Weiran picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As he ate, he said, "Delicious, it is really delicious. It seems that you guys really know how to enjoy life. If all merchants can be like you, how can there be any hardship?" "Young master, you are wrong. It is fine here, but when you go further, such as the land of Sichuan, it is useless no matter how good the food is. The road is not easy. If you think it is delicious, you can put some in a bamboo tube and keep it with you. It can warm your body and you can eat when you want to." The person beside Jia Weiran told Jia Weiran about the difficulties of being a merchant. At the same time, he took out a bamboo tube and put the meat and soup inside. "Okay, I will take this. There is still a long way to go. I will give you money when we leave." When Jia Weiran heard this person say that he was keeping it with him, he rubbed his hand against his chest. When he realized that the thing was still there, he was relieved. Seeing that they were so nice, he wanted to give them money. "Young master, what are you saying? Why do you need money? It is fate that we can have a meal together." "Young master, please don't talk about money again," the person said unhappily. Jia Weiran pointed at his own horse, then pointed at their horses and said, "It's not money for food. I want to buy a horse from you. I'll leave my horse to you. You have to pay for this horse. I hope you can agree to this request." "Buy a horse? Actually, we don't have many horses." The person hesitated this time. It seemed that he did not want to sell. The person beside Jia Weiran said, "Lao Wu, it is not easy for the young master. Sell one." If the young master froze because he did not have a horse, wouldn't we treat him for a meal for nothing? Lao Wu thought for a while and nodded at Jia Weiran. "Okay, I will exchange this horse with you. You have to pay 5 coins. Otherwise, if the old master heard this, he would be sad. He continued, "Without the old master, where would the old master come from? This is the old master's ability. At that time, he wasn't like you, who could study in school every day. It was already good enough that you didn't starve to death. Every time the harvest was low, the old master of the Zhang family would take in less food. With the 100 households' food, no one in Zhuangzi would starve to death. Look at you now, enjoying life. You have books to study. Zhuangzi provides good food 3 times a day. You have to learn well so that when you grow up, you can do more for the master." Where did I stop? Food. In the past, we ate a mess of food. How can it be compared to now? If you want to eat meat, you can eat a meal every few days. If you want rice, noodles, and new clothes, wait until next year. You can eat meat every meal. After saying this, the old man was tired after sitting for a long time. He rubbed his waist and prepared to go back. The children were listening happily. Seeing that Grandpa Wanyan was about to leave, 2 clever children immediately came behind Grandpa Wanyan and began to massage his back. One of them said, "Grandpa Wanyan, don't go. We'll massage your back." The massage was useless. The old man nodded with a smile. "Okay, continue. Talk about food. Do you see those cows and sheep? At the age of 30, you have to leave some space in your stomach. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat. There are also those dumplings and pig trotters. In the past, you didn't even dare to think about it. If you don't believe me, you can go to other Zhuangzi or ordinary people's houses to see if they have these things to eat. It's good enough to use white flour and other kinds of bread to make dumplings during the new year. Who dares to put meat in them? There are only some green onions. The rest is all meat, and that shrimp." "I know, Grandpa Wanyan. When they learn to write, they will have good experience and write it down. Why do they need to pass it down orally, which is easy to lose?" Zhang Xiaobao also thought about it. He knew that in the past, it might not be a big deal to know how to read. But now, not everyone had the opportunity. For example, some families had problems eating. Where would they have the money to buy ink, paper, inkstone, and other things. It was impossible to learn things without paying a single cent. What would the teacher eat? Wang Wan also understood the importance of knowledge. It was passed down from generation to generation. Many good prescriptions were passed down by word of mouth because people did not know how to read or write. In the end, they were buried in history, and no one remembered them. Okay, I also agree. Anyway, they don't need to pay. They just need to learn. When they gradually trust the main family more, I will teach them physics and chemistry. I don't need you. I know you don't know how to do it. You just need to help me find various experimental supplies. Yes, I really don't know how to do it. I haven't received orthodox education. Now I know that kind of education is really not ordinary. 12 years of compulsory education is better than 9 years. It belongs to the growth of society as a whole. Zhang Xiaobao had to admit that education had a role in improving the quality of the people. Chapter 250. The wind was cold outside the courtyard, but the charcoal was warm inside the house. The curtains were filled with beautiful colors, and the brush was filled with the fragrance of a scholar. In an elegantly decorated house, the red charcoal fire blocked all the cold outside. Smelling the light incense, it made people feel sleepy. County Magistrate Jia sat on a cushion with a small table in front of him. Tea and snacks were indispensable. There were also several kinds of fruits that had been preserved for some unknown reason. They looked tempting, but it was hard to tell how they tasted. There were also 2 small tables next to Jia County Magistrates. There was one person sitting behind each of the tables. There was also a chair with armrests placed behind them. The 3 people sat down and didn't speak for a while. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to speak first. After drinking a pot of tea, Jia County Magistrates couldn't help but speak first. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is a foregone conclusion. I don't know how Dr. Han and Yuan Yilong think we should divide the Zhang family's things. Jia County Magistrates didn't want to waste too much time. He wanted to have a good sleep in a while so that he could be energetic tomorrow. If they set off from here, they would arrive at their destination around noon. The head of the Han family, Dr. Han, also had an official position. He looked at the Yuan family's house and said, Yuan Yilong, this time there are a lot of things. Yuan Yilong, you can speak first. Yuan Yilong saw that the 2 people didn't want to speak first, so he thought for a while and said, if there is nothing else in Zhangjia Zhuangzi, then there is some money. They made a lot of money in Little Luo Shui. We can divide the money between the 3 families. We can divide it into 3 parts the same amount. What do you think? Okay, I agree. There is indeed a lot of money in that farmstead. County Magistrate Jia, you must act quickly tomorrow. You must convict them first. By then, it will be too late for anyone to come. After all, we have made sufficient preparations. Dr. Han felt that this amount of money didn't matter. No matter how much it was only a few tens of thousands of strings. What was really useful was the prescription. Jia County Magistrates was a little reluctant. After he fell into the water, his 13,000 strings of coins were taken away by the Zhang family. He also spent a lot of money to buy the Zhang family's 6,000 strings of coins and gave them to the people for free. No matter what, he should exclude the 19,000 strings of coins. However, if he really said so, the 2 families would definitely not let go of the benefits after that. He had no choice but to say, I also agree. They should also have a place to put their money in Little Luo Shui. When the time comes, that place will be like their Zhuangzi. Yuan Yilong, let's talk about other things. There are still the rural households. Once the 2 rural households in Zhuangzi are gone, the rural households will change owners. After Jia County Magistrates finished speaking, the 2 people were silent. They thought of the same thing. They were ready to accept some of the rural households. This way, they would have a lot of labor. However, they were afraid that the rural households would still think about the owners and cause trouble for them. The most important thing was that if they wanted these villagers, they would have to give in to County Magistrate Jia in other aspects. This was something that both of them did not want. The villagers who caused trouble would lose part of their benefits. No matter how they looked at it, it was not appropriate. Dr. Han was not in a hurry. Jia County Magistrates asked Yuan Yilong, so naturally, Yuan Yilong should say first. Yuan Yilong secretly cursed in his heart and said, these rural households are the people of Sanshui County. Even if we accept them, We still have to do things in the local area. Dr. Han and I are not suitable to accept them. It's better for Jia County magistrates to keep them. We can divide the things in the warehouse, livestock, and poultry. Jia County magistrates didn't expect that when he pushed them out, he would push them back. When he thought about it, it made sense. If the people of Xueqi County didn't suffer any disasters, it was impossible for them to leave here. If they really left, he would be found by the people above. However, how could 2 zhuangzi and more than 800 people compare to the things in the warehouse? There must be a lot of tremella and fungus in the warehouse. Just a few of them should be more than 10,000 strings of cash, right? Maybe even more. Plus, there were more than 30,000 poultry, a herd of cattle, sheep, and horses. Overall, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yes, there was still so much food. No, he couldn't agree. In the end, the people wouldn't belong to him. Perhaps the imperial court would give zhuangzi to other people. That's not right. The rural households won't belong to me. Let's put it aside for now. The 3 of us should divide everything in zhuangzi equally. Yuan Yilong, tell me about the prescriptions. I want the wharf in Shao Luo Shui. Now I know there are 3 prescriptions. The one for hatching chicks, the one for increasing grain production, and the one for growing fungus. Jia County magistrates put the matter of the rural households aside and began to talk about the prescriptions. Yuan Yilong shook his head and said, not 3. There's also the one for making liangpi, vegetable oil, chili sauce, and seasoning. There was originally a prescription for growing vegetables in winter, but they offered it. Oh yes, they also offered a prescription. That prescription can be said to be beneficial to the country and the people. It seems that there will be more twists and turns. It's better to call County Magistrate 1. After all, this time we will use his bailiffs. Originally, we said that we would give him money, but now it seems that just giving him money is not enough. Give him a prescription and convict Zhangjia Zhuangzi of invading and disturbing the people of Huayuan. We can bring up the matter of the straw on Zhuangzi in Dr. Han's house. The matter of the cow in my house having diarrhea after eating will not work. Those who are willing to take the bait are not reasonable. We can't find a seller. Yes, I think this matter can be done. County Magistrate Wen's prescription can help us resist a lot of pressure from the higher-ups. Dr. Han agreed with Yuan Yilong's idea. At this time, the Jia County magistrates reacted. Zhangjia Zhuangzi did have a lot of prescriptions. Then the money should be re-estimated. Maybe there are more prescriptions that haven't been taken out. Yes, there are more. There are still 2 more. One is the prescription for making firecrackers, and the other is the one for making popcorn. Forget about the candy prescription, I have already given it to Zhou Shihu. There are so many prescriptions. Maybe there will be new prescriptions. Now that we have agreed, it will be difficult to divide the new prescriptions when there are new ones. Hearing the Jia County magistrate's words, Yuan Yilong and Dr. Han were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Fortunately, they acted early. Otherwise, if they were given another 2 or 3 years, wouldn't they fly to the sky? I want the people of the Zhuangzi main courtyard of Zhang Zhuangzi and Wang family. Yuan Yilong and Dr. Han said at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They knew what each other was thinking. The prescriptions didn't come out of nowhere. Someone must have thought of it. As long as they caught the person, there might be more prescriptions in the future. Each one of them was a hen that laid golden eggs. After the 2 of them finished talking, they laughed and regretted it. Sure enough, the Jia County magistrates was not a fool. In the past, he had always wanted to take revenge. Now that he heard the 2 of them, he also understood the importance of people. When the 3 of them talked to this point, they couldn't continue. The things could be divided, and the prescriptions could be divided. But how could they divide the people? Judging from the situation, it should be a prescription made by one person. Even if they gave all the prescriptions to others, it would be a profit if they had such a person. The more Yuan Yilong thought about it, the more difficult he felt. He could only say, let's put this matter aside first. We'll talk about it when County Magistrate Wen comes. Huayuan County is not like Xueqi County. There are actually more than 700 bailiffs. There are only 300 bailiffs, and some of them are temporarily found. The Zhang Zhuangzi main courtyard and Wang family have a lot of villagers in Zhuangzi. We have to act quickly. If we catch the main family first, The villagers won't dare to rush. Otherwise, it will be easy to make things worse. If hundreds of people die, we won't be able to get away. Jia County magistrates used a trick to transfer the bailiffs away. When the Zhang Zhuangzi main courtyard and Wang family are arrested, the 700 bailiffs will be obedient. They can't run to Huayuan County's prison to find people, right? That's no different from a rebellion. Huayuan County's prison? How can they be locked up in Huayuan County? If they want to be locked up, they should be locked up in Xueqi County. Your Huayuan County's yamen has no reason to come to Xueqi County to arrest people, right? Jia County magistrates was concerned about the person who came up with so many prescriptions. No matter what, he couldn't send the person to someone else's place. When the time came, who could guarantee that these people wouldn't ask who the person was first? Yuan Ilong, of course, knew what County Magistrate Jia was thinking about. He took a sip of the cold tea and said, "County Magistrate Jia, you mean to say that I should be locked up in the prison of the Xueqi County Yamen? Which bailiff will be guarding them? You don't even trust Song Yang. You said that he would definitely collude with the Zhang family. That's why you gave him the letter. If he didn't collude, then the bailiffs would all be at little Luoshui's place." Jia County magistrates really didn't know how to answer Yuan Ilong's question. In the entire Xueqi County, except for his family, he didn't trust anyone else. Even though Song Yang had always been so respectful and obedient, he was prepared for both sides. At this time, Dr. Han interrupted and said, "How about this? When we catch the person, the three of US and County Magistrate 1 will escort them to the capital together. Let the people in Zhuangzi County and young Master Jia do the rest. The bailiffs in Xueqi County will have no backbone, so it will be easy to manipulate them. When they are obedient, we will either really send the person to the capital or come back. What do you think?" "Okay, let's do it according to Dr. Han's method." Yuan Ilong agreed. Jia County magistrates was a little worried. If something happened in Xueqi County, he should report to the prefecture first. He couldn't directly escort the person to the capital. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I also agree to do this. But when the time comes, I will have someone send a memorial to the prefecture. We will leave here first. When the prefecture investigates, we will have something to say." When the two people saw that he agreed, they were relieved at the same time. They were afraid that Jia County magistrates would leave midway. Then they would have no reason to go there. After the matter was arranged, the three people didn't continue to drink tea. They went to another hall and asked the servants to bring wine and dishes. They were ready to have a good meal. Jia County magistrates was only worried about his son at this time. He was afraid that his son couldn't come in time, or that something had happened to him. He had no choice but to ask Yuan Ilong to send someone to meet him. This was also to give his son a credit. Otherwise there would be no excuse. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt sleepy and wanted to go back to rest. At this time, 3 fast horses came from outside and directly went to the main house of the Zhang family. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the speed of the horses and the marks on their bodies, they were both shocked. It was actually an emergency report of 800 miles. They hurriedly ran home. When the two people entered the yard, Steward Zhang told them about the yamen runners. "You really don't want to give me face. Okay, this time I don't have to take the initiative to drive them away. Arrange it right away." When Zhang Xiaobao heard about the matter, he was furious. He decided to get rid of Jia County magistrates once and for all. Chapter 251. The night was hazy, and the lanterns were reflected in the water. A few red dots appeared on the pavilion, and the winter starry sky. Between the clouds and the water. Looking down from the window on the second floor, the water in the man-made lake was not frozen. The old man and his family who came a few days ago were also here. At first, they thought it was strange, but then they saw that during the day, someone was using a charcoal brazier to roast the water on the lake. When the water was slightly frozen, it would be picked up by someone. At this time, a few lanterns were hung on a boat and placed in the lake to illuminate. They set off the independent pavilion in the middle of the lake, reflecting the winter starry sky, hazy and dreamy. A 6 or 7-year-old girl with 2 braids on her head put her small hands on the window. She stood on tiptoe and looked down. A pair of lively big eyes blinked, full of curiosity. "Grandpa, look, look, there are lanterns below. It's so beautiful." The little girl stretched out one hand and pointed straight down. She turned her head and said excitedly to the old man. The old man already knew the scenery below, but he still stood up and walked behind the little girl. He looked at the place his granddaughter pointed at, touched his granddaughter's head, and said, I saw it, I saw it. I think it's good, so I'll see it more often in the future." "Father, are you really going to retire?" Hearing the old man's words, a man sitting next to the table asked. "Kong, it's not that I want to retire, but my body is getting worse day by day. Staying in that position will harm the country and the people. It's better to find a place with good scenery and enjoy the scenery," the old man said helplessly. Seeing his granddaughter look up at him with a puzzled expression, he said to her, "I didn't know where to find it. In the past, I didn't know where to look, but now I know. It's Xueqi Denver. You can look at the scenery and taste the delicacies. In the future, you'll be able to look at it all day long. I don't think they can ask for too much money from me. Don't you think so, Miss Wang?" The last words were said to Aunt Wang. Before Aunt Wang said anything, Date and Jujube, who were serving beside her, nodded together. Jujube said quickly, "Sir, you're right. In the future, you don't need to pay a penny here." How dare the Zhang family not listen? "Haha, little girl, if you say that, don't let the people of the Zhang clan hear it. Otherwise, they will definitely drive you away. The Zhang clan today is different from before. Wait until tomorrow. This old man will let you see that child. After the new year, you will have something to say when you go back." The old man didn't think that the head of the Zhang family would be as timid as before. What the Zhang family did in the past 2 years, if it wasn't for the head of the family having the ability, there must be an expert guiding him. Aunt Wang didn't think that the Zhang family was that great. She said, "Sir, even if the Zhang family is stronger than before and has a 7th-ranked official, they still can't enter other people's eyes. When they go to the capital next year, won't they still have to stay in the Wang family? Otherwise, who will help them organize the poetry and wine banquet?" The old man looked at the steward sent by the Wang family, who was Auntie Wang, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "If you still think this way, then don't go see the child tomorrow. Look at how the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads are being managed. How could an ordinary person do that?" Aunt Wang didn't dare to talk back to the old man. She could only whisper, "It's just a Zhuangzi. Could it be that they have great ability? It's just 100 villagers, and they can reach the heavens?" When the old man heard this, he didn't want to say more. He turned to his son and said, "Kong, go take a look tomorrow. You just came today, so you don't know what Zhuangzi and Zhang family are like. Learn from your cousin and hide in Shao Luo Shui. Learn from the docks." "Father, I understand. If Zhuangzi and Zhang family are different from other places, then the person behind them is definitely not an ordinary person." The child immediately stood up and said respectfully. Seeing that his son was so sensible, the old man finally showed a satisfied smile. He sat down again and looked at the bubbling hot pot on the table. He picked up a roll of mutton with his chopsticks and dipped it in the hot pot. He dipped it in the sauce on the plate and put it in his mouth. After swallowing, he said, "This way of eating is really different from other places. The mutton melts as soon as it enters the mouth. There's another aroma in the meat, and the rank odor can't be smelled. I think it won't be long before this way of eating spreads. Master is right. I lost a few teeth, so I thought it wouldn't be easy to eat this meat. Who would have thought that after putting it in my mouth and chewing it a few times, I can eat it? The chef between the clouds and the water is also not ordinary." The old woman at the table also dipped a slice and praised. The old man's son immediately dipped 2 more slices and put them on the old woman's plate. He said, "Mother, if you want to eat more, then eat more. This meat is fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. You should also try it." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of red braised pork for the old woman. It was bright red, but it didn't have the taste of the red pond in the mouth. It was the color of sugar fried with white sugar. The meat was also specially chosen to have 3 layers of meat. When it was dipped in water, he specially added shancha juice. The old woman looked at her son, then looked at her granddaughter, and then looked at the lively atmosphere in the room. She laughed happily and said to the old man, "Master, I heard that the new county magistrate of Xueqi County seems to have some friction with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why don't you persuade them? If the county magistrate uses any tricks and harms the Zhang family and the Wang family, it won't be good. The old woman was a little worried about the Zhang family and the Wang family. After all, Jia Shan and Jia Yiheng were county magistrates and had some ability. As she spoke, her eyes landed on the steward of the Wang family. Her meaning was self-evident. Auntie Wang also knew why the old lady was looking at her, but she pretended not to know. On the other hand, Little Zhao and Big Zhao were anxious when they heard this. They exchanged glances, but did not dare to casually say anything to protect anyone. The old man muttered to himself for a while and said, "Don't worry. It's the new year. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble for others at this time? After the new year, there will be a provincial examination. That way, Zhang Zhong will have the status of a provincial scholar. Since he's close to the capital, he can participate in the spring examination this year. In the next few months, as long as the Zhang family and the Wang family are fine in Zhuangzi, with the help of the people in the capital, as long as he can show some ability, there will be no need to worry about Zhuangzi." Father is right. This place is close to the capital. Once he has the status of a provincial scholar, he can immediately rush to the capital. It's not like that faraway place. Even if he gets the status this year, he might not be able to make it next year. If something happens on the way, it will be even more troublesome. However, this provincial scholar's ranking can't be too low. Father, why don't you help think of a way? Kong echoed. His idea was that if he helped the Zhang family, when the time came and his father was willing to live here, the Zhang family would definitely take good care of him. The old man smiled and said, "Kong, you don't need me for this kind of thing. Look at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. You can imagine how much effort the Zhang family put in to provide for this person. Before the examination, Zhang Zhong's name will definitely spread everywhere. Hand in the recipes for growing vegetables in the winter. In the future, the people in this cold land will be able to eat more in the winter. The Zhang family also doesn't want any official rewards, so they must want to make a name for themselves." Kong now understood that Zhuangzi had already planned this. Since Zhang Zhong's calligraphy and paintings hung on the wall of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, little Luoshui's restaurant would not be too bad. They had forcefully pushed it up. Even if Zhang Zhong's talent was a bit lacking, he was still better than that scholar who couldn't get a job. Humph. I don't believe that Zhang Zhong can get the title of first place in the examination. One first place in one province. How many provinces? How many first places in the first few years have come to the capital together? Is the examination in spring that common? Aunt Wang whispered again. She seemed to look down on Zhang Zhong, who was Zhang Xiaobao's father. No matter what happened, she would always mock and ridicule them. However, she had no intention of not eating the food on the table, even if she ate while finding fault with it. Big Date and Jujube couldn't get a word in edgewise. The two of them could only whisper to each other. "Big Date, we'll be able to see the young master tomorrow. What do you think the young master looks like? Will he be as dumb as Zhang Zhong? Will he be so scared that he can't speak in front of such a big scene?" Jujube carefully thought about Zhang Zhong's appearance. She wanted to combine the images of Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong. She asked Big Date, who was next to her. Big Date didn't seem to have a good imagination like Jujube. He couldn't guess what Zhang Xiaobao looked like. He shook his head and said, "How would I know? The young lady of the Wang family should be very fun to play with. I heard that when the two of them met, they were entangled together. When they separated, they cried. They have been living in the Zhang family. If only I had such a person when I was young. We could play together and grow up together. If someone bullied me, he would help me. I would wash his clothes and cook for him and then..." As he spoke, Big Date couldn't continue. His voice became softer and softer, and his neck turned red. Little Zhao, who was at the side, heard Big Zhao's words and was also stunned. His eyes looked at the night sky outside. After a while, he reacted and said to Big Zhao with a smile, "Big Zhao, do you want to grow up with Xueqi in the Fu? I knew what you were thinking." "What nonsense are you saying? I was talking about the young lady of the Wang family. Xueqi is so dumb. I don't like him. What does he have to do with me? I've never thought about him. You don't know. Last month, he went out with the people in the manor to do something. When he came back, He wanted to catch fish. The river was frozen, and he fell into it. Do you think he should stay? And in October he himself. Big Date denied Jujub's words. He said that he didn't care about someone. He began to recite the things that someone did. Jujub was stunned again. Chapter 252. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to deal with the Jia County magistrates, Pomegranate came over and told him that Li Sun was here. Why is he here? Isn't he celebrating the new year? Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. Why didn't his imperial nephew stay at home during the new year? If he came here, what would happen to his family? Did he sneak out? Now, Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to deal with him as casually as before. If his imperial nephew sneaked out and came here, his Zhuangzi would be in trouble. He pulled Wang Wan and went out to greet him. When they saw Li Sun in their courtyard looking at the stars with his hands behind his back, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan confirmed that he really came. Young Master Li, why are you here? Why didn't you stay at home and come here? Aren't you causing trouble for our family? Zhang Xiaobao walked closer to take a look. He wanted to see if Li Sun was beaten or scolded. Wang Wan also knew that this was a serious matter, so she nodded and waited for Li Sun to give a reasonable explanation. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile and said, Good place. When I came here just now, I saw many houses on the road. It's easy to go from one house to another. There are door frames but no doors. This is interesting. I also saw many tables. Are you planning to have a meal with many people? Li Sun didn't answer Zhang Xiaobao's question. Instead, he commented on the place used for celebrating the new year. Yes, it's lively to spend the new year with the villagers. Why are you here? Aren't you going home? Zhang Xiaobao explained the function of the place and asked. Li Sun looked around the courtyard with the help of the light and said, I'm back. My father is going back to the capital for the new year and said he would take me with him. But I didn't want to go back. The people there are not fun, so I told my father that I want to have fun with the people. I didn't expect my father to agree, so I came here to have fun with you. My family is also an official. Why didn't anyone come with you? Are you alone? Zhang Xiaobao looked behind Li Sun. Other than the gods in the courtyard, there was no one else. I chased them out of the gate between the clouds and the water. Maybe there are only a few people guarding there. Let them guard me. I'm Li Sun. I don't need to welcome me in through the front door. I can't let them. I'm Li Sun. Yeah. I'm Li's T. I don't need to open the front door. I'm here. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, How can we hurt you? Why don't you sleep at night? Why did you come here? Why don't you rest between the clouds and the water and come back tomorrow morning? I can't sleep at night, so I want to talk to you. Li Cheng is also here. I don't know what he's learning all day. Why didn't you talk to me? Look at the time you two came out and the clothes you're wearing. You didn't sleep either? Li Sun found a good excuse and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan again. Zhang Xiaobao did not speak immediately. He was thinking about something when Wang Wan pulled him from the side. Only then did he wake up with a start. He looked at Li Sun with a different gaze than before. As he led her in, he said, Yes, I haven't slept yet. There's something fun and I'm thinking about how to play it. Li Sun followed him inside. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say there was something fun, he became interested and quickly asked, What's so fun? Tell me about it. Don't worry. We'll know tomorrow morning. How many people did you bring this time? Maybe our family can use them. Zhang Xiaobao asked expectantly. Originally, he wanted to say I can use it, but he felt that this might expose himself. Li Sun stretched out 2 fingers and said, Not many. This time, we just came here casually. I only brought 200 people. What do you want to do? Do you want to build more houses? Okay, I'll do the same on my Zhuangzi next year. This year it's too late. How about this? When the 30th day comes, I'll call the village owner here. Everyone can squeeze together. You can ask someone to discuss with your family and see if they agree. Li Sun finally found something fun and excitedly talked about it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surprised and happy. Wang Wan mouthed to Zhang Xiaobao, That's great. We have 200 more people. Yes, it's good. It's not just about 200 people. There's also something else. Zhang Xiaobao replied and then said to Li Sun. Agree. Definitely agree. Xiaohong, go to my mother's and see if she's asleep. If she's asleep, go to the study over there and find my father. Tell him that young Master Li brought people to celebrate the new year together. Yes, young master. I'll go now. Xiaohong agreed and trotted away. Just as she ran out of the courtyard, she met the people sent by Father Zhang and Jiang Wang clan. They couldn't ignore Li Sun's arrival. After listening to Xiaohong's explanation, Jiang Wang clan thought for a moment and said, Husband, we won't go. Let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo accompany them. Xiaohong will go in a moment and tell them that Zhangjia Zhuangzi will prepare everything. Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao chatted for a while before Xiaohong came back and told them about the matter. What's wrong, Imperial Nephew? I'll ask the villagers to come over tomorrow and we'll build the house together. I'll pay as much as I need. Li Sun didn't want to be a freeloader and wanted to contribute. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't thinking about this matter. He thought of another situation and said to Li Sun, All right, then ask all the villagers to come over tomorrow. I have a lot of planks here, so it'll be faster to build the house. Also, we need to prepare other things. How about this? Tomorrow we'll watch them during the day and see what they're not doing well. You can help them. This time, between the clouds and the water isn't closed at 30, so we can go back and forth. There's an official there who wants to celebrate the new year and won't go back. Cuckoo and I don't know which one to go to, so we can only do this. All right, let's do this. Those people will go back to the capital and feel bad. They can't do this and they can't do that. It's so annoying. I'm the one with foresight, right? Ha 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 ha. Li Sun said and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. Wang Wan added, Also, there's a lot of things made of straw in the field. Even if it snows, it won't be crushed. When the time comes, we can play hide and seek with the children in Zhuangzi. What kind of things? What kind of things? It was dark when we came, so I didn't see anything. There's such a fun place? Li Sun was indeed scolded when he went back home, so he came out to relax. When he heard that there were things to play with, he was even happier. Yes, young Master Li, you should go to bed early. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao saw that things were almost done, so he persuaded Li Sun to go to bed. At this time, of course, they couldn't play between the clouds and the water. They tidied up the best guest room in the courtyard and let Li Sun stay there. Li Sun didn't want to chat anymore, so he agreed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent him to the guest room. He lay there and thought about the fun things to do tomorrow. After sending Li Sun off, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to their own room. They lay on the Kong at the same time, looked at each other and laughed. This is good. Originally, it would have taken a lot of effort to get rid of the Jia County magistrates, but now it's not necessary. At first, I wanted to get that old man involved. This time, if he doesn't die, I will. Tomorrow, I'll change Li Sun into the same clothes as the children in Zhuangzi, and we'll change too. Zhang Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that the Jia County magistrates would come, but he was worried that he couldn't get rid of them all at once. Now, he didn't have to worry about this. Wang Wan, who was lying there, said, This is what it means to be a good person, to have good karma. He really thought that we wouldn't know his whereabouts after he sent Song Yong away. That car was made by us, and the house he lived in was also built by us. We spent so much effort to get rid of him. If we let him get away, it would be a waste of our money. Zhang Xiaobao lay there for a while, then turned over and sat beside the desk, thinking. Wang Wan propped herself up and asked, What are you doing? Don't study today. Go to bed early to deal with tomorrow's matter. Think again. Details determine success or failure. I have to arrange it well. This time, not only will we get rid of the Jia County magistrates, but also the Han family and the Yuan family. There are so many retired officials. Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao began to tap his face with his hand again. He wanted to prepare a foolproof plan, but at the same time, he had to have a backup plan to solve the problem once and for all. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew that he was going to do something ruthless. She pulled the quilt over, covered half of her body, and said, Then you think about it first. When you're done, tell me. I'll give you some advice. Lie down for a while, Remember to wake me up. After a full hour, Zhang Xiaobao finally thought things through. He got under the quilt and whispered to Wang Wan. On the 29th of December, early in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just got up and freshened up. Before they could eat, Li Sun came to find them. He also hadn't eaten yet, so it was a good opportunity to eat together. After eating quickly, he called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, 2 of his bodyguards were still standing there. Quick, call Li Cheng here. Tell him to go to Xueqi and find someone who can work here. Li Sun ordered one of the bodyguards and urged Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to the field. He wanted to see the passage and the small house made of straw. Because of the snow, the straw here was covered with a layer of snow. They could only see that there were many bags in the field, but they couldn't find any straw. The 3 people came to an entrance. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan pushed away the straw blocking the way, and a hole appeared in front of them. Zhang Xiaobao went in first and felt the air inside. When he found that there was no problem, he shouted to the outside, "Come in. Let's take a look first. Later, we'll go over there and watch them build the house." Li Sun was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's words. When he heard it, he immediately went in. It was really different from outside. It was very interesting. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, who couldn't see his shadow inside, "Do you have enough planks? I still have some in Xueqi." "Enough. We prepared a lot for planting vegetables. Okay, go out. We'll come back later." Zhang Xiaobao came out from another entrance. Chapter 253. When Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan arrived at the area where the wooden houses were being built, many people were already busy. Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted Li Sun to guide them, but in fact, Li Sun did not understand anything and could only watch others work. After a while, the Xueqi people of the Li family arrived. Almost all of them came out, men and women, old and young. Those who could work immediately came to help, while those who could not work stood aside and watched. Because Li Sun had learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to treat his own Xueqi, the villagers were all glowing and wearing the same clothes. They were no worse than the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. When they went to the market, many of them had met each other. Now that they were working together, they had something to talk about. The children were more exclusive. When the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the children of the Li family looked at each other, there was always a kind of hostility in their eyes. With more people, the work speed was faster. The houses were built one by one. The children ran back and forth in the houses that had been built. Sometimes they poked their heads out from one door, and sometimes they poked their heads out from another door. From time to time, the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would have small conflicts with the children of the Li family. Li Sun was still a little dissatisfied with the speed of the work. There were still some things that were not ready. Tomorrow at noon, there would be a meal here, and then they would have to wait for the night to come. According to the speed, it seemed a little forced. Just as he was about to ask his 200 bodyguards to help, a group of cavalrymen came from the other side of the bridge. Seeing that they were not ordinary, the 200 bodyguards became nervous. When they got closer and could see clearly, they realized that the people riding on the horses were actually wearing the uniform of yamen runners. What are they doing? Why are all the yamen runners here? Li Sun knew that the yamen runners in Xueqi County were different from those in other places. They were paid with money and had a large number of people. No matter how far away Xueqi County was, there would be at least one yamen runner patrolling every 2 hours so that nothing would happen in the county. No one dared to do anything bad in Xueqi County, but why were they all here today? Could it be that they were also going to celebrate the new year together? When Zhang Xiaobao saw the yamen runners, he was even more relieved. He said to Li Sun, "Didn't I tell you last night that there would be something fun? You can see it today. There are 600 yamen runners here, and the rest are still patrolling the county. With firecrackers, it is easy to catch fire, so we have to be careful." While they were talking, Steward Zhang, who was also waiting here, went up to them. Chen Dong and Song Yang led the way, followed by Registrar Zhao and County Deputy Zhang. "Steward Zhang, everything is going well." Chen Dong saluted and said on horseback, "Well, thank you very much. When this is over, the Zhang family and Wang family will definitely thank you." Steward Zhang was not worried. With so many yamen runners, He was not afraid that others would come to make trouble. Song Yang dismounted from the horse. He did not look very good, and there were frostbites on his face. He said to Steward Zhang, "You don't have to be so polite. We know that our family can live well all because of the help of the Zhang family and Wang family. This is nothing. Whoever dares to touch the Zhang family and Wang family is trying to kill our way of living. Come on, bring me the badger oil." Yamen Runner Song has frostbitten his face because of the pursuit. Steward Zhang said to the person next to him. The person immediately handed a very small jar to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang took it and put it in Song Yang's hand. He said, "Song Yang, don't worry. In the future, as long as the Zhang family has food to eat, you will not be hungry. Apply this oil." Song Yang nodded and said nothing, even if he knew that this small jar of badger oil cost more than a dozen strings of coins. "Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Did something happen?" Seeing Steward Zhang arrange people to go into the built house to warm up and eat, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to hide it at this time. "It's just a small matter. You know the new Jia County magistrates, right? He always wants to seize my family's things, including those money-making methods. His purpose of coming here is to make a big profit in Xueqi County. My father has tried to warn him once and gave him a lot of benefits. There is no money in the Yaman's account, so he is afraid that he will take it away. But when he saw that there is no money, he set his eyes on my family, the dock at Xueqi, and my house. The county Yaman runners protect my house, so he can't do anything. You know this, right?" "I know. The Yaman runners are like the servants raised by your family. If it weren't for your family doing so many things for the people of Xueqi County and offering things to them, my father would think about what to do. Your family is too evil. You can buy a shabby mountain and turn it into a dock, and you can sell seeds by planting. You can make money by just taking out something casually. How can there be few people who are jealous? Why? That Jia County magistrates failed in one plan. Is he coming up with another one? Is he going to make a move on your family?" When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao say that someone was plotting against his family, Wei Wei blushed. At first he also thought so. Later, after more contact, he found that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were not very ambitious. They were good people. They made Xueqi County, which was not very good before, prosperous. When others came to find trouble, they would first take a step back. When they really couldn't, they would fight back. Of course, this fight was a little strong. They were not weak, but when they moved, they beat away the invaders again and again. It was because of this that his father told him not to mess with this Xueqi. He had asked him to think of ways to rope in the person who was guiding him from behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Li Cheng had been sent out to play games with the person who might be a master all day long. After these days, his brain was better and he was smarter, but he only learned a few things in mathematics and some ordinary things. This was not right. He should have learned the ability to strategize and win a battle outside of 1,000 forces. He should have learned the ability to take every conceivable possibility into account. Because of this, he did not listen to him, especially the two children, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were so smart. It must be that the master did not use his full strength when dealing with Li Cheng. He specially taught the skills to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was because of this that his father allowed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to do these things to Xueqi. He only hoped that he could have more contact with the people of Zhangjia Xueqi and learn something useful from the master. Who was the easiest person for him to interact with? Of course, it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No matter what happened in the wilderness, it did make him more determined and he learned a lot of things. In his father's opinion, this was the master teaching him through Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was also because of this that he was able to return to Tuqiao village during the new year. While Li Sun was thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also talking with their lips. A tall tree attracts the wind, Xiaobao. Wang Wan sighed. A small tree will not attract the wind, but there will always be people stepping on it. Unless you are not in this society. As long as you are still in this society, you will have to interact with people. It is impossible to avoid conflict. Are ordinary people really so peaceful? Zhang Xiaobao thought about it more thoroughly. If he developed, he would be plotted against by others, but if he didn't develop, he would still have to swallow his anger. Swallowing his anger was for ordinary people, but being plotted against was on a different level. He would rather use a lot of energy to deal with those people than to swallow his anger with ordinary people. At least he didn't have to worry about ordinary people now. Wang Wan also understood this principle. Not to mention here, even in the past, there were some people who did not have any problems killing people, especially ordinary people. In the eyes of some people, life could be measured by money. That's right. Then we should get along well with this imperial nephew and his father. We can give them some money. That Li Longji won't object, right? No, absolutely not. What he is looking at is how many troops these brothers and their families have and what officials they are in contact with. As for money, he can't wait for his brothers to be greedy. As long as they don't get too involved in politics, nothing will happen. Zhang Xiaobao had a good grasp of this aspect. Normal people would think so. While the two of them were talking, Li Sun finished thinking and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Tell me, what is Jia Shan going to do this time? I will help you. Last time, I was scolded by my father because of him. Why don't we drown him? He wants people from other provinces and counties to come and arrest us. Our fief is 4,000 mu. My family and the Wang family are divided into 4,000 mu. However, the mountain is 6,000 mu. We did not occupy the remaining 2,000 mu." Jia County magistrate secretly rewrote the document we sent to him and changed the size of the land. He asked his son to carry it with him. When they arrived at the border between Xueqi County and Huayuan County, he went there himself and sent away all the bailiffs following him. Fortunately, the carriage we made for him had a secret compartment under it. There were 2 people hiding inside. Later, Song Yang found a horse and returned. Under the guidance of those 2 people, we followed them. Only then did we know that the Jia County magistrates was in contact with people from the Han family and the Yuan family in Zhuangzi. This time, there might be many people coming, so he deliberately wrote a fake letter. Before he left, he asked the bailiffs to gather at Little Luo Shui. No matter who it is, the bailiffs will be transferred away. There is no one in my family except for the villagers. Last night, Bailiff Song rushed over to inform us and then went back. Now, 600 bailiffs are here. My father is afraid that they will rush over and arrest us and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun the whole story. At first, Li Sun did not think much of it and thought that the Jia County magistrates was using a small trick. However, when Zhang Xiaobao said that the Jia County magistrates colluded with people from other provinces and counties and wanted to arrest people in their own province, Li Sun's face immediately changed. How dare he? He is not trying to arrest you. He is clearly bullying me and my father. Good. No wonder you asked me how many people I should bring. Don't worry, I won't bring anyone. What can he do? Does he want to rebel? Xiaobao, I will help your family. Let him make money and see if he can save his life. Li Sun said angrily with a sullen face. Chapter 254. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this sentence. Seeing that Li Sun was very angry, he comforted him. Young Master Li, don't be angry. It's not worth it. County Magistrate Cheng is a bit greedy, but he cares about the people. Our family is also willing to give him some money. When the people in Sanshui County are better and more prosperous, the docks will be able to make more money. Our family will also have more money. We can use some of the money to improve the lives of the people. That will be more prosperous. This is called a virtuous cycle. But Jia Shan didn't think that way. My father originally wanted to see what he was like. If he was good and was good to the people, then he would give him some money and think of ways to give him some political achievements to promote him. You can't guess what he did. Before he took office, he went to the docks to calculate how much money he could earn in a year. He was found out by the county magistrate and took office the next day. So many people went to welcome him and were waiting for him to treat them well. But he kept thinking about Chong Pingcong and asked for money from the Han family and Yuan family. Well, he asked for money twice. One time, he asked for 13,000 strings of cash. Isn't it the Spring Festival? County Magistrate Cheng will send things to the people during the Spring Festival. He is still waiting for the reward from the higher-ups. After all, everyone went to welcome him. He didn't dare to not send them. He spent some of the money he just asked for and couldn't help but start to think about my family. My father knew about it and thought that he would stop for a few days after the Spring Festival. He didn't expect that he would want to make a move at this time. Oh, it's really difficult. Zhang Xiaobao weakened some of the things related to his family's money and strengthened Jia County Magistrate's actions. If it was an adult who said this, Li Sun might think about it. But since it was Zhang Xiaobao, it couldn't be fake. After being comforted by Zhang Xiaobao, not only did Li Sun not calm down, but he also became angrier. He clenched his fist and said, "Damn Jia Shan. He is too greedy. Some of the county magistrates this time were appointed by my uncle. How dare he do this? Maybe he won't come today. What if he did it on purpose? But we still have to be on guard." Zhang Xiaobao said good words for Jia Shan. The more he said, the angrier Li Sun became. "If he doesn't come, I'll go find him and ask him what he did in Xueqi County. Where did the money come from? 26,000 strings of cash. He's richer than me. I still want to do some business with others to make some money, but he directly asked for it. Don't try to persuade me. It's settled." The more Li Sun thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, he waved his hand and stopped Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was naturally happy. This was good. He didn't have to waste time to set a trap. It saved him a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about him first. Let's see what else is missing. Oh, do you have to use silver chopsticks to eat? It is said that you can see if there is poison. Zhang Xiaobao said something else. What silver? Bamboo? We are doing business together to make money. Your family is counting on me to help you when you encounter problems. How can you poison me? Unless you are tired of living. Give me a cucumber dip to taste first. The cucumber on my zhuangzi hasn't come down yet. After being interrupted by Zhang Xiaobao, Li Sun finally stopped thinking about that matter. But he remembered it in his heart. At the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County, County Magistrate 1, Jia County Magistrates, Dr. Han and Yuan Yilong stood there. Behind them were 300 people. Some were wearing the uniforms of yamen runners, and some were wearing other clothes. Everyone was holding something like a stick or a knife in their hands. The four of them were still waiting for the arrival of Jia County Magistrate's son, Jia Weiran. He came out yesterday, but for some reason, he hadn't arrived yet. Lord Jia, did something happen to Weiran? Why don't we not wait for him first? Otherwise, we won't be able to arrive before noon. Dr. Han said anxiously. He was afraid that the yamen runners of Sanshui County would find out something. If they really arrived at Zhangjia Zhuangzi and encountered the yamen runners, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Nothing should happen. Maybe he found a place to stay yesterday and overslept. Let's wait for a while. Jia County Magistrates was more anxious than anyone else. That was his son. What should he do if something really happened to him? When the other three heard his words, they couldn't just leave. They could only wait patiently. When they saw that someone couldn't wait any longer, Jia Weiran finally arrived on his horse. However, he didn't look good. Before anyone could ask, he said, "Father, when I came here yesterday, the horse couldn't go. The horse they gave me couldn't go far at all. Later, I met a caravan. I ate some food and bought another horse. I don't know what I ate wrong, so I had to stop from time to time. After that, I found a place to stay. Now I'm still weak. How can you eat wrong? Let's not talk about that first. Did you bring the things?" Jia County Magistrate saw that his son was here. Although his body wasn't well, as long as nothing serious happened, he was fine. What he was worried about now was the things on his son. "Yes, father. Here you go." Jia Weiran saw that his father didn't scold him. He took out an envelope and was about to pass it to him. Jia County Magistrates gave him a look. "Take it. Don't lose it. You spent so much effort to get the things here. I'll give you credit." "Okay." Jia Weiran remembered that when the time came, he would take the envelope out and convict the Zhang family and Wang family. Then he would have credit. Once everyone was here, the large group of people headed towards Zhangjia Zhuangzi. On the way, the 300 people who followed them were all excited. They had already discussed in private that when they arrived, they would take whatever good things they saw. They thought that County Magistrate Wen wouldn't care about those things. If they really found something valuable, then they would have profited. County Magistrate Wen and the rest were also looking forward to it. The group couldn't help but speed up. After this, they would be able to enjoy themselves. After walking for a while, everyone felt tired. Only then did they look at the place. Jia Weiran had already found out about this place. He looked up at the sky and said, "After walking for another hour, we will arrive before noon. The good things are waiting for you to take." After hearing what he said, the dozens of people who weren't yamen runners and wanted to rest decided not to rest. The earlier they reached the place, the earlier they could take the things. Under this kind of motivation, the group's speed actually increased. At Zhangjia Zhuangzi, the yamen runners had already sent some people to be on guard. The rest were all hidden. The hiding places were those straw piles. The yamen runners were strong. They had to fight when they were gangsters. After becoming yamen runners, they also needed to train. After a while, small straw piles were set up one by one. Half of the yamen runners hid in the straw piles. The other 100 people that Li Sun brought did the same. The rest of the people were easy to handle. There were wooden boards, so they just set them up and connected them together. They hid behind the boards. After all, they were building a house here, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Everything was ready. They just needed to see if anyone would come. If they didn't come today, they would wait until tomorrow. Li Sun decided to wait until the 15th. He had the time and patience. He didn't need to hide. He could play with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and build a good relationship with them. At around 10 in the morning, before anyone else arrived, the old man between the clouds and the water led some people over. They crossed the small bridge between the clouds and the water and saw the house being built. The old man walked in front, looking around as he walked. When he reached the place, he suddenly saw Li Sun. He was momentarily stunned. He did not know why this imperial nephew of his did not return home for the new year and instead came here. Li Sun also saw the old man and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "Why is Minister Shangshu here? Aren't you celebrating the new year in the capital? Didn't the little duke come here as well? Did he run out of here? Your Highness should blame me." The old man looked at Li Sun's appearance and thought that this child had sneaked away on his own. This time, he had caused trouble for the Zhang family's manor. "My father knows that I'm here. Minister, are you really planning to spend the new year here?" Li Sun was confident. He wasn't afraid of being scolded by his father. The old man Wei nodded and said, "Yes, I'm planning to spend the new year here. I don't want to go back to the capital. There are so many people. I can't stand it. The water here doesn't freeze in the winter. The food here is not inferior to the food in the capital. The scenery is also good. Why did you want to come here? Also, what are you doing here?" "Oh, then Minister, you should take care of your health. Grandfather is counting on you. I have a Zhuangzi here. It's the new year, so we can have fun with the people. It just so happens that the Zhang family and the Wang family also plan to build a few houses here. On the 31st of July, they will keep watch and eat together. It's very lively. Minister, are you planning to stay at between the clouds and the water? Why don't you come here? I heard from the Zhang family that because you are here, it will be convenient for the servants to come and visit your family during the new year. That's why they specially chose this place. Otherwise, the main family would be able to accommodate you." Li Sun explained to the old man. The old man looked at the construction and felt very satisfied. The Zhang family really knew how to do things. Not only did they let him have servants at between the clouds and the water during the new year, but they also let those servants know that the main family didn't ignore them. Looking back at between the clouds and the water, the old man thought for a while and said, "Let's stay between the clouds and the water. There are too many people at home. We will disturb others if we come here. We will wait for the firecrackers on the 31st. Oh, I mean when the firecrackers are set off, then we will come out and take a look." "That's good. Sir, don't be in a hurry to leave later. Your bodyguards should also hide behind the planks. There will be something fun." Li Sun happened to see the bailiff on guard running over with a small red flag in his hand, waving it with all his might. Knowing that the person he was waiting for was here, he hurriedly asked the minister to hide the person. The old man didn't know what was going on, but he still felt childish and asked the bodyguards to hide. He thought that no one here would hurt him. When the bodyguards went behind the planks, they were shocked. There were so many people, hundreds of yamen runners and the little prince's bodyguards. Well, now they were safe. Chapter 255. After the old man's men hid, Li Sun thought of Zhang Xiaobao's idea. He immediately followed Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the children from the 3 Zhuangzi villages to play in the passage made of straw. From time to time, they would show their heads to play hide-and-seek with others. Jia County magistrates and the others could now see Zhangjia Zhuangzi. At this time, they could no longer maintain their original steadiness. They began to run, preparing to catch the Zhang family first. However, when they arrived at the main courtyard of the Zhang family, they found that no one was there. The gate was open. Oh no, they may have run away. Hurry up and catch them. This was the first thing that came to County Magistrate Wen's mind. He called out to his men and ran towards the small bridge. They came from the other direction and happened to pass by Zhangjia Zhuangzi first. These people did not delay and continued to chase. When they arrived at the main courtyard of the Wang family, they found that it was the same here. Now, they were uncertain and could only continue to chase. After chasing for a while, they finally felt relieved when they saw many people building houses and children playing in the fields. It seems that they are doing something. Send 50 people to catch those children. Maybe the little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family are there. The rest of you, follow me. County Magistrate Wen had a horse. He shouted and slowly urged the horse, asking the others to surround him and rush in that direction. The old man, who did not know what was going on just now, finally understood. Seeing that the people rushing over were dressed in the uniform of yeoman runners and 2 of them were dressed in the uniform of the county magistrate, his first thought was that these people were going to rebel. Li Sun had known in advance and specially ambushed them. Seeing this, he had no choice but to retreat. Next to him were the guards and yeoman runners who were covered by the wooden planks. The Jia County Magistrate's men didn't know what was going on. They just wanted to catch those people as soon as possible. The first to arrive were the 50 men who were supposed to catch the children. They rushed over and kicked the children they saw or threw them into a pile. Just as they started to attack, a wave of crossbow bolts flew out from the other haystacks around them. These bolts did not belong to the yeoman runners. The yeoman runners were not equipped with such weapons. They were all Li Sun's bodyguards. Originally, they did not want to use crossbows. They just wanted to make some preparations. Unexpectedly, these people came to attack. Naturally, they would not be polite. The 50 people were completely unprepared. 30 of them were shot down on the spot. The remaining people were frightened for a moment. Looking at the hundreds of people around them, they didn't dare to move. Li Sun's guards immediately rushed over. They first beat them up, then tied them up. When the shouts sounded, County Magistrate Wan and company felt that something was amiss. They turned their heads and saw 300 to 400 people surrounding them. Their hearts tightened, especially when they saw the people holding crossbows. They were even more afraid. Not good. Retreat. Seeing this situation, County Magistrate Wen's first thought was to run. He shouted and pulled the reins. At this time, the wooden planks fell at the same time. The people behind saw that Tanaka had already used crossbows. They were worried about the little prince, so they didn't hesitate and directly shot with crossbows. After a wave of bolts, they pulled out their swords and rushed over. The yeoman runners were stunned. They had said that they were only going to scare them. Why did they start to fight now? The yeoman runners didn't know what to do for a moment. When the old man saw the guards he brought looking over, he pointed to them and said, "Go. If there is any resistance, kill them." County Magistrate 1 was shot down on the spot. The bolts didn't hit his vital parts. Lying on the ground he shouted, "Don't do it. We are on the same side. I am the County Magistrate of Huayuan County." The yeoman runners and the people he brought to make up the numbers were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation. First they shot with crossbows and then they rushed over. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, they knew that they were in trouble. They also used swords and looked like they were about to break through enemy lines. This kind of person was not someone they could resist. First, someone threw away his weapon and ran around. The yeoman runners and guards on the other side of the field also surrounded them, blocking the back and sides. In the front, there was a group of Li Sun's guards, and on the other side, there were the rest of the 300 yeoman runners. If anyone had a weapon in his hand or tried to escape, he was immediately cut down. Li Sun's guards, who came from the other side of the field, had loaded their crossbows again and were ready for another round of shooting. Stop. The people of Huayuan County have thrown away their weapons. County Magistrate Wen wanted to die now. He found that the people who threw away their weapons would not be killed, so he shouted loudly. The people he brought heard his voice and threw away their weapons. They stood there with a frightened look on their faces. Jia County Magistrates had a good idea. He was not hit by the arrows. Looking at the people around him, he was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. When he was tied down, he came to his senses and shouted, "Zhang Yongqing, you are so vicious. You raised an army and killed an official of the imperial court. You can wait for your family to be exterminated." As soon as he finished shouting, he was kicked in the head. Jia County Magistrates thought that these people were raised by Zhang Yongqing, so he was scared and resentful. He turned his head to see who kicked him and happened to see an old man coming over. He was suddenly stunned and asked tentatively, You are the minister?" "Yes, you are Jia Shan. I saw you when the emperor appointed the county magistrate. You tried to murder Li Sun. Now you are caught. What else do you want to say?" The old man asked with a sullen face. "Murder Li Sun? Who is Li Sun?" "Li Sun? Ah, little prince, your excellency. I am innocent. I didn't do it." Jia County Magistrates knew where the guards around him came from. They were the little prince and Li Sun's guards. He shouted that he was innocent and thought, why did he come here? Why didn't he go home for the new year? Humph, I am innocent. Then who left the mark on my body? At this time, Li Sun came over with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed at the 3-inch long shoe mark on his body and asked. Jia County Magistrates looked at the shoe mark on Li Sun and was stunned. He said stupidly, "The shoe mark is too small. I didn't do it." "Humph, you still dare to quibble. The one who kicked me was with you. The one with the small foot." Li Sun tried not to laugh and said to Jia County Magistrates. The shoe mark was left by Zhang Xiaobao. After discussing with Li Sun, they decided to use this strategy. Regardless of the size of the foot, he was kicked when those people were kicking the child. Jia County Magistrates immediately understood that the little prince wanted his family to die. How did he offend him? Did he take the money from the Han and Yuan families and not give it to him? "No, I can't die. Sir, Minister, help me. I didn't know the little prince was here. I'm here to arrest the criminals, the people of the Zhang family. You have to help me." Jia County Magistrates cried and begged the old man. The old man looked at the shoe mark on Li Sun and heard the Jia County Magistrates' words. He understood that the Jia County Magistrates wanted to solve the problem for Zhang Jiazhuangzi. He decided to help Zhang Jiazhuangzi. When he was about to accuse him, Steward Zhang stood up and pointed at Jia County Magistrates. "Nonsense. Why didn't you use the bailiffs of Xueqi County to arrest people? Where did you get these people? You are the county magistrate of Xueqi County. Do you want to use people from other places to arrest officials of Xueqi County?" "Minister, I have evidence. Let me show you the evidence and you will understand." County Magistrate Jia was afraid that others would directly kill him regardless of the evidence he wanted. At that time, no one would help him. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, County Magistrate Jia cursed Steward Zhang's stupidity in his heart and shouted. This. The minister did not know what to do. At the same time, he blamed Steward Zhang. Why did he stand up? "Sir, since he said that he has evidence, let him show it." Steward Zhang was not anxious at all. "Fine, show it." The minister saw Steward Zhang's words and could only agree. Quick, quick, my son. Show them what you brought." Jia County Magistrates hurriedly called his son. Jia Weiran was shot in the leg and was in pain. When he heard his father's words, he did not dare to delay. He immediately took out the letter and took out a few pieces of paper. He said, "They only rewarded 4,000 mu of land. Sir, take a look. Now they have rewarded 6,000 mu of land." Jia Weiran said and handed the paper to the minister. The minister took a look and suddenly snorted. He rolled the paper into a ball and threw it back. "Open your eyes and see how much you have rewarded. It is obviously 4,000 mu of land. You are not from the Yamen, but you have something from the Yamen. How should you be punished?" Before Jia Weiran could pick it up, Jia County Magistrates did not know where he got the strength. He crawled over from under someone's feet and opened the paper. When he saw it, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. That was the original document that he replaced in the Yamen. How did it appear here? That was not right. His son was holding a fake document that he wrote himself. Li Sun stood up at this moment. Jia Shan, what else do you have to say? He framed his colleagues, secretly led soldiers from other provinces through the province with the intention of killing people, and when he was discovered, he even wanted to kill this marquis to silence him. Guards, take him away, and send these people to the capital city. I am writing a letter to my uncle. In the Tang Empire, I was almost killed and seriously injured. This is ridiculous. Maybe some county magistrate is happy and led soldiers from other provinces to attack the capital. Jia Shan, do you have any other evidence? Little prince, please spare me. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. No more. Yes, I framed my colleagues. I plead guilty. Little prince, please have mercy. I was just greedy for Zhangjia Zhuangzi's money. I didn't want to kill the little prince. I have confessed. Jia County magistrates knew that according to the two crimes that he had mentioned, he would either be fired from his position or killed. If he followed Li Sun's words, everyone in his family would not be able to escape. Is that true? Li Sun asked. Yes. Jia County magistrates replied. Guards, write it down and let him sign it. Official Jia, quickly find someone to protect you. I don't want to kill people during the new year. Maybe you can still live. Li Sun did not dare to say that someone wanted to kill him. His uncle would definitely find him and bring him back. He did not want to go back. Furthermore, it was too cruel to kill an entire family. As for who he would find, it did not matter. Anyway, he could forget about being an official. It was good enough that he could stay alive. Xueqi County was stable. Chapter 256. After the Jia County magistrates and the others were taken away, the villagers still hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. The children had also lost their usual liveliness, especially the people from Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family. They seemed to have seen the world clearly for the first time. It was also the first time they knew that there was money in Zhuangzi, and that many people were coveting it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have any reaction. As usual, they did what they were supposed to do. At the same time, they felt a little happy. The result of Li Sun's intervention was a little different from what they had expected, but the effect was surprisingly good. They believed that for a long time, no one would have any ideas about Zhuangzi. Xiaobao, they're not in a good state. Think of a way to help them recover. Wang Wan looked at the villagers and the children. She knew that they were frightened by the bloody scene just now and the crisis Zhuangzi was facing. If this continued, it would leave some impact on their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and saw that Li Sun had already gone to write the memorial with that so-called minister. He pulled Wang Wan into a room and found a stool to sit down. He also asked someone to make a big bowl of soup for him and Wang Wan to warm their bodies while thinking of a solution. When faced with this kind of situation, one is to adapt. The other is to let them occupy a commanding position and think that what they did was right. We are the kind of people who adapt. It doesn't matter what we encounter. They seem to be unable to do this, so we can only choose another way. Zhang Xiaobao set out the two solutions and chose the second one. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao were to personally participate in the situation, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable, let alone just looking at what had just happened. However, they didn't know what to do with the second solution. Xiaobao, where should we start? Are you going to talk to them one by one like an instructor? When Wang Wan thought of this, she kept instilling this idea into the villagers, giving them psychological hints. There's no need for that. It's not like we're going to make them fight all the time in the future. It's the new year, and it's just nice. In the past, there was always a spring festival gala. Let's make one too. Think of a program. Other than entertainment, it also has to be educational. Make the best use of the time to think, and then find someone to practice. When it was the night of the 30th, everyone could not eat and drink all the time. Once they were on night watch, it would be a good time for them to enjoy all kinds of shows. Let's include what happened today, and let them admire it while also acknowledging it. Describe the enemy as evil beyond redemption, describe us as glorious, and we are the kind of people who have grown wings. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and came up with this idea. He gestured to Wang Wan to fly. Birdman. Wang Wan felt that this was a good idea, and her mood improved. The kind with a halo on their heads. Now, divide the work and think of a way. Let's go home and think. We have to be quick. We have to think of a plan in 4 hours. Let them rehearse once. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind. He drank the soup in front of him in a few mouthfuls, burped, and pulled Wang Wan back home. At this time, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan's people also put down the worries in their hearts. The matter was over, and they also returned home. There were still many things to do. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came up with a plan for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Compared to the past, it was like heaven and earth. There were no lighting effects, and there was no layout. It was just a simple program. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of crosstalk, skit, and other things. Although his writing skills were not as good as Wang Wan's, when it came to things that required standing up and performing, he was better. Wang Wan was in charge of the singing and dancing. She only had to do the movements and didn't need too many basic skills. As for the songs, because she didn't know if the villagers would be willing to listen to some of her songs from that time, she could only choose the local folk songs and ditties. These things had some strong folk characteristics. Xiaobao, who should we look for? Could it be that we look for the villagers? Then should we personally guide them? Or should we teach them to the people in the inner courtyard first, and then let the people in the inner courtyard teach them? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao finished part of their work, but found that it was not easy to find people. If they looked for the villagers, it would be difficult to explain directly to them. The people in the inner courtyard are enough. Why do we need to find others? I think Xiao Hong's voice is not bad. When she is releasing ducks and geese, her voice is very bright. Let her sing a better song. Zhang Xiaobao felt that there was no need to have too many people, and the scene did not need to be too big. This year was the first time. As long as it was lively, it would be shocking enough for the villagers to encounter something they had never seen before. If her voice is good, what should we let her sing? Wang Wan looked for a song in the folk songs she heard when she came here. Do you still need to ask? Xintianyu. Let her sing this. Zhang Xiaobao already had a song in mind that the people here would accept. He just had to change the lyrics. This was his specialty, although Wang Wan would hide away every time he changed the lyrics. Wang Wan thought for a while and agreed with the song Zhang Xiaobao chose. She ran to the storeroom and took out an eru. She slightly adjusted the strings and prepared to play a song. This eru was designed for adults. Wang Wan's hands were small. When she pulled the strings with her right hand, it was not enough. When she pressed left and right, her fingers were not enough. She had to tighten the strings so that the distance of her left hand was much better. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was tuning beside him. He went closer and looked at Wang Wan carefully. I didn't expect you to know this too. Played 2 springs reflecting the moon. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and continued to tune. When she was almost done, she started to play. 356126115. Don't fool me. This is not an eru song. This is a violin song. After the liangzhu flute, it's the beginning. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to play any instruments, but he could hear. He could tell right away and acted like he was an expert. What beginning? This is the main theme. It runs through the entire song. Wang Wan was much better than Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. She had no choice. Her education was different from Zhang Xiaobao's. Only the beginning can run through it. Zhang Xiaobao was unwilling to admit defeat. Wang Wan tried too. She felt a little tired and could not keep up with the music. The main reason was that she was too small and the era was too big. It was not specially designed for her. She stopped playing the liangzhu flute and started to play the eru song. Zhang Xiaobao listened from the side and glanced at Wang Wan from time to time. He found that Wang Wan was even cuter at this moment. That's right. I've listened to this song many times. It describes the temperament of the pine and the cypress that does not fear the cold. When you listen to it, you will think of the poem that someone wrote. Heavy snow presses down on the pine trees. Pine trees. Zhang Xiaobao was still acting like an expert. He felt that he should show the same level as Wang Wan and let Wang Wan know that he was not bad in this aspect. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and stopped playing. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Hurry up and do your work. Otherwise, it will be too late tomorrow. Also remember, this song is called horse racing." It's my fault that I didn't play it well. You didn't hear the fast rhythm from it. I like to race while listening to the song. You go do your work. I'll go find someone. Zhang Xiaobao did not show the slightest embarrassment. He stood up and went to find someone. He still looked like he was walking out slowly with his hands behind his back. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's leaving figure, Wang Wan suddenly burst out laughing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was the most interesting. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao called most of the people from the 2 inner courtyards of Xueqi. These people did not know what to do when they arrived at Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. They looked at each other blankly and whispered from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the questions they had written and walked out of the room. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said to the crowd, "Tomorrow night, I think it's a little too boring to stay overnight. Therefore, Cuckoo and I came up with a plan, which is to make tomorrow night more lively. Now, let's divide into groups." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he did not wait for the people in the inner courtyard to respond. He directly went to pick people with Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao divided the people into 2 groups. One group looked decent, and the other was cunning. If looking at someone made people want to laugh out loud, then that person was Zhang Xiaobao's superstar. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was trying her best to pick out the girls. She asked them who could sing well and who could dance a little. After this round of selection, it was already night time. Those who were chosen stayed behind, while those who were not chosen went back to work. Among the people in the inner courtyard, there were a few talents. Some knew how to play a few kinds of huzi, some knew how to play the flute, and some knew how to play a few drums. When there was no one to use them, they could still support the scene. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked these people to eat first and come back immediately after eating. Musical instruments and other things could be found in the grocery store and the storeroom. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally also had to eat. In order to save time, there was only one dish for this meal. It was shredded meat with dried tofu and a big bowl of rice. Cuckoo, I've decided. Starting tomorrow, we will think of ways to make violins and pianos. When the time comes, you can teach them to others. Next year, we will prepare in advance and hold a bigger party. Xiaobao put the dried tofu into the bowl and ate it along with the rice as he whimpered. Do you think a violin is like a guitar? It's so easy to make, let alone a piano. If you can make a piano, you have the skills. Why don't we make something more practical? Eat well and don't talk nonsense. Chapter 257. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished eating, the selected people of the inner courtyard also rushed over. They ate even faster. Some of them were still chewing when they came over. They didn't dare to let the young master and young miss wait. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also threw caution to the wind. They taught separately and studied together from time to time. For the whole night, the 2 of them and the people of the inner courtyard didn't rest for even a moment. When the sun shone on the ground in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yawned and let the people of the inner courtyard rest. They were not allowed to do anything else except eat and sleep. It was time for them to perform in the evening. At this time, the people of the inner courtyard all puffed out their chests. They felt that they were the best. Last night, the young master and young miss kept praising them. They hurriedly ate and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also took a hot bath and fell asleep on the Kong. When it was almost noon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up first. They didn't eat anything. It was time to eat in a little more than 2 hours. The 2 of them still had things to do. Last night, they only wanted to teach others and forgot to set up a stage. There were so many people. If they put the stage on the ground, they couldn't see the people behind them. When the 2 of them came to the small bridge again, Li Sun and that minister had already arrived and were happily talking. Zhang Xiaobao came. Before he could greet Li Sun, 3 people came over and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao. They kept looking at him up and down. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his pair of innocent eyes and looked back. Wang Wan was also the same. They didn't know if something had happened to the 3 of them. You are Xiaobao? One of the 3 people asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao answered. Xiaobao, this is Aunt Wang. Quick, greet her, said another young man beside him. Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood that this was probably someone his mother didn't want to see. She might even be a relative of his. He hesitated for a moment before calling out. Aunt Wang. Sigh. Okay, Xiaobao, come, let me hug you. When Aunt Wang heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice, she squatted down and opened her arms. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaobao let Aunt Wang carry him up. He had already thought it through. No matter who it was, even if it was the person who made his mother unhappy, he had to act innocent and cute at this time. He had to find out the person's background first, and then he would help his mother vent her anger. How could Aunt Wang know that the well-behaved child in her arms was thinking about such a thing? He then looked at Wang Wan, who was standing on the ground and looking up at him, and asked, "Are you Cuckoo from the Wang family?" "Yes, that's me." Wang Wan was also well-behaved. At the same time, she prayed for this Aunt Wang in her heart. She hoped that she didn't do anything to Zhang Xiaobao's mother that would make the Jiang Wang clan sad. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao's brain and personality, he would suffer for the smallest grievance. Dezeo, carry Cuckoo too. Don't keep standing on the ground outside. Your feet are cold. Aunt Wang called out to Dezeo, the servant girl beside her. Dezeo just wanted to carry Zhang Xiaobao, but Aunt Wang beat her to it. It was good to be able to carry Wang Wan now. She quickly carried Wang Wan and kissed her on the face. Wang Wan didn't do it for nothing. She naturally knew to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao, even if she didn't want to be kissed. After being kissed, she laughed and seemed to be very happy. Jujube watched enviously from the side. Seeing that the two cute little guys were carried away, she pouted and drew circles on the ground with her feet. Xiaobao, tell me, did you eat well at home? Aunt Wang held Zhang Xiaobao in her arms, and her eyes never left Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She asked softly. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He could only reply with one word, yes. If you do something wrong at home, did your father beat you? Aunt Wang asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, no. Humph. I don't think he would dare. Xiaobao, are you willing to go to a more interesting place? There's a place called Beijing. It's much better than here. There's a lot of delicious food, and there's also fun. The place to live is also better than your home. There's also a group of people to play with you. Do you want to go? Aunt Wang seemed to be a little anxious. She just said a few words and wanted Zhang Xiaobao to go to Beijing. Zhang Xiaobao thought of many things through these few words. This Aunt Wang seemed to have specially come to see him. She didn't seem to be very respectful to his father. Moreover, she wanted him to go to Beijing. What's the relationship between them? Could it be that she's from his mother's family? In an instant, Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the general situation. If that was the case, his mother's family was in Beijing. They were disrespectful to his father and wanted him to go there. Oh, I see. It's a typical situation. It seems that his mother's family should have some power in Beijing. This father of his, although he's usually dull, he's quite capable. He naturally knew what his mother was like. She took care of the entire Xueqi in an orderly manner. When she talked to him and Wang Wan, she didn't seem like a girl from an ordinary family at all. She was even able to test his and Wang Wan's homework. No wonder. This was just like him and Wang Wan. If he didn't specifically change his identity to enter prison to study and grew up wandering like other children, he really couldn't compare to Wang Wan, who had received an elite education from a young age. Not to mention other things, just last night, Wang Wan's performance was indeed different. And it could be seen that Wang Wan was well versed in the four arts. In that case, he would have to face a snobbish relative in the future. His father's life wouldn't be easy. When he enters Beijing during the spring examination, his first choice would probably be to stay in his mother's family. Then what's the point of taking the examination? He would have to be looked down on all day long. No, definitely not. When his father enters Beijing, he must have a place to stay and support the situation so that people wouldn't dare to look down on him. Otherwise, once his father loses confidence, he can forget about passing the examination, even if there's someone to recommend him. Xiaobao, are you willing to go to a fun place? Cuckoo can also come along. Aunt Wang saw Zhang Xiaobao's eyes darting around and thought that Zhang Xiaobao was tempted, so she asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I'm with my parents, so I'm not going. When the time comes, your mother will also come along. Qiao will suffer here. Aunt Wang continued to persuade. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao's pupils contracted, but he immediately relaxed. He just wanted to kill someone. He heard that this Aunt Wang wanted to separate his mother and father. Dream on. The momentary change of expression didn't escape Wang Wan's eyes. She was also angry. She also analyzed the general situation and felt that this person from the Wang family was too hateful. They were having a good life, but they wanted to come and destroy it. It's over. Just wait for Xiao Bao's crazy revenge. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao valued his family. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his family. As an orphan, Zhang Xiaobao had a morbid obsession in this aspect. Other things could be discussed, but this kind of thing could only have one result. Zhang Xiaobao's hand was already on the sleeve of his other hand. Wang Wan immediately tensed up. When Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand with a smile, Wang Wan was slightly relieved. She knew that just now, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to kill someone. There was a sharp needle in his sleeve. With Zhang Xiaobao's current strength and the sharpness of the needle, he could easily stab the defenseless Aunt Wang's throat. Most importantly, the place an inch behind the needle was rusty. Even if it didn't kill her, with current medical methods, it might not be able to cure her. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head again. I'm not going. There's still Dad. He was really ready to make a move just now. His hand had already touched the end of the needle. The needle was placed in the hole of the small bamboo piece, and the end was slightly exposed. When the coolness of the needle passed to his hand, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was a bit impulsive. When he encountered this kind of thing, he was a bit unable to tolerate it. Fortunately, he understood that this Aunt Wang was only a member of the Wang family. From the looks of it, she wasn't a relative of his mother. Killing her was useless, so he let go. Aunt Wang didn't know that just now, she had already circled around the gates of hell. She was still there saying, Xiao Bao, then bring your father along with you. There's also Grandpa and Grandma. Zhang Xiaobao found another reason. This time, Aunt Wang didn't know what to say. She couldn't bring everyone in the Zhang family. She could only temporarily give up on persuading Zhang Xiaobao. When she saw Qiao she would see what she thought. Even so, she didn't put down Zhang Xiaobao. She carried him and walked towards the old man. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a decision in his heart. Right now, he couldn't have too much contact with his mother's family. Unless his father obtained good results and leveled his status, only then would he do so. If he really let his father go to the Wang family now, he wouldn't have to study and would sulk all day. Wang Wan was also being harassed by Date and Jujube. When the two servant girls saw Wang Wan, they liked this little girl and kept asking her questions. Wang Wan pretended to be a child while thinking about the future. She was very tired. When Aunt Wang carried Zhang Xiaobao to the old man, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, this is your Grandpa Bai. Quickly call him. Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. It seemed that all children had to go through this. In order to pretend to be a child until the end, he could only control his emotions and call out to the old man, Hello, Grandpa Bai. Good. Look, this little guy is so fun. The old man, who was also the minister, reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face as he said happily. Wang Wan was also carried over. When she was placed together with Zhang Xiaobao, it made people feel a sense of amazement. They were really too suitable. They were no different from a golden couple. Bear with it and it will be over. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved for Wei Wei. Chapter 258. The new year was not far away. The more people there were, the colder the weather became. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past with endless emotions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan endured the torture for almost 2 hours before they were put down. The arms of the person holding them were probably too sore to bear. It was almost time for dinner. The 3 people of Zhuangzi gathered together and talked about what they used to be like, what they were like now, and what they would be like in the future. All of their faces were brimming with happy smiles. Especially the villagers of Zhang family and Wang family. They seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. When they were talking with the Li family, they didn't forget to call their children over and revolve the topic around them. They had reason to do so. Their children were studying in school, so of course they had to perform well. The Li family also had a school in Zhuangzi, but the children didn't have much time to learn. In addition, there weren't many people to take care of them, so it was very scattered. Their learning was not as good as that of Zhang family and Wang family. The only thing that made the villagers of Xueqi feel relieved was that Li Sun, the little prince, had never neglected his children when it came to eating and drinking. With more people, the weather didn't seem so cold. Some people sat in the corner and even took off their outer clothes. There was a brazier in every room, so the temperature wasn't low. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led by a servant to Zhang Wang clan's residence. Father Zhang was also there, and so were their grandparents. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen Aunt Wang yet. It wasn't clear whether Aunt Wang had forgotten or if there were other reasons, but she didn't find this place. These houses were surrounded by Li Sun and the old man's guards. Only the dozen or so yamen runners who lived close to the house didn't leave. They were still guarding the house. After the Jia County magistrates and the others were escorted away yesterday, the rest of the yamen runners happily left with a large amount of New Year goods given by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Originally, they didn't want to accept the gifts, but the Zhang family insisted on giving them away. They went back and forth in order to protect the Zhang family and the Wang family. If they didn't give them something to celebrate the new year, the Zhang family wouldn't feel good. Even the dozen bailiffs left behind went back home yesterday to deliver the gifts. The dumplings were to be eaten at night. Now, on the table in front of everyone was a simple hot pot. The cut meat and some vegetables were served on plates. Jars of wine were also placed on the side. Those who wanted to drink could go and get it themselves, as long as they didn't drink too much. The heads of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi, as well as Li Sun, said a few words. Everyone began to eat and chat. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Steward Zhang immediately arranged for people to light the torches on Zhuangzi. There were also many lanterns hanging in each house. When the Zhang family and the Wang family saw those torches, they didn't know what happened later. The people who came before told them what happened during the New Year's Eve. When the people who came to Zhuangzi heard what the head of the Zhang family said about the New Year's Eve, they were all excited. They already knew that Zhuangzi was good, but they didn't expect it to be so good. The old man and Li Sun also heard about this. For this meal, the old man didn't eat between the clouds and the water. He planned to eat first before going back. This was his plan. The head of the family doesn't look like a head of the family. How can he eat with the villagers? He even lit the torches and said that they would light up the sky together. While others were praising, only one person found fault, and that was the Aunt Wang from the Wang family. Dates and Jujube were eating happily. When they heard Aunt Wang's words, they suddenly had the idea of hiding away. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the villagers attacked them. As if realizing that she had said something wrong, Aunt Wang looked around. When she saw that no one was looking at her, she was relieved. She came here yesterday and saw the battle. She wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao yesterday, but something happened, so it was delayed until today. She didn't want to be surrounded by people. Amidst the laughter, they ate for a full 4 hours. After another 2 hours, it would be midnight, which would be next year. After eating, the food was cleaned up by the people who ate. Then, someone placed tea and a few snacks for everyone to wait until nighttime. The old man was very happy today. He drank 2 more bowls of wine and talked a lot. His face was rosy. Just as he was about to leave and return to between the clouds and the water, the people taught by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appeared on the stage that had been set up in the afternoon. First there was a song and dance. The old man and Li Sun didn't think much of it. It was really too bad. However, the other villagers were different. They usually didn't have the opportunity to see this, so they all focused on it. When the song and dance was about to end, the old man stood up. Before he could leave the room, 2 people came up and began to perform crosstalk. For them, this was something new. They had never seen it before. Listening to the 2 people on the stage, the crowd laughed from time to time. The old man had also never seen such a thing before. He could only sit down and drink his tea. He digested the food while watching the performance. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were slightly nervous. They were afraid that the people they taught would mess up on the stage. Every time the 2 crosstalk performers paused, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would clench their fists. Others didn't know about the pauses and thought that it was just like that. Father Zhang was usually a serious person. At this time, he was also amused by the words of the crosstalk performers. The Wang family and Zhang family sat together, listening and watching. They knew that this matter was caused by the 2 children and praised them from time to time. Mother Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said to Jiang Wang clan, "Sister, Your family's Xiaobao is really amazing. Look at this crosstalk performance. It's great. Cuckoo is going to live a good life in the future. Jiang Wang clan was happy to hear this and said, Cuckoo is also not simple. Look at those songs and dances. I've never seen them before. Jiang Wang clan's words were not so sincere. Instead of praising the song and dance, it was more like praising Wang Wan for being able to teach others songs and dances at such a young age. She had seen many songs and dances in the past. She herself was not bad, but she had never danced in front of outsiders before. Unless she was happy and danced for Father Zhang to add some fun to the bedroom. As the few of them were talking, the old man decided not to leave. He wanted to watch before leaving. His family was also watching with great interest. Aunt Wang wanted to say that the song and dance were not good, but she didn't dare to open her mouth and forced herself to hold back. Who would have thought that after the performance started, there was no intention of stopping? Each of the performers took note of several people. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were checking, they would usually do it in groups. The two of them would just look at each other. If this situation continued, the performance might not be finished by tomorrow morning. The performers arranged the time well. Those who waited for a long time went to a place specially prepared for them to take a nap. After all, the performance was different from the performance. Wang family's girl, did you see that? This is the ability of the Zhang family. During the new year, which Xueqi can do such a thing? Especially the crosstalk and skit performances. There are even people who stand up to say New Year greetings and introduce the performance. Not to mention Xueqi. There are no such people in the palace. The old man didn't want to leave. He leaned on a reclining chair specially prepared for him and said to Aunt Wang, who was also attracted by the performance. Li Sun echoed. Minister Shongshu is right. In the past few years, I was either in the palace or in the manor for the new year. Other than playing the zither, singing and dancing, there were some people who recited poems. It was boring. It's better here. I didn't expect them to come up with such a new thing. When I go back, I must tell Imperial Uncle. Aunt Wang didn't speak at this time. It wasn't that she felt that she was wrong, but that she was attracted by the skit on the stage. She clearly heard what the two of them said, but she couldn't find the time to say it. She could only smile and nod at them, making them think that she knew that she was wrong in the past. Time passed quickly while watching the performance. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The performance stopped, the dumplings began to be cooked, and the firecrackers were hung up. Of course, the things made at home were not as reluctant to use as the things bought outside. A total of more than 3 million firecrackers, together with some simple fireworks, sounded and flew away in the sound of New Year's greetings. The more than 3 million firecrackers were divided into 20 portions, each with 150,000 firecrackers. The fireworks rose into the sky one after another. The sound of the firecrackers seemed to not stop. The children covered their ears and moved forward, jumping and shouting. When the sound of the firecrackers disappeared, everyone only felt that their heads were buzzing, but no one complained. Their thoughts were simple. The firecrackers were to drive away some things. The firecrackers were so loud that they thought that those things that shouldn't come out would not appear again. Delicious. These dumplings are delicious. The villagers were honest. When they saw the dumplings, some were dipped in chives, some were dipped in fermented bean curd, and some were dipped in garlic sauce or chili sauce. They ate one dumpling in 2 mouthfuls and drank some dumpling soup. The villagers of Xueqi, Zhang family and Wang family were better. After all, they usually ate pretty well. If they wanted to eat dumplings, they could make them once every 2 or 3 days. As they ate the different flavors of the dumplings, they thought about how good their master was. On the other hand, the Li family couldn't compare to Li Sun. Li Sun did give a lot of benefits to the villagers, but what he gave was different from what the Zhang and Wang families gave. He directly gave them things, and when something happened, he would give them something for them to take back to eat. Or when it was done, everyone would eat together. In Xueqi, Zhang family and Wang family would not only help during festivals and heavy work, but also help the villagers raise livestock and poultry. They would also arrange some small handicrafts for the idle people at home. No matter what it was, it could increase their income. The people of Xueqi did not dare to make dumplings for fun when they had nothing to do. The noodles were precious enough, but they also had to put meat in them. If they did not put meat in the dumplings, it would be a pity that they did not have enough noodles and oil. At this time, When they ate the dumplings made by Zhang family and Wang family, they almost bit their tongues off. "Where are our dumplings?" Wang Wan asked the person who was serving the dumplings at this time. She and Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat such oily things. When they were young, it was to grow up. Now, they could use other things to supplement their nutrition. Chapter 259. When other people ate dumplings, they put a lot of oil in the meat filling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made their own dumplings, which didn't have much oil in it. The beef, pork, and onion dumplings, as well as the sanxian dumplings, also didn't have so much oil. Instead, they put some soup in the filling, then froze it and wrapped it in the dumpling skin. In this way, the former was not greasy, while the latter was fresh. Especially the soup in the dumplings, they could drink it first when eating. Hearing Wang Wan's words, someone immediately brought the dumplings over. There were 2 plates, 1 plate of the same kind, all cooked. It was the new year, so they ate boiled dumplings and steamed dumplings on normal days. As soon as the 2 of them started eating, Li Sun came over. He didn't like to eat oily dumplings, including the minister. Rich people didn't lack oily dumplings. "Happy New Year, Grandpa Zhang." "Happy New Year, Grandma Zhang." Li Sun was sensible and greeted them one by one. He said nice words, but he didn't kneel down and kowtow. When he greeted them, others also wanted to greet them. Li Sun quickly stopped them and said, "Brother Zhang and I feel like old friends at first sight. You are all elders, so you can't greet the younger generation. If you have prepared New Year's money, haha." When he said that, the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't know what to do. His identity was there. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Hurry up and give me the money." Everyone took out their New Year's money. Li Sun took it one by one with a smile. He came here to build a relationship and to see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate. He knew that the 2 children could eat anything, but that was when they were surviving in the wild. They were usually picky about food. This could be seen from the dishes the 2 of them made last time. They didn't like to eat greasy food. At the same time, his eyes swept over the crowd and found that there was indeed a person called a mute, which made him even more sure that this person was an expert. However, he didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for people to come over. As long as he came over, the mute, who was sitting in the next room, would also come over. At this time, Xiaobao had just taken a bite of a dumpling. His mouth was small, so he couldn't eat 1 dumpling at a time. The stuffing inside was exposed. He wrapped the dumpling into a ball and looked at the plate. There was only some stuffing that had fallen out when he was eating. There wasn't much oil. Li Sun immediately understood. The 2 of them were eating alone, and the dumplings on the other plate were definitely different from the one he was eating. "Xiaobao, you're too mean. You and Xueqi are eating good food secretly, but you didn't send it to me. My dumplings are greasy and greasy." Zhang Xiaobao just remembered that there were people over there who didn't like to eat dumplings. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "Well, there are a lot of dumplings like this. Ask someone to cook them and bring them up. Remember to take a small bite when you eat this sanxian stuffing. Otherwise, don't blame others if it's hot." Li Sun was waiting for this sentence. He knew that he would be able to eat good food in a while. He said hello and turned back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to eat the pig's claws. The pig's claws were not freshly made. They were made yesterday. After they were mashed, they were cold and could be chewed. When Li Sun returned to his place, he saw Minister Bai eating dumplings with a frown. He quickly said, "Minister Bai, wait a moment. I just found out that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating good food secretly. There wasn't much oil in the dumplings." When Minister Bai heard that there was little oil over there, he put down his chopsticks and waited. Some of his family members also didn't eat. They usually ate well, but they didn't like to eat. After a while, the dumplings were served. This time it felt different. The old man ate 2 in a row. After eating, he drank some dumpling soup and said, "It's really different. The Zhang family really knows how to enjoy life." "Sir, you're right. My little wife is here. How can she not know how to enjoy life? The Zhang family took advantage of us." Aunt Wang finally couldn't help but give credit to her family. The old man smiled and didn't comment. He had already asked around. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families had a good life when the two children were about to turn 1. From then on, everything seemed to be different. He didn't know what was going on. Date and Jujube also tasted the two kinds of dumplings. They found that they were really different. After thinking about it, they still chose to eat the one with more oil. The two of them usually didn't eat so much good food. Anyway, the taste was about the same for them. It was better to eat more oil. Date, do you think that if the little wife comes home, will the house be so lively? Jujube envied the people here, especially after knowing the approximate monthly salary of pomegranate, cherries, and Xiao Hong. She hated that she couldn't be one of them. There was also the shop assistant between the clouds and the water. She could actually get so much money as a reward. In the capital, even the shopkeepers of some small shops couldn't get this much money. A few strings of coins a month was already not bad. Now, she was wondering if the little girl could go home and then turn the house into such a state. Date was also envious, but she knew her own limits. She said to Jujube, "Don't think about it. The little wife won't go back." Life here was not good. Her family never said anything about helping. Now that she has money and an official, it's difficult to find a way to go back. Isn't that so? There's only one dock in the whole county. There are mountains and so many shops. Look at their village. How comfortable it is to stay here. In the whole Xueqi County, it's their place. They can do whatever they want. Yesterday, even if Li Sun didn't protect them, those people who came here wouldn't get any benefits. What can they do if they go back? How could it be as good as here? There were still many people in the capital who could not be offended. He did not need to personally buy clothes in the capital. He could just get someone to go over. There was also a need for him to use powder. He could do it. Also, there are many restaurants in the capital. You can eat some good food. Look at between the clouds and the water. There's also the first restaurant by the water at the dock. I heard that some of the dishes they make are better than the restaurants in the capital. They do this, so they won't go there. Jujube also thought it through. If it were her, she wouldn't do it either. People lived comfortably here and went to the capital to look for trouble. But in this way, her family couldn't expect to be like here. The monthly salary was small, and they were always afraid of being punished for doing something wrong. Just as she was feeling sad, Date came up with an idea. Jujube, if the little wife doesn't go back, can we stay and serve her? After all, the status of the Zhang family is different now. Back then, they didn't even have a servant girl as a dowry, and they didn't give any dowry. We have to compensate them, right? That's right. Back then, they didn't give anything. Aunt Wang definitely won't agree. Why don't we go and beg the little wife? Even if I don't want the monthly salary, I still want to stay here. Jujube yearned for this place. She discussed with Date about going to beg the little wife of her family. At the same time, she vigilantly looked at Aunt Wang, who was sitting there and eating dumplings slowly. Date was also tempted, but she was afraid that Aunt Wang would find out about this and be punished. She hesitated and didn't know what to do. Date. Let's go secretly. Aunt Wang didn't give the little wife a New Year's greeting just now. We'll use this as an excuse. If she really wants to find trouble with us, we'll say that she didn't give us a New Year's greeting. Little Zhao gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. As long as Lady Chow wanted her, she believed that her family would agree. At that time, she would be able to bring her and Big Zhao's contract and not be bullied at home. When Big Date heard this, he nodded and stood up with Small Date. They slowly retreated until they reached the entrance. When they saw that Auntie Wang had not noticed them, they turned around and entered another room. They kept shuttling back and forth between the rooms. After they had gone through more than 10 rooms, they finally stopped and let out a long sigh. I know. It's over there. Let's go. Jujube patted her chest with her hand, and her nervous mood eased a little. The two of them started to walk around again. They didn't dare to go straight to the outside, so they could only walk from one house to another. The two of them were grateful to the Zhang and Wang families for building simple houses that were meant to be lively. There were doors everywhere, and there was no shelter. They could walk around however they wanted. The two were about to reach their destination. They were only 3 rooms away. At this time, a servant girl wearing the clothes of the Zhang family's inner courtyard came over with a compass. The two didn't pay attention and bumped into her. With a series of cracking sounds, the porcelain plates were all broken into pieces. Not a single one could be found intact. Ah! Big Date and Little Date were scared out of their wits. Looking at the plate on the ground, they couldn't say a single word. All they could think of was that this maidservant would be beaten to death. This compass was not ordinary. There were even golden threads where the flowers were drawn. Perhaps one of them was a string of 10? Date, what should we do? Should we take the blame or ignore her and run? Jujube was so scared that she started to tremble. Her voice also trembled. Take the blame. Will we be pulled back home by Aunt Wang? What should we do? Date was also confused. The one who wasn't confused was the servant girl who hid the plates. She stood there and looked at the plates on the ground, then looked at the two people who should also be servant girls. She sighed helplessly. Don't just stand there. Help me pick up the pieces. It will be troublesome if they stab someone. I will be scolded. Be careful. Don't leave anything behind. Don't cut your hands. As she spoke, she squatted down and picked up the pieces. She put the small pieces on top of the big ones. Date and Jujube could only pick up the pieces. While picking, they looked at the servant girl's face. She was still calm, but she was a little annoyed. This sister, it's all our fault. We were in a hurry just now and bumped into you. How much are these plates? We can take some out. Jujube thought about the money she saved with great difficulty. She was a little distressed. She was even more afraid that she and Date wouldn't have enough money to compensate. I don't know. I didn't buy it. You don't need to take it. How much money do you have? Keep it for yourself. The servant girl's movements were nimble. She had already picked up a lot and said to Jujube. Chapter 260. Dazeo, Jujube, and the three maidservants called Choju looked up at the same time. Steward Zhang, why are you here? Just in time, help me pick them up. There are too many broken pieces. Choju saw that it was Steward Zhang and immediately called out to him. Under the surprised and disbelieving gazes of Dazeo and Xiao Zhao, Steward Zhang really squatted down to help pick up the pieces. As he picked, he said, "You have to be careful in the future. If you hurt yourself or others, you will be in pain for a few days. Don't you have a special bag for holding dishes? Remember to take it." I know, I was in a hurry to deliver the dishes just now, so I didn't take them. Steward Zhang, I'll take the rest. Help me get something to hold it. Choju saw that the broken pieces were placed on a slightly tidy table and said to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang immediately went to find something to hold the dishes. Dazeo and Jujube stood there in a daze, looking at the maidservant in front of them, speechless for a moment. What's wrong with you? Is it cold? Quickly go to the brazier over there to warm it. Thank you. Choju said to Dazeo and Jujube. This time, the two of them finally came back to their senses. Looking at the calm expression of the maidservant in front of them, Jujube asked tentatively, Sister, you won't be punished, right? The plates are worth a lot of money. If you hurt others, you will be punished. If you hurt yourself, you will also be scolded. Now that no one is hurt, it's fine. Fortunately, I didn't hurt you. Choju let out a sigh of relief. Dazeo and Jujube took a deep breath. They didn't dare to believe what the maidservant in front of them said. Being punished and scolded wasn't based on how many plates were broken, but on whether or not you hurt others or yourself. Dazeo exhaled and asked, Sister, what if you hurt others or yourself? Was he hurt? That would be troublesome. If someone were to be injured, I would have to call a doctor over immediately. I would also have to see where the injury was. If I were to delay their work, I would have to report it to the inner court, and the inner court would pay for the delay. If I hurt myself, that would be too scary. Please don't do it. I will be specially called to listen to how to follow the steps when working. I will also have to write at least 30 times. It is very tiring, even more tiring than working. Look at my hand. It is not injured at all. I am so happy. Choju waved her white hands in front of Date and Jujube, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Big Zeo and Jujube did not expect that they would receive such a punishment. Liar? The inner courtyard would pay for her injuries, but she would only have to write something when she was injured. This meant that the maidservant in front of her had to be literate. Which Xueqi or Zhuangzi's manner would be like this? If it were him, he would at least be beaten up. Jujube swallowed her saliva and asked again. Sister, what if the plate is broken? If it is broken, then it is broken. It can't be fixed. What else can we do? Throw it away. Find a place where no one can touch it. Otherwise it will hurt people again. Why is Steward Zhang not here yet? Why is he taking so long to find something? I still have work to do, but others have already rushed to finish it. Qiu Ju dealt with the plate very simply. She threw it away, but she was not satisfied with Steward Zhang. She pouted and muttered. Sister, Jujube said that you don't need to pay for this plate? Date asked from the side. Qiu Ju laughed. She suddenly smiled. Pay for what? It is just a plate. If it is gone, we can just buy it. Yang. Madam said that if the plate is gone, we can think of a way to get it. Talent is the most important. We can't use money to measure talent. In your manner, will you be beaten if you hit a plate? It is not like that here. If something happens, the punishment is usually to hurt yourself or put yourself in a dangerous place. The plate does not matter. We all know that the master is good. We all fight to do the work. No one will be lazy. That will be looked down upon by others. They will not even talk to you. It is so good that there is actually such a master. To be able to do things in such a place, I will also fight to do the work. It is like a dream. When Jujube heard Qiu Ju's words, her eyes turned red. It was unknown whether she was envious or touched. She said faintly. Date was the same. Looking at her white and tender hands, and then looking at his and Jujube's hands that were frozen and cracked while washing clothes. He knew how she worked. She must have let a man do the washing. Otherwise, how could the maidservant's hands be so good? Aya, what did you do to your hands? You washed the clothes, right? You did not know how to boil some hot water. Next time, remember to wash it with hot water. It is fast and clean. After washing, apply some oil on your hands. You are not afraid of cracking. I still have some. I will give you a small jar later. The master made it himself. There is deer oil, snake oil, and badger oil. It is very good. Look at my hands. I still have 2 jars. After the new year, I can go and get more on the 15th. It is enough. When Qiu Ju saw Date looking at her hands, she looked at the 2 people's hands. The cracks on them were scary. Date knew that he guessed wrong. He tried his best to shrink his hands into the sleeves of his clothes. Thank you, sister. She did not need to ask how the money for the firewood was calculated. The master could even give such a precious hand oil on time. What was the money for the firewood? People could not be compared. It seemed that Lady Qiao would not go back. If she went back, what about the rules? Yes, she and Jujube must think of a way to stay. As long as they stayed, they could be like them. They did not need to care about the dishes. When they were working, they would be protected by something. They just needed to work hard. Date was determined to come here. He turned to look at Jujube. Jujube also had the same look. Steward Zhang finally came. He smiled at Qiu Ju, who was waiting there, and said, I was busy with something just now. You go and do your work. I will clean up. Qiu Ju pouted. She stood up and said, You delayed my work. Humph. Date and Jujube looked at Qiu Ju, who left enviously. A person who was willing to work could give the housekeeper a hard time. The housekeeper still had to stand firm. It was unbelievable. The 2 of them looked at each other and continued to walk towards their destination. Father, eat more ginger. Staying in the house all day is too dark. It is easy to catch a cold. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to make more ginger slices and send them to father. Zhang Xiaobao saw his father retch when he drank the dumpling soup. He knew that his father's stomach was cold. When he washed it with hot water, it would be like this. He picked up a few ginger slices from a plate of fish and placed them on his father's plate. Father Zhang did not like to eat ginger. When he heard his son's words, he picked up the ginger slices and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed vigorously and said, It's delicious. My son knows how to care for his father. Eat more in the future. Mother, try this fish. It is made directly from the sauce of the live fish. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat beside the gills and placed it on his mother's plate. Wang Wan was also doing the same thing. She grew up in a traditional family and knew what to do. No matter what the children gave them, the two families would immediately eat it and praise how delicious it was. At this kind of war moment, Date and Jujube suddenly appeared. Seeing the two families getting along well, they stood at the door and did not dare to make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned around at the same time. The person sitting in front also happened to see Date and Jujube. You are Date? Jiang Wang Clan was sitting next to Zhang Xiaobao. She also turned around and looked at the two maids. She felt that they looked familiar, so she guessed and asked. Date and Jujube wish Lady Qiao a Happy New Year. Wish young master a Happy New Year. Here. Date and Jujube seemed to have discussed it a long time ago. The two of them spoke at the same speed and in the same order. They knelt there and kowtowed one by one. After a round of kowtowing, they still knelt there and did not get up. Okay, get up. You are so far away and yet you are still here. Come and eat something. Jiang Wang Clan saw that the maids at home had come to wish Lady Qiao a Happy New Year. Even if she was angry, she could not vent it on them. She also knew that the maids at home could not be compared to the maids here. They had to endure hardships and tiredness, but they could not do anything wrong. Date and Jujube were still kneeling there. Jujube kowtowed to Jiang Wang Clan a few more times and said, Lady Qiao, please let Date and me stay. We don't want to go back. We will work hard and not be lazy. Our family is not as good as ours. Just now, Date and I accidentally bumped into Qiuju's older sister, and the plate broke. Date and I were scared and thought that it was over. Then, the housekeeper came and then, without Jujube saying anything, Jiang Wang Clan also knew what was going on. The rules were set by her son and daughter-in-law, and there were also people patrolling back and forth at night. At first, she did not think much of it, but later on, she realized that the maids in the courtyard did not need to be urged to do anything. If there was work, someone would do it. Sometimes, when there was nothing to do, the maids in the courtyard would go find work themselves. It was easier to manage them than before. How many things could be broken? It was impossible for the maids to break things every day. That little bit of money could not be compared to their enthusiasm for work. Date and Jujube must have seen Qiuju break things. When the housekeeper saw it, he first asked if Qiuju was okay. If Qiuju was fine, then he did not care about the situation. Usually there was no comparison, but today, they saw that the maids were treated differently. It was no wonder that they wanted to come over. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Hey, get up. We have to wait for housekeeper Wang to come over. She didn't come? Jiang Wang Clan stretched out her hand to pull Date and Jujube. As she spoke, her expression darkened. The maids were here, and you, as a housekeeper, dare to not come over to pay your New Year's greetings? Aunt Wang didn't know that Date and I were coming over. We were afraid that she would not let us. If we wanted to do something here, she would beat us to death. Jujube said as she wiped away her tears. Jiang Wang Clan thought for a moment. All right, if she doesn't want to come, then so be it. I am no longer a member of the Wang clan. I am the daughter-in-law of the Zhang clan. I will get someone to do the work for you too. Even if I have to buy it, I will buy it for you.